night. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Thirsty Thursday. That was Vika's music, song titled More Woman Drone Pilots, hashtag girl boss. It is 10/23/2025, Thursday, October 23rd, 11:05 a.m. here in Pacific time. It's 66 degrees and mostly sunny here in California, Los Angeles. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're live. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. And I'm here to tell you that this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, HasanAbi help, leftist streamers are fighting. No, I will not be helping. I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole. It's 35% off gifted subs, it seems. And I just saw that. And no, I'm not. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't care. Everyone needs to stop fighting and start fighting the true enemy. The billionaires, the parasitic capital owning class, and the bourgeois parties that represent their interests, or at least the representatives that represent their interests and put them above the interests of the population. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, lock in. I demand you lock in always and forever. But I digress. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. I haven't even given you the ordeal, the spiel, what has happened in the personal news side of the broadcast. Now, let me tell you first and foremost, ended the broadcast last night to shoot another banger episode of the Fear and podcast, everyone's favorite podcast of all time, the greatest podcast of all time, much better than all of the other podcasts out there. Unfortunately, Cutie Cinderella was experiencing a health crisis, so she could not make it. And by that, I mean she was doing a self-suck, and she couldn't make it to the Fear and. But we actually had another guest in her stead, Woke fucking Wilder, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we had Woke Wilder on. And yes, self-suck incident for every single person that doesn't actually show up on the pod. You already know what it is. Are you still going to China? Yes. But yeah, Woke Wilder was on. That was great. Episode was awesome. And I think you guys will, of course, enjoy the show. So, Miss Sheffy, thank you for the 20 gifted. So many gay men on the podcast is wild. Yeah, we are continuing along with the trajectory of guests where we just have a bunch of straight men that gay men say are gay men as guests. But we are gay maxing, homo maxing. So where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, I did the podcast. I watched and caught up with Kaiju number 8. Last couple of episodes I hadn't seen were fucking spectacular. Was really, really good. Was really, really good. And absolute banger. Absolute freaking banger. And are you going to game today? Potentially. I might. I found out that the Mussolini Son of the Century actually has an 8th episode. The problem, however...
What are 2 clips?
The problem, however, is that for Mussolini, Son of the Century, the secret 8th episode on Mubi doesn't have subtitles. It's just Italian. It doesn't have English subtitles. And the 8th episode is not even featured on... The 8th episode is not even featured on Amazon. So, like, I can't even watch it. It's so stupid. Well, I guess I got to learn Italiano. Time to learn, buddy. Time to learn. Is the show dubbed? No, it's not dubbed. So, folks. The German GIF I made, I saw. This is really funny. I actually saw this on my timeline earlier. Yeah, personal news-wise, this morning I woke up early, went to bed late, woke up early. My brain is doo-doo. My brain is poo-poo. Okay? And that's not good, I know, but it is what it is. What I was going to say is I actually went on a pod with the leader of the Greens. That's right, in the UK. Doing my very best to talk about the UK politics. Yeah, didn't do the accent though. But yeah, I dipped my little toesies in another podcast, this time specifically with the Greens. With Zach, the GOAT, with Zachy Boy. Yeah, the Greens are doing fantastic work. Anyway, I had that going, which was great. That was fun. And then my Newsweek interview is out. That's the reason why I was late the other day. But yeah, FBI gambling raids. Sure, we'll talk about that as well. I think gambling is a genuine threat to everything. And it's going to be ruinous for what remains of the ashes of Western nations. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot going on in the world. But as far as my personal news goes, that's pretty much it. I just did that pod and took a shower, and I'm here. I'm here right now. This is what we're doing. Okay. Can we also talk about Wemby's MVP match? I think Wemby proportionally is just like inhumane, like not human, but also inhumane. And I don't think anyone who's like 7'11" should be able to shoot like that. Like, why are you doing a fadeaway 3-point shot? You're literally unstoppable. Why is anybody eating your pump fake? First of all, there is no way that someone can reach, like, someone who is 7'12", okay, and continuing to grow, apparently, should not be able to shoot consistently from the 3-point line and shouldn't even do a fadeaway jump shot. Like, what do you mean? You're already 8'12". You're already 8'3", okay? You're 8'3" in height. When you put your hands up, you're like above, not only above the rim, but you're basically touching the top of the fucking backboard. And then on top of that, you're still doing a fadeaway 3-point jump shot. It's like, who? The way to guard a person like that requires a complete change in tactics. Yeah, who's he fading away from? God is right. It feels like you need to restructure the way that the game is played. This is kind of like, I don't know, when like machine guns were introduced and war changed, or with Ukraine and Russia, like drone warfare greatly changed the dynamic of the battlefront with like tanks and whatnot. You know what I mean? It's like Wemby is 8'3" and he can shoot, and he's gotten faster and stronger somehow because he's Mao-pilled. He's running around with the Red Book in tow. It's obvious. This is becoming like the Generation Alpha's fucking Wilt Chamberlain moment. Like, there are, in 100 years, if there is a humanity, okay, if there is still a humanity, we will look back and people will say, no, Wemby didn't have a 100-point game. I don't believe it. Dust off the tomes. I need to see this. Come on. Everything was being filmed at the time. Like, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable that this person was capable of doing impressive feats like this, okay? He is a real-life monster from Space Jam, straight up. I don't understand it. And it's like, it's exceptional because he's not playing against like plumbers. He's not playing against plumbers. He's not playing against like math teachers. He's not playing against like predominantly white folk or whatever. He's playing against some of the most excellent talent that has graced that goddamn court. He's playing against podcasters. That's funny. Okay, true. But these are very good podcasters. These are not regular podcasters. He's playing against podcasters, bro. He put belt to back last night. Dude, I'm telling you right now, it's like war. War has changed, okay? Like, you have to, I think, guard Wemby by having one person in front of him so that he like goes for a fadeaway, and then you have to change the rules of the game so that there's another person behind him that can try to reach out when he's at the tippy point of his fadeaway jumper to try and block him when he goes up. Or you need to basically do a new design where people can stand on top of one another, okay? You need to allow people to get on top of people's shoulders, or like Harlem Globetrotter style, throw them in the air. You know what I mean? Because there's no other way. There's no other way that you can stop this. Like, because he's not, like, normally you're supposed to be nerfed by God, okay? If you are over the age, if you're over 7 foot, God nerfs you, right? God says, okay, you can't handle the ball that well. It's impossible because physics are supposed to play a role in this. Gravity is supposed to play a role in this. If you're that tall, bringing the ball down from waist level is going to literally take more time than if someone is like 6'4", right? I don't understand how he defies gravity, how he defies God every time he gets up on the court and plays in the way that he plays. It doesn't make any sense. Look at this. Look. First of all, this is crazy because it's like I will never understand.
Full court zone pressure from Dallas.
Like, what is that pump fake? Like, what is that fake pass? Like, who can stop that anyway? If you're guarding Wemby, okay, it doesn't even matter if you're at the top of the key, if you're behind the 3-point line. Like, there's no reason to jump, because I don't think you can. I don't think you can stop it. Like, physically, it is so out of reach.
Try to slow the advance. Oh my!
It just looks weird, bro. Look at this.
Oh my!
There's a point where he blocks someone. So hard that even the announcers are like, "This is like when you're playing in the garage with your dad."
The tomahawk. I mean, he's over 7 feet tall. He looks like he's 6'2".
Like, what is that?
Wemby the catch and the finish. What a great catch of a bullet pass with that right hand. And still able to corral it.
Bro, look at his body. Okay? Look at this. He's taking steps on his way to the other side, okay? To the other side. Meanwhile, while he's in the air, he just rotates and goes, "Oh wait, I'm 8'7". I can just dunk whenever I want to without even making that significant of an effort." He just goes, "Oh, I'm just going to switch directions real quick," and go boom. Like, someone said Baki height difference. Literally, it's like anime, dude. It's not normal. It is not normal at all. It makes no sense. It makes no sense because You're not supposed to fucking move like that. You are not supposed to be able to move like that if you are that big, okay? If you're that lanky. Like, like look at that. He's literally, he just goes, oh, never mind. He looks like they modified the player creation tools so they can max out the sliders. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Able to corral it and make that play. So yes, Powell thrust into action. Wembanyama!
That's, oh my God. Look at that.
Able to corral it and make that play. So yes, Powell thrust into action.
First of all, for him to escape his defender is nothing, okay? It's just his gait. Like, look at every step he takes, bro. Look at every step he takes. Remember, the motherfuckers that he is passing are like also 6'8", okay? Like, look at that. Look at that. He just goes, oop. Let me just run real quick. Let me just open up my fucking legs, dude. Oh, there it is. Wait, watch out, Wemby. Don't hit your head. Oh, no worries. I got this. Boom. What? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Wembanyama! Oh my! Cosmic grace! The number 2 overall pick gets it into Wembanyama, guarded by Washington. Wembanyama, the fake! Oh.
No, I love the pump fakes, dude. I love the pump fakes. You are losing the they-them audience. Man, I don't give a shit. I think everyone can appreciate something divine taking place here, okay? And it's especially, I'm not even afraid of glazing Wemby because he's a Maoist. He's a principled Maoist third worldist, bro, okay? Actually, I do know he is actually some critical stuff about France Unbowed before, saying that, like, oh, we can't do like any sort of left extremism either. But like, I think maybe he's evolving. He's growing. He's growing. He's learning, and the spirit of Mao flows within him, courses through his veins, and it is the atom bomb, far more powerful than anything science could cultivate. And you can see it. You can see.
It gets it into Wembanyama, guarded by Washington. Wembanyama, the save!
That's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful. Every time with the windmill is crazy. Bro's overdoing it. He doesn't even have to jump that high, but he does it anyways. It's just so disrespectful. It's extra disrespectful with the pump fake. It's like, if you're a defender, what do you do? Nothing.
And the foul, a figment of our basketball imaginations. Wembanyama working. Boom. Davis spinning, taking, hitting.
Like, that's what I mean. What do you do in that situation? What do you do in that situation? He goes in, he establishes contact. He goes in, he establishes contact. It doesn't work. He can't, like, but he does knock him off his legs a little bit. Look, boom. But then what do you do here? What do you do here? What do you do here? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What are you supposed to do here? It's physically out of reach. It's like playing against a kindergartner. Like, what are you supposed to do here? He's not only 7'12", he's also going off of a fadeaway. Like, there is 7'12". He's also going off of a fadeaway. Like, there is no, yeah, and that's not a bum either. Exactly. None of these guys are fucking bums. That's just like, there's nothing you can, it's physically impossible. If someone is 8'14" and they're also shooting a fadeaway jump shot floater off of contact like that, there is no person that is physically capable of stopping that. Like, look at his arm length, by the way. If he didn't fade away and if he actually leaned into the bucket, he could just like dunk it from over there. Contested. Like, it doesn't make any sense how, like, look at his arm length. He could just go, oop, let me just drop it in. Let me just drop it in the basket from over here. It's so stupid.
Taking, hitting, just the foul. It's like playing against your dad in the driveway when you're 8 years old. What do you do? Wemby, 3, you bet.
That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. That's nasty. That should not be a part of your... That should never. This is like, brother. You know how we talk about, like, oh, if you gave a chicken nugget to a medieval peasant, they would die? If you showed someone who loved the game of basketball in the fucking 90s that there would be a 7'12" French guy who will take fadeaway three-point shots and make it after dribbling around like he has a dribble package. They would be like, no, that's not real. That's too crazy to put in a movie, I think. Like, can you imagine? He looks, yeah, they would say this is witchcraft. They would say, what kind of magic is this? We must put a stop to this devil work. We must put a stop. This is an agent of Satan. An agent of Satan, I tell you.
Wemby three.
It's crazy.
You bet.
And I say this as like someone said, you are a sick human being. Damn, bro. Like, okay. I mean, glaze is necessary sometimes. I say this as a LeBron glazer. Like, LeBron is my GOAT and all, but in the new era, it seems like you got aliens. Like, what are you supposed to do?
That for the back half of that third quarter after his dazzling start to it. Picked up his fourth foul and was on the bench. Here's Wemby. Wow. Dazzling start to it. Picked up his fourth foul and was on the bench. Here's Wemby. Wow. Just perpetual arm.
When he was a rookie, he was shorter than Zagaday at 7'3". Now he's taller than Zag at 7'5". Yeah, no, that's the thing. He just keeps growing too. He just keeps growing, and he's got a dribble package too. It's crazy. It's like, what? That doesn't make no damn sense, bro. It's like a cheat code. It feels like a cheat code. Like, you should not be able to play. Like, this should not happen. Like, there are laws of physics, gravity. None of this makes sense. He can shoot. He can also dribble. He can play big. It doesn't make any sense. They must protect his knees, man. I worry about that shit. This might be Marfan syndrome shit. No, that's the other thing, because there are a lot of, that's what I mean. God nerfs you to a certain degree when you get to that height. There's like 3 people on the planet that are that tall that don't have like gigantism or whatever. And he happens to be one of them. Like, you have to understand, when you get to that height, like, there is like 3-4 total fucking people that have done professional athletics in spite of because it turns into a genetic disadvantage at that point. Did you forget to blast off? No, I just haven't yet, because I was doing Wemby glaze. Monk training, muscle mass, get that training in China. Yeah. You know how people joke about kids getting into events by stacking on top of each other under a trench coat? Inspect him. Is basketball experience a Lionel Messi moment? No, this is the opposite. This is a reverse Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi sent his signed jerseys to like the Israeli captives, okay? This is virtually the opposite of Lionel Messi. This is Wemby. Don't ever play like that. This is one of those things. I'm crying, bro. LeBron fans watch Wemby tonight and instantly turn into Jordan fans. That's so funny. People saying Wemby going to overtake LeBron after one good game. Wemby wouldn't survive a second in this era. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's straight up. This is what LeBron Glazers have had to deal with from Jordan Glazers. Oh, it was a different time. Oh, it was way harder on the contact side. What are you, crazy? Like, oh my God, it's happening. That's how you know that it's the natural cycle. The tide is shifting. That's you, Azan. No, I'm a LeBron Glazer, but I respect greatness, okay? I respect impressive feats of athleticism. And with Wemby, he has it all and also is a genetic freak. Just like LeBron is a genetic freak. Just like LeBron is a fucking genetic freak. You cannot have a banger run for 21 consistent seasons, okay? It's just impossible unless you are a fucking freak. Apologize to Messi. Fake story alert. Lionel Messi never sent any signed jerseys to Israeli hostages. Both kids in the video still carry the authentication sticker from a memorabilia reseller. They purchased the shirts and fabricated the story. Damn, I got fake news. Lionel Messi is a little bit pro-Israel though. Like, that's not fake. But I do apologize. I thought he did send signed jerseys directly. Wilt Chamberlain was only 3 inches shorter than Wemby and had a legendary career. This was the first time in 23 years that LeBron didn't play on opening day. He's a freak. Yeah. Yeah, he is pro-Israel, so that automatically takes him away from GOAT status. When Giannis hit his prime, I thought he was a freak, way too quick for his size, but then this French guy came along. I mean, that's why I also say, like, it's kind of crazy to think about like how everything is going in the world. Because also on the one hand, like you got freaks growing up every day. Okay, I don't even know what it's gonna look like in the next 10 years. I don't even know what it's gonna look like. What are the kids gonna be doing? You're gonna have, like, I want to say you're gonna have 7-footers. Like you're gonna have like what, 7 feet point guards. Like how tall can they get? It doesn't make sense. Do we have to increase the height of the hoops? Like what happens to the centers if you got dudes who are 7 feet? Like I guess KD was like the OG in that field. Okay, you could just play from 1 to 5. You can play everything. You can play literally anything you want at any size you want. It's just the world is your fucking oyster. Wait till designer babies from rich athletes. I mean, that's already coming up, no? But I feel like that doesn't happen as much. I feel like the greatest players of this generation have come from like middle of the road athletes. The super athletes have not produced like super athlete children. You know what I mean? Like look at Bronny. I mean, maybe they will, but we'll see. It's the 3-point line. There was no need for a big man to shoot from far away. No, I know. Like superstar athletes usually produce children that are not superstar athletes themselves. If usually mid-tier athletes produce superstar children, at least in my experience, that's what I've seen. I might be wrong, but needed this NBA refresher for the FBI raid coverage. True. We're gonna get to that. In my experience, isn't like with my limited knowledge, I'm saying that I have seen mid-tier athletes produce superstars, and superstar athletes not produce other. Their next in line is usually not like a fucking legendary superstar status athlete. Anyway, all right, let's blast off. I didn't even do that yet, and it's like 40 minutes in. That's crazy. I know. I've been wilding out a little bit. We got so much to cover. Obviously, we got snap cuts that are imminent. We got snap cuts that are imminent. New York City mayoral debate recap. ZOHRAN on flagrant. Government shutdown. ICE raids. War in Latin America. Crash dummies are on later. Get in now. Get in now. FBI gambling. FBI NBA gambling bust and more. Cuomo's Islamophobia last night was fucking wild. Bro, he doubled down on it. Do we have a blast off meme? Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do we have a blast off meme? SF Mayor Daniel Lurie stopped Trump's troop deployment. The home and bribe really went away, huh? It's not. It's not going away. It's not going away. It's not. It's just there's so much happening that I feel like people can't even pay attention to that many things at the same time. There's just too much happening, bro. There's too much happening, too much fuck shit going on. And I feel like there is, because there's so much fuck shit happening, it's impossible to pay attention to everything. Bro, look at how obvious these motherfuckers were being. Terry Rozier might be the worst player ever.
Still going. Oh, Rozier turned it over again. Having a tough night. And Rozier off the DHO. And he turned it over. Turn it up. But you don't want to play with your free, especially against the Miami Heat. I can tell you, hey, you don't like playing in Miami? Yeah. They're doing lockdown to 3. They got to get busy. Rozier with a 9-1-1.
What happens when you're actually asked, though? Like, what? Because, like, that's crazy that the only way to ensure that you don't incur criminal penalties is when you're the only way to make sure that you don't go to jail is if you're ass. Like, you have to prove that you are ass. Isn't that wild? That's like a wild way to clear your name. You're like, no, you don't understand. I'm ass, sir. This is actually genuine. I'm straight dookie. Your Honor, these turnovers were not deliberate. I'm just ass cheeks like that. I'm fucking buns. I'm fucking buns, Your Honor. Have you seen the way I play?
Up short. On Merrill. Rozier at 10-3 is short. Ultimate teammates and sack. Rozier on the show and go.
Like, some of these are not deliberate, okay? Like, that's not. He could just be that ass, bro. You know what I mean? Some of these don't feel like he's throwing, but I don't know. Cuomo mentioned you in another article after trying to clean up a racist comment. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brother, send to MLB 2 years and forget. Brother, just because those are shots you would have made. Okay, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I am nowhere near at the level of talent as the worst NBA player, and neither are you. None of us are. That's crazy. We're matching them up to the overall. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Well, that's nah, bro. He was a serviceable player. If Pat Bev got a contract, then this guy shouldn't be in the league.
That was awfully short.
You're 100% wrong here. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough, dude. I don't know enough. Anyway, we're blasting off. I don't know. I don't know what happens with this investigation because it's like the current FBI, like ESPN having a gambling ad when talking about it. That's awesome and also unsurprising.
It was something.
This is one of my biggest. This has been one of my biggest fears. As you guys know, as someone who gambles personally, I've talked time and time again about how devastating the impact of like gambling is going to be on, you know, any society that allows it to manifest like this, because it's such a money printing operation that there is no way to get ahead of it. And I talked about this within the context of like the crypto casino stake, right? Crypto gambling casino stake went back when it was on Twitch before they got kicked off of Twitch. And then they went and they started their own platform called Kick and have never let me live that down. And I regularly talked about how impactful like sports betting is in general as well, even though there are levels to this, right? There's levels to how these things can work. But I just think that there's no safeguarding. There's no safeguards on this. It's too easy. It's too accessible. It's on your fucking phone. I don't even know if there's any interest in actually. I don't even know if there's any interest in like actively regulating this stuff, because when you are that much of a financial powerhouse, when you're capable of basically when you're basically capable of purchasing any sort of deregulatory mechanism and purchase capable of purchasing political power, capable of purchasing ad slots on the very same media that is supposed to be engaging in commentary, it's kind of over. It's like sports washing with Saudi Arabia, right? I have warned about this before, where it's like it doesn't matter what like Saudi Arabia has done. I think Saudi Arabia will ultimately be able to successfully change and launder their reputation through the act of sports washing, because they have too much money, and you cannot overcome the intense ways that moneyed interests can win favors and win power and win influence. That's it. And if you even call it out, or if you try to maintain some level of moral consistency on this stuff, you're going to get punished. You're going to get yelled at. And then people will turn around and say, oh, you're yucking everybody else's yum. And that's it. And I have warned about my fears of sports betting already, and we're here. I think it's virtually impossible to overcome this.
It was something that leagues stayed far away from. It was something that networks like ESPN would stay far away from. Those days are obviously long behind us. You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show.
Look,
the Bussin' Boys.
Look, they're talking about a gambling ring that the FBI investigated on ESPN, and there is a literal ESPN new players bet $10 get $100 ticker ad on the bottom. Like, what are we doing?
Obviously, sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place. However, there is a fine line, not so fine. There is.
Did they erase the ad? Oh my God, brother. Just keep it on at that point, dude. Just fucking keep it on at that point. It's over. This is you. This is you. This is what you do. This is what you're about. Okay?
It's a bold line that obviously has to be drawn. It was something that leagues stay.
You are statistically unable to amass that kind of wealth through gambling. Wait, not you, the individual, not gamblers, but gambling companies like casinos and sports books are capable of printing unimaginable amounts of money and then take the additional revenue and like win favors, deregulate, make themselves irreplaceable with these ad placements. Because obviously you could just buy influence and buy prominence and become a normal part, like a household name, and become a normal part of everyone's existence. And the problem with gambling is that it's just so, I think it feeds off of the misery of the masses. It feeds off of how desperate people are. It feeds off of capitalism, right? It's just, the more people feel the financial impact of existing under capitalism, the more they struggle, the more they are desperate to try and engage in some kind of escapism under the false notion that they could potentially get a leg up. One day, if they're lucky enough, they'll be able to financially succeed. And it's really interesting because, like, obviously, even if that's the starting point, it is so it is so addictive, because not because you will win money, but because the addiction actually comes from wanting to know whether or not you won or lost. Your dopamine spikes at the moment of revelation, not after. A lot of people don't know this about gambling. They think it's about like, oh, you get addicted because you win. No, the addiction comes from not knowing whether you won or lost. The anticipation is what you get addicted to. The rush that you get, it comes from the anticipation. So it's a really, really awful addiction. Do you still gamble? Yes. But it's one of those things that I'm not like, it's one of the few things, despite having an addictive personality, it's one of the few things that I'm not like super addicted to, weirdly enough. My college guy friends talk about it so casually. It's a huge part of their social lives. It always has been. And in America, I think it started off with the fantasy football stuff. That's the reason why it started off with fantasy football. Okay. And that's the reason why DraftKings was like an entry point into sports betting, basically becoming like a normal fixture. Yeah. Something innocuous for among friends for fun and for clout can turn into this behemoth that ends up dramatically altering people's lives and like ruining them. It's fucking nuts. This isn't to say that we must abolish fantasy football. Like, I'm not saying that at all, but like, it should have never been allowed to get to this level. It should always be protected, safeguarded. There should be severe restrictions on what you can do, what you can and can't do. I was talking to my cousin who's a pro poker player. It's actually fascinating that the major donors of the Republican Party are so split on this. The Adelsons want to abolish all online betting. The crypto bros are doing everything they can to pass it. Yeah, the reason why the Adelsons want to abolish all online betting is because that ruins Vegas and that ruins like physical casinos. In some ways, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would much rather require people to physically go to a casino where there are mechanisms of apprehension, where you ensure that there are limitations to who can and can't gamble and how easily they can and can't gamble. Meanwhile, all these fucking books that are in your phone basically have made it so streamlined and so easy to do. I'm not one of those guys who gives a shit about like moral degeneracy. I don't care. I think vices are fine overall, as long as the government is doing everything it can to ensure that those vices are sectioned off and have significant limitations. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, abolish all gambling. Okay. It's just not going to happen. It's the same as like, abolition doesn't work in general. It's the same with like alcohol consumption. It's bad. Sure. It's poison. I understand it. But like, there's no reason to try and like abolish it altogether. It's just not going to work. You're just going to turn it into a black market franchise. And black market franchises are less regulated and can become more dangerous, ironically enough. I want more regulation, not less. I don't think we are ready for an entire generation that was basically born into this like easy betting on your phone normalcy. I don't think we know what that's going to look like. Anyway, let's do let's do U.S. strikes 2 alleged drug vessels in the Pacific. Exit confirms, and we'll talk about like Pentagon reporting as well. There's a lot to talk about here, bro. Almost all my friends started gambling underage on these apps and are still addicted. I know. Yeah, the betting situation is only going to get worse too, with DraftKings buying out the company that does predictions bets. Oh, dude, don't worry. There's that side of the story as well. Like I said, on the illegal side, they're stamping out the competition almost, okay? Because on the legal side, the permission structure is expanding dramatically every single day. DraftKings is now, didn't they put in a bid to purchase one of the prediction markets? That's what you're talking about, right, Chatter? I saw that. I read something about that. It's fucking insane, dude. How do you deal with that? What do you do? Anyway, let's continue.
And there were 2 new strikes on boats the Pentagon says were carrying drugs from Latin America. But these happened in the Pacific. We're going to start with Charlie D'Agata on those strikes. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. These most recent strikes open a new front in President Trump's military campaign against drug cartels, which his administration has compared to al-Qaeda. Videos released by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth Wednesday show boats in 2 separate military strikes. One vessel half loaded with black bundles, the second leaving behind parcels in the water after it burst into flames.
We have the greatest weapons in the world, and you see a little bit of it there. One shot, everyone dead center.
These are the first 2 strikes announced in the Pacific, totaling 9 known strikes in less than 2 months. One boat was taken out in the eastern Pacific Ocean, the other off the coast of Colombia, which produces 90% of the cocaine that eventually is sold in the United States. At least 37 people have been killed in the strike so far. The president argues thousands more have been saved.
Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives.
But the White House released no evidence about who was on board the boats or what exactly they were carrying at the time.
If the United States military is going to use lethal force, basically, no trial, we're just going to fire the shots and people, you need to be 100% clear on why, what you're doing, and what it's supposed to be accomplishing. There is no clarity on that coming from the White House.
The administration has designated the cartels as terrorist organizations and claims the strikes are...
Not to be the woke guy here, but no. I don't even think it's just like, I think, how about no extrajudicial assassination strikes? Like, it's crazy because like we have reduced law and order to such a degree that it's just like, yeah, well, what about some war crimes are fine, I think.
Legitimate because the U.S. is engaged in an armed conflict. On Wednesday, Trump said his war on cartels may soon expand further.
We will hit them very hard when they come in by land. And they haven't experienced that yet, but now we're totally prepared to do that.
You nasty girl.
So the president said he'll probably go to Congress before taking measures on land, something he has not done with the prior boat strikes, stating he has the authority to carry those out. He claims cartels are slowing their water operations because of U.S. military operations. Nate?
Charlie, thank you.
Trump took his first time not being considered worse than Bush personally. Dark woke is back. Bro, I don't even know what level of woke we're at. So we're going to talk about Graham Plattner because while the Reddit stuff was like floating around, there were people on the ground doing polls on the main race. And it turns out Mainers saw this dude. Obviously, they don't give a shit about the veteran status. As a matter of fact, they like that just so you guys have a better understanding of this stuff. Part of the reason why I was looking at the situation and saying like, let's wait and see. Let's see the bigger picture here, like how liberals react to it, was for this reason, okay? Because it turns out, as I told you, liberals are like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what anybody's done, okay? I don't care about anything at all, like not even a little bit. And I think this is one of those unique moments where like your own personal assessment and my own personal assessment about Graham Plattner's viability is seemingly utterly irrelevant. Now, of course, these polls might actually be too early because the impact of the Nazi tattoo most likely was not seen in the situation. But the new polls that have come out between 1016 and 1021, right? from the main Senate Democratic primary show Graham Plattner at 58% and Janet Mills at 24%. Couple things to take note of here is that white dude is OP. White dude with a populist slant, like a left populist slant, is, I think, one of the most OP, overpowered tools in the Democratic Party's tool belt. Even if they straight up have a fucking prominent Nazi tattoo. Part of the reason why no one cares, I think, is because they just don't care. They think like, oh, everyone has a Nazi stage. Like, everyone has a Nazi phase. It's like, well, not everybody, okay? And the other reason why is because I think a lot of Americans are just, like, oblivious. A lot of Americans are oblivious to Nazi tattoos, just as they are oblivious to, you know, what it means if you have done 4 tours / worked for BlackRock in 2018. Now, like I said, this poll was conducted before Tattoogate. Having said that, this was his fucking town hall last night.
Mainstream media or like legacy media where they haven't talked about you before at all, but now, I mean, I don't want to make a connection, but after Janet Mills started running, you know, and it's kind of been, you know, without saying, I feel like I don't need to say anything. Everyone knows what I mean, but your thoughts.
I'm not going to minimize what has come out.
Did I say BlackRock? No, I Blackwater. Oh, did he say BlackRock?
I am not today who I always have been.
Every time he does this, by the way, I think, did I say BlackRock? Sorry, I meant Blackwater. Every time he does this, I think there are like probably 25 new white people that go, that's my guy. And they're not necessarily 25 white people that are like right wing, right? But there are at least 25 white people that have done similar things, maybe not to the same degree, of course. Very unique background when you think about it. Not many people have done multiple tours, active duty, and then joined Blackwater in 2018. That's not a normal thing at all. But I think overall, the package of saying, hey, that's the old me. When I'm fucked up, that's the real me. Like that is very appealing for a lot of people. They love the redemption archetype, even if this is a little bit all over the place. This is something that maybe not for Graham Plattner, but for many other candidates that I have covered in the past, has plagued their races. And the Democrats, the voters, and their inability to overcome people's like trials and tribulations in the past. I'm not talking about Graham Plattner. I'm talking about previous progressive candidates that have been destroyed by the establishment and by centrists for having a blemished record. This was a very effective method from the establishment Democrats against both Bernie Sanders or numerous other figures that they considered to be potentially a threat, right? And I think a lot of people, the voters, came to a conclusion that it does not matter what someone's background is. We have to play ball, and we have to be dirty, and we have to be shameless in the way that Republicans are as well, as long as someone is like seemingly empathetic now. Now, if you have questions about the authenticity of Graham Plattner's, real change or whatever, or if you have questions about his legacy, his service, what he's done, does he feel disdain? Those are all super valid. Okay, 100%. I have those questions as well. If you say, oh, this is going to be like a John Fetterman situation, I don't think it's going to be like a John Fetterman situation. I think it's more so going to be it's going to be more like a Tulsi Gabbard situation at worst, right? Having said that, unfortunately, Hassan, with this situation, you're going to have to say, I'm not talking about Graham Plattner every 5 seconds in order to make people get on board with his take. Everyone's memory is goldfish level. I mean, look, people, it's not a secret that a lot of people are actively trying to bastardize whatever takes I have to make it seem as though I'm, anti-black, anti-women, anti-this, anti-that, pro-dog abuse. It doesn't matter. I think people that tune in here for this broadcast have the capacity to understand what I'm about, okay? But it ironically even like dovetails into the conversation that I'm speaking of right now. This notion that like the notion that the faulty expectations that people have and how easily duped they are. Not in the case of Graham Plattner, because Graham Plattner has a long track record of very, very real red flags that are irredeemable even by my standards. Okay, and I feel like I'm very open-minded to people that demonstrate their capacity to change. So I think you're maybe overweighting voters' attitudes changing here. Whether these things have happened to anyone who isn't a cishet Christian white dude, any kind of smear campaign sticks way more. Brother or sister or the emperor, trust me, I know. Okay? I said, in reference to blowback, America deserved 9/11 in 2019. Andrew Cuomo is currently running for mayor and still trying to associate both Zohran Mamdani and myself with wanting 9/11 to happen. Do you think that kind of argument would stick against anybody else? I know. And I'm white as fuck and it still sticks. I know. I experience it on a daily fucking basis. What are we talking about? Bill Maher, literally 2 weeks after 9/11, said those attackers were brave. Okay? Do you think if Zohran went on Bill Maher's broadcast right now, Andrew Cuomo would be like, well, look at him. He's going on Bill Maher. He loves 9/11. Bill Maher loves 9/11. Time to cancel Zohran and Bill Maher. No, that wouldn't stick in the same way. Of course not. Obviously, who you are, what your background is, and what you represent, what your worldview is, obviously plays a big fucking role in the audience reception to this sort of thing. In any case, what I was saying is there is an attitude overall from the Democratic Party, I think, the base of voters, I think, to just go, nah, we can't be playing these games no longer. And I think that is overall a healthy attitude to have, especially because for the first time ever, the broad majority of the Democrat base of support, the masses, the liberal masses, are actually demonstrating that shamelessness or lack of interest in critically examining a candidate for a left flank candidate, as opposed to in the past, they only exclusively did that for the likes of Hillary Clinton and the likes of whatever the establishment centrist candidates were. This is not an assessment on whether or not Graham Plattner is going to be a fucking woke force of progress. Only time will tell, okay? And it's perfectly understandable why people might not think that is going to be the case, of course. But this is not even necessarily about Plattner himself. This is more so about the audience reception. And I think it's incredibly healthy for the base attitude to shift in this direction where they go, no, this guy represents things that I want. I don't give a shit what you say about his background. Okay? Do you know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is pure white supremacy libs love a white man redemption story? Absolutely. I think that plays a major role in this. Guys, there are candidates that have an infallible track record, a perfectly clear track record that I have defended, that I have stood next to and will continue to promote, even if I don't fully agree with them. Like Abdul El Sayed is a great example of this. Same with Zohran Mamdani. I have numbers on the board. I myself am also often the recipient of additional scrutiny as a consequence of my background and what I represent and what I say. So you don't have to tell me this. I've been getting called a fucking terrorist for the past 2 years and it's never going to go away due to my position on Israel. It's a little different when it's a quirked up white boy saying it, though. It is an OP. It's certainly OP. The major issue we are going to face from this is Nazis are going to be able to use this to play off their tattoos and beliefs. Dangerous times, man. I don't fully agree with that either. And the reason why I don't fully agree with that is because if he was running as a Republican, I think the broad reception would be very different. And the evidence there is that there are plenty of fucking out and about neo-Nazis that are already in positions of power. Look at fucking Stephen Miller. And not only that, but also there are neo-Nazis that are outed as neo-Nazis that actually have their career trajectory destroyed. Like the one Italian guy, you know? A Nazi tattoo is quirky. No, I'm not saying that. Please stop. Don't do this. Please stop putting words in my mouth. I think by and large, I think people on the left, people on the Democratic Party's base of support are not doing this person has a bad track record, so we can't have him. we can't have him be the candidate. Seemingly, that's what the voters are saying.
I used to hold different opinions. I used to use different language. I said things and believed things that today I find abhorrent. I also grew. I met new people. I learned of other people's experiences. I realized that my experiences were my own, and they
go to 1840. This is you 5 years ago saying the exact same thing about veterans that you did over the past few days.
Funds.
Okay,
the
dude.
Simply weren't in a position to do just officers.
Hey, tankies. Hey, tankies in the chat, specifically anarchists, who say every veteran is a piece of shit across the board, blah, 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 all this stuff. Just remember that, okay? I know that, like, vehement anti-imperialist tankies or anarchists. No, not anarchist tankies. Shut up. I know that there's a distinction. Anarchists or tankies, totally two separate. Oh, my fucking God. Totally two separate categories, but oftentimes two sides of the same fucking coin when it comes to certain issues. Love, and I mean absolutely love, playing into the leftist meme of like, leftists love to spit on veterans. This is an important thing to recognize and remember. That's all I'm saying. Both tankies and anarchists, okay? Not anarcho-tankies, which is not a thing. It's oxymoronic.
In October, workers in...
Wait, was this yesterday's stream? Yeah, yesterday. Many yesterdays ago. August 20th, 2020, okay? 5 years worth of yesterdays. You can always find a position that I've maintained since day one on any given Sunday, okay? Randomly fucking reacting to a YouTube video or some shit like that. You can also find people still trying to desperately misunderstand what I'm saying, okay? The things that I talk about, whether it be issues that pertain to like the emancipatory struggle for Palestinians, the emancipatory struggle for black people in the Western world, like whether it be addressing takes about misogyny and patriarchal constructs that we exist under, all of this stuff, or an empathy first politics, the capacity for redemption for people, all of that I've been saying since day one. No matter how hard people try to fucking act as though, oh, this 10-second moment actually clearly illustrates what his true opinions are. He must be a grifter. I've been called a grifter for the past fucking 10 years of my career, okay? And my positions have not shifted unless there's new evidence that I have gotten that shows me that I was wrong on something, and in which case I will openly admit it and I'll move on, even though people never let you live that down, okay? I've been here. I've been doing this for years and years in spite of the fucking hate watchers. Do you understand? Do you understand how this works? Do you get it now? And once again, Graham Plattner did not exist at that point. So what the fuck was I talking about? You know? A lot of the conversations that I've had over the past couple of days have made people feel like I'm defending Graham Plattner or talking about Graham Plattner in particular. I'm not. There is an attitude amongst the left that that talks about trying to. There is an attitude amongst the left that automatically looks at any veteran and goes, "No, fuck that. That's irredeemable. We can't behave like that." And this is once again not about Graham Plattner at all. We'll never know who you were talking about. No, I was talking about like czarist forces that ended up joining the Red Army. Okay, but regardless of how we feel in this community about Graham Plattner, due to his experiences, both as a combat vet, machine gunner, and how he has communicated his perspective or what he feels was fucked up about it. Is it centered around the victims of his actions, or is it just simply centered around himself and others like him being a victim? Is this something that he's saying specifically because he wants to win the election and he can't come across as like super anti-military or whatever? Does it correspond to his private moments and what he has said in private to other people, like on fucking subreddits and whatnot? These are all important factors to consider, and I don't think Graham Plattner has done a decent job of addressing any of that stuff. But I also suspect that in the interest of winning the race in Maine, I don't think they give a shit about us at all. They don't. Our concerns are not the concerns of the masses. Your concerns might be coming from a moral place, but the reality of the matter is, for the overwhelming majority of people, this is not even a point of contention. Not a single person has brought up the fact that he actually worked for Blackwater, which I think is the highest order of priority in terms of red flags goes. Okay, that was the first thing I said. Like beyond the machine gunner active duty service. Okay? But ultimately, the people are not reacting in the way that many people in this community are. And that's understandable. So we have to recognize why that is the case. Is it better to wage a war against all veterans and try to convince people in the margins that we are going to stake the left reputation on saying all veterans of imperial wars are bloodthirsty animals that must be punished criminally? Or is it better to recognize at this point you're doing more harm than good to the left? You need to walk away, bro. True. You're right.
It colored my opinions and where I was. And that the more open I could be to listening to other people's stories, the more open I was willing to be to extend compassion and empathy to others, the more I realized that many of those stories and beliefs that I had were wrong. And I changed them. And it was through that journey that I became who I am today. And I will say this, I am ashamed of things I once said, but I am not ashamed of who I am today. The establishment is spooked. And I'll say this, if they thought that this was going to scare me off, if they thought that ripping my life to pieces, trying to destroy it, was going to make me think that I shouldn't undertake this project, they clearly have not spent a lot of time around Marines.
Show them the video of the one ex-military guy on the soapbox. Yeah, it's Mike Prisner, who is a friend of the show. What is this? Mao Zedong. There are some militarists who say we are not interested in politics, but only in the profession of the arms. It is vital that these simple-minded militarists be made to realize the relationship that exists between politics and military affairs. Military action is a method used to attain a political goal. While military affairs and political affairs are not identical, it is impossible to isolate one from the other. I mean, he wasn't. This is an entirely different. Did you just like Google search militarism in like quotations by the great chairman? It's not relevant to this conversation, to this discussion. Anyway, Senate candidate Graham Plattner addressed controversies at town hall. We already watched a
Senate
piece of
candidate
that.
Graham Plattner has been in the headlines a lot in the last 2 weeks. Plattner, a Democrat, addressed many of those issues at a town hall held in Ogunquit just last night. News Center Maine's Alex Haskell was there.
Before a packed crowd in
Mao's not talking about. Okay, first of all, if we're going to talk about Mao Zedong, okay, one of his greatest efforts was unironically to convert Kuomintang forces to literally work to fight alongside the People's Liberation. Okay, so the notion that like Mao Zedong was not open-minded to fucking former veterans who had done heinous fucking crimes is ridiculous. Don't even bring this shit up. Okay, obviously this is not what we're talking about here. So please just shut the fuck up. Oh my God, Jesus Christ, dude. He literally looked at the dispossessed masses and the peasants that played a role in the KMT forces that like fucking burned socialists alive and was like, yeah, look, if you're going to fucking fight alongside me, then yeah, you're good. Live Cuomo talking about you with Eric Adams right now.
I was around with Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. I did
cannot
a press conference with Wendy and Sal to Churchill.
I can't stress this enough. How like insincere and unserious of a campaign this has been. It almost feels like he hates me more than Zohran at this point.
Have 9/11 illness. 3,000 died on 9/11. You want to say America deserves
what the fuck is happening?
9/11. You insult all the families of all the people. You insult all the families of all the victims of 9/11, of all the victims of 9/11 illness. It is an insult to all New Yorkers. I did a press conference weeks ago and asked him.
I like that he's trying to mask the very obviously like racialized attacks, calling Zohran a fucking jihadist and shit by being like, no, I was just saying he's gonna do 9/11 because he loves Hassan, who is another Muslim guy who loves 9/11, I think.
I'm not going to be yelling all over the place at me. We're going to do it one at a time, and I'm only doing a few more, and I'm going. I said what I had to say.
Sir, question, you have seen some lost ground Hispanic. Do you think this alliance will help? The mayor is very popular among the Hispanic community, so are you. But Mr. Mamdani has gained some ground within the Hispanic community. How do you think this alliance will help?
I think, look, New Yorkers just need to hear the truth and the facts, you know. They've been mesmerized by TikTok videos and tweets and productions. Let them know the facts. And when they know the facts, we're going to get the Latino vote, we're going to get the black vote, we're going to get the white vote, we're going to get every New Yorker who's a real New Yorker.
Offer Mayor Adams anything in return for
Don't even answer
love.
that, That's a carrot.
Love.
Ignore him. Ignore him.
I cannot believe Mayor Adams' fall from grace chatters. He went from saying all my haters will be waiters at my table of success to becoming a waiter at Andrew Cuomo's table of misery. How did this happen to my goat? How could this have happened to my goat? This was his response to being asked about this, by the way. Yeah, Cuomo's talking about what he says in Mamdani's inexperience. Rosenberg suggests Mamdani would cheer another 9/11. Cuomo says deadpan, ha, then adds, that's another problem. Cuomo then continues talking about Mamdani's ability to handle a crisis. And then, in the most disingenuous way possible, he just keeps going, no, you don't understand. It's because he actually went on a podcast with HasanAbi Pica, one of the architects of 9/11. Both myself and Zohran Mamdani were 8 years old when 9/11 happened, okay? I was in fucking Turkey. Zohran was in New York. We were both 8. Being all buddy-buddy with Adams and shitting on the voters, definitely going to get him all the votes, sure, buddy. It's just like such an obvious disingenuous line of attack. Asked about the exchange about 9/11 and Sid Rosenberg this morning, Cuomo says, I didn't make that comment, and then pivots to Hassan Piker and Mamdani. Like, you can go on the conservative radio talk show host Sid Rosenberg show to accuse the next mayor, potentially the first Muslim mayor of New York, as 9/11 to happen, and that's not an indictment, okay? And then when asked why you said that, you could turn around and be like, well, how about Hassan Pica, who was talking about the concept of blowback in 2019 that I'm cynically going to use over and over again? It's just so demented. How the asymmetry here is so fucking demented. This is one of the other reasons why I always tell liberals and specifically leftists online to wake the fuck up and smell the goddamn roses, okay? All of this stuff is disingenuous. You need to look at what a person actually represents without getting duped so fucking easily by dumb fucks who don't give a shit about you, your worldview, or are only cynically making it seem as though they're on your side. So many fucking Nazis online nowadays know how easily tricked leftists are, know how easily duped leftists are, know how easily duped liberals are, or let's just say were, okay? So they use that as a tool of division. And Andrew Cuomo is demonstrating it through and fucking through. Do you understand? I don't think I played that formative of a role in the New York mayoral primaries, okay? I don't think I played that formative of a role. I'm sure, like, there was, you know, it wasn't bad that we were early in our support for Zohran Mamdani in this community. But the very fact that Andrew Cuomo is singling me out as though I'm like some fucking kingmaker is ridiculous. And the only reason why he's doing that is because he has an extremely online group of people in his campaign. Yeah, only look at the title. This is the guy whose show he went on. New York radio host, liberal Jews are killing us. This is Sid Rosenberg, okay? This is the show that Andrew Cuomo went on. This person has a infinitely worse reputation right now and infinitely worse politics right now. What the fuck are we talking about? I use this as an example. When I was talking about, like, Andrew Cuomo going on the Impulsive podcast. Like, are we really doing guilt by association when you are so desperate for a crumb of clout that you went on fucking Logan Paul's podcast? Get the fuck out of here. Who's the shiny guy on the right? That's Sid. That is Sid Rosenberg, the conservative podcaster radio show host. You think this is actually changing anyone's mind on voting for Zohran? No, it's not. That's why it's so fucking stupid. Okay? That's why it's so fucking stupid. Because the greatest way to just sever this is for like it's such a stupid line of attack. It's such an idiotic line of attack. And all it is doing is it's not convincing anybody. No one is going, oh my God, I was really going to vote for fast and free buses. But it turns out Zohran went and did a Twitch stream with a person who in 2019 said America deserved 9/11 when talking about American foreign policy and the concept of blowback, a concept that there is academic consensus around. Well, this has really made me reconsider my stances. Like, that's not a real thing. Okay? That's not a real thing at all. At most, and even then, the success of this line of attack is not going to, like, at most it would try to tarnish my credibility or my reputation, okay? And that would only work for like a brief period. That wouldn't have like a long-standing impact, you know? This is unironically like, oh, I can't believe Zohran would go on Joe Rogan, but this time cynically being pressed by fucking Andrew Cuomo and his failure of a candidacy, his failure of a fucking campaign. In any case, it's just not, this is not like, this is not a significant problem for the Zohran campaign at all. It's not even a significant problem for someone like myself. It's just at most going to do reputational damage to me for like a fucking week. And then people that hate me are going to use this as an opportunity to be like, oh, everybody hates you, law. And then what? Okay, a week later, the Trump administration is going to continue doing its fucking fascism, and people are going to realize, oh, wait a minute, maybe we were wrong about this fucking dude. This has been my entire career. People get whipped up in a frenzy over nonsensical shit, whether it's because I bought a fucking house, or whether it's because I leased a Porsche, or whatever the fuck, or because they've imagined that I'm like abusing my dog by, because she fucking sleeps behind me for extended periods of time. I can't believe dogs sleep in the same cot. You know, it's just people make up their minds and then they realize maybe they were duped. It is what it is. The reality of the matter is the reason why they fucking hate that Zohran and I linked up is not because of my 2019 comments about 9/11. It's because I've been a proud, loud, fuck Israel advocate for the past 10 years. And it's been especially important for the past 2. That's it. It's the majority position, and these guys can't contend with it, so they have to fucking angle different kinds of attacks without saying that it's because he's saying fuck Israel. Back in the day, for the past 2 years, they kept repeating, oh, well, this guy's anti-Semitic. He says fuck Israel. This guy's anti-Semitic. And it didn't work, and it stopped working. So now they have to find other shit to be like, well, we'll punish you for other reasons. We'll try to punish you for other reasons, so you shut the fuck up. So others that are also on that same wavelength see what you go through, and they think twice before saying some shit like that. It's an insult to New Yorkers, Cuomo says, pointing to Mamdani's appearance with podcaster Hassan Piker, who's been criticized for statements about Israel. He is asked about Mamdani's accusation that his attacks are Islamophobic. That's it. So this is not me speaking specifically to the right, okay? This is not me specifically speaking to the right. This is me specifically speaking to leftists and sometimes, and in many instances, liberals that fall mercy to the cynical framing adopted by right-wing reactionary figures. Right-wing reactionaries can dupe you so easily. Make up your own fucking mind. Think about why this person, under different circumstances, would never bring up a point like this. Think about how silly it would look if the roles were reversed. If people were talking about how, like, oh, did you go on a fucking podcast with Sid Rosenberg? Like, no one gives a shit, right? That's it. I beg leftists and liberals to exercise a little bit more scrutiny instead of immediately jumping on the fucking piling, on the witch hunt, on the fucking pile drives that are oftentimes being directed by reactionary forces. Don't be stupid. Don't be a sucker. Here's Andrew Cuomo's response to his interview this morning with that Zohran Mamdani and others have condemned as Islamophobic. He doesn't say much, pivots criticism to Hassan Piker's comments, which Mamdani has condemned. This shit can't work. We have to move past this era of politics, man. Yeah, it's just like it's so stupid, but unfortunately, sometimes people do get due for it. It's not going to work in this race, okay? It's not going to work in this race, but it is a far larger problem that must be addressed at some point, okay? Because if liberals and leftists get tuned up with the outrage manufacturing machine and demand infallibility from their candidates or their advocates or their allies and assume that everyone is morally pure, that you're not going to have disagreements sometimes with the people that you are aligned with, if you cannot comprehend that this is a normal human component, is a normal part of solidarity, is a normal part of how you build a mass movement, people of all different backgrounds, people of all different worldviews and experiences, you are not going to win anything, and you are constantly going to be wondering, why are there no other big leftist content creators out there? Why are there no perfect advocates out there? I don't understand. There is no such thing as a perfect advocate. Okay? That doesn't exist. There are people who just haven't had the same level of scrutiny that has been deployed to those at the fucking top. That's it. Okay? And especially given the confines of this format that I exist in, you can do this all the time. Look no further than the woe is me. No, this is not about me, man. This is not. I think you are cynically trying to make it seem like I'm trying to talk about myself or how much of a victim I am. I'm not a victim. I am unimaginably and unfathomably privileged. Okay? 1,000,000%. I have many different forms of privilege that allow me to at least eat it all the fucking time. Okay? There are plenty of others who don't have that. Okay? There are plenty of others who don't have that privilege. I like the news coverage. Well, this is also analysis. This is analysis that is pertinent to one of the biggest weaknesses that liberal and left-wing movements have. Okay? It's majorly consequential. It has nothing to do with someone like myself. I'm just simply another example. You talk about yourself a lot. Well, one, I'm a Twitch streamer. Of course, I'm going to pull from my own personal experiences. That's number one. And number two, I didn't ask to be fucking consistently weaponized in this New York mayoral race by a charlatan who wants to mask his Islamophobic and racist ass takes by constantly going, well, they deserve it because he's Muslim. They deserve it because he's Muslim, and he went on a podcast with another Muslim guy who was talking about blowback that I'm going to insincerely, consistently talk about in 2019. You know? As long as the left maintains this like impossible standard for themselves that no human being, themselves included, have not actually matched, okay? We're just not going to ever win anything. Anyway, I wasn't talking about Plattner when I was talking about this shit, but here is, Trump's live talking about the cartel announcement. We'll talk about that too.
Okay, that was not a bad week. He said somewhere 18 or 19 were murdered. And you know what his excuse was? Yeah, but that was a long weekend. Okay? Can you believe it? He said that was a long weekend. He's bad. And the mayor is worse. I mean, that mayor is worse. Low IQ, very low IQ. And we don't need low IQ people. We need people that are going to take care. And I love Chicago, and I love those beautiful women, black women, beautiful women wearing MAGA hats. And they're all over the place in Chicago. They want protection. They don't care if it's the National Guard, if it's the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines. They'll take Space Force, okay? Space Force, send them in. They just don't want to be mugged, killed, raped, shot in the head. And we stop it. So we're going to be given a very special we're going to give Chicago very special care. As you probably know, maybe you heard, we were going to do a big surge in San Francisco, but I got a great call from some incredible people, some friends of mine, very successful people. Mark, everybody knows him, and Jensen, everybody knows Jensen, NVIDIA, and others called me from San Francisco, and they said, we're working really, really hard with the mayor, and we're making progress. Would it be possible for you to hold off the surge? And I had 4 or 5 calls, and I think they're making progress of their own. That would be the greatest. I mean, if they could do that, that'd be great. And they have great competence in those people. I mean, incredible competence, some of the smartest business leaders. And they're working very well with the police department. They're doing a good job. So we are holding off that surge, everybody, and we're going to let them see if they can do it. I said, I think we can do it much faster. I know we can do it faster. I think we can do it better than anybody. We can take criminals out that they're not going to know about, and probably they don't have the legal authority maybe to do what we can. But I'm okay with it, and we're going to let San Francisco, has the potential to be, it was a great, great city, has the potential very quickly to be a great city again. And these are the companies that are there that are all working, and those are the people that asked me, could you do away with the surge, and let's see how it works. And we'll do that. If we need to, we'll do it. But it's possible that we won't need to, and we will be focusing on other places like Chicago. And we'll have Chicago taken care of very quickly. But just remember, 11 people shot, 4 people murdered, okay? And that was this weekend, and that was Chicago. And then you'll see Pritzker get up and talk about, well, we have it under control. They don't have it under control. Just the opposite, it's getting worse. So we'll take care of, as soon as we give the go-ahead, which is all I have to do is give the go-ahead. We won the big court case the other day on the National Guard. That was a good case. Same thing with Portland, speaking of that, because that's where we won it. But, I mean, I looked the other night, Saturday night, Portland is like burning to the ground, and these people are saying it's just friendly stuff. The whole place is burning to the ground. So we'll take care of that one. That's like an insurrection more than it is anything else. That's crazy. Portland's crazy. And then you listen to these radical left people talking about it's really okay. You're seeing things. You're really seeing things. So we're going to take care of Chicago. We're going to take care of Portland. We're going to take care of Memphis. We're proud of D.C. There's nothing to take care of anymore, but we're not going to let it ever go bad. It's never going to happen again, our nation's capital. And with that, I'm just going to tell you that Pam Bondi has done a fantastic job. And Pam, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for your leadership. And this is all about collaboration. And around this table, I'm looking around this table, we all work so well together. I don't think another administration in our nation's history has worked so well together. We talk constantly, Secretary Noem, Tulsi, Pete, constantly, but also all of our agencies working hand in hand, and that's why this is so successful. And these people around this table are working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, even though the Democrats have tried to shut down the government. Terry Cole, I'm laughing because you're around the clock, you're all over the world. Director Patel, you're unstoppable, what you're doing around this country. Gowdy Serralta, U.S. Marshal, Rob Sakata and Dan Driscoll wearing your ATF hats. Rob, I was on the texting, Todd Blanche and I were on texting you at 1 a.m. on cases. I mean, that's how committed all of these people are to just keeping all of our citizens safe. And that's what it's all about. And this project is the brainchild of Stephen Miller. And you are doing so much to keep our citizens safe, our kids safe, and get these drugs off our streets. Like the mayor of San Francisco and I are going to be meeting on fentanyl in a few weeks and working hand in hand on that. Secretary Noem spoke to him. But the results of this last month have been historic. As the president said, in the last month, think about this, 3,200, more than 3,200 violent gangs and drug dealers have been taken off the streets. Off the streets. Now, Director Patel and all of these agencies have also been working so hard on getting the leadership. But we are getting all the gang members off the streets and the drug dealers, Sinaloa, CJNG, MS-13, and more, TDA. 91 Tons of drugs have been seized as a result of this task force. We tried to put this in perspective for you. This would be filling 4 18-wheelers, 4, all the drugs just in the last month that have been taken off the streets. 58,000 kilos of cocaine. Think about a big backyard swimming pool. That would fill 1.5 swimming pools. Just the powder cocaine that has been removed, saving lives this last month, thanks to all of these people around the table. 2,300 kilos of fentanyl powder and 2.1 million fentanyl pills off the streets. And as the president said, more than 1,000 illegal guns. The Biden administration was, for way too long, all of these great law enforcement officers surrounding the table were not able to do their jobs. What they've said is now they've been uncuffed. They can do their jobs now. We've been watching transnational gangs grow in our country, become organized, set up infrastructure in all of our states, but no longer under President Trump. We are destroying the infrastructure, and we're no longer on defense. All of these great men and women are on offense, so they better get ready. We're dismantling the cartels, and we are taking the leaders into custody and all of the gangs. We are going to supercharge this work. This is not a pilot program. This is permanent. We are here to stay.
What is that?
And Secretary Hegseth, we couldn't do this.
What does
without
that mean?
you
Does
and
that
the
mean that they're just going to keep lasering?
Thank you all
They're going to
so
end all
much
fishing
for everything you're doing around this table.
in both the Atlantic and the Pacific. There's just no more fishing. If you're in Latin America, you just are not allowed to boat. Use a boat.
Mr. President, since the year 2000, we have lost over 1 million Americans to drugs, to overdoses, to these cartels that have proliferated that kind of a disease on our people and have gone to war with our next generation of Americans. When you signed the executive order that was protecting the American people from invasion, what you did is that you took these cartels.
I think America is basically greatly overextending its hand in Latin America and is begging for Chinese intervention. Because at a certain point, the Latin American countries are going to coalesce around one another because they have a long-standing history of intervention that the population despises, and therefore any kind of U.S. intervention of this sort, especially direct military intervention, is always going to draw a lot of negative reaction. And if America keeps doing this stuff, if America keeps doing this shit, I feel like I assume they're doing this because they want to escalate to a real boots on the ground war, like a hot war. And I don't know how much the countries outside of the periphery are going, especially industrial capitals, are going to allow their trade partners to be destroyed this hard. This is not about Venezuelan governance. This is not about any of that.
Thank you for the leadership you put at this table, for your cabinet members, for Stephen Miller, for putting this in place to make sure that
this is more so about America's endless need for direct intervention and endless need for militarism with no repercussions whatsoever.
Every day.
Yes, I'm talking about the CELAC zone of peace.
How do we fix it? And then we go to work together with our.
But I don't know how valid this
exactly
is.
What you told us to do, and that's not just protect the American people from invasion, but to kill these terrorists. You gave us the task to eliminate them, destroy them, so that they can't destroy the next generation of Americans. So thank you, sir. Thank you for the people you put around this table.
Thank you very much. That's a great job. Thank you. Pete?
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Chief, likewise. Tulsi and Todd and Dan and Pam and Christy and Stephen and Cash. I mean, I could go around the table. From the Department of War, we are thankful and grateful for the incredible effort that your agencies put in. And we could not be more proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Not superficially, not kind of over here, but front and center on the Homeland Security Task Force, right there with you. Because our department has spent over 2 decades defending other homelands, and we're very proud to be defending our own. And if you talk to the troops down the southwest border, Mr. President, morale is sky high and continues to be.
This is yet another thing that I have warned against over and over again, demanding that the Democrats actually offer clarity and truth as a counter to the lies that were being presented by the Republicans. The notion that drugs were actually coming in on the backs of regular border crossers. The notion that the best, most successful way to limit overdose deaths was with criminal apprehension of this sort, increasing the intensity of these militant actions. None of this is actually solving the problems. None of it. If anything, it's making the situation worse.
They poison the American people. The president's right. Every boat we strike is 25,000 Americans whose lives are saved because of the drugs that were headed in our direction. So our message to these foreign terrorist organizations is we will treat you like we have treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you. And you've seen that evidence in the maritime domain, whether it's in the Caribbean or in the Pacific with the last two strikes. We know exactly who these people are. We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of. We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And they know we know. And that will soon start to change the calculus of these boats. So the critique of this is, of course, as often is the case, wrong. We know our authorities. It's locked tight. And we're going to treat them like foreign terrorist organizations on the offense. So the Department of War is not going to degrade or just simply arrest.
Oh, my God.
We're going to defeat and destroy these terrorist organizations to defend the homeland on behalf of the American people, making the jobs of law enforcement safer in the process, making the communities of Americans safer in the process. We think it's a very core mission of the Department of War, and we're proud to be here, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Pete. Thank you. Tulsi, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The key reason that you are hearing about these incredible effects is, number one, the team that you've assembled here and the leadership and the tone that you have set, first and foremost, about keeping the American people safe. The intelligence community plays a critical role in being able to support our law enforcement, the federal, state.
The more I see stuff like this, the more I understand that, quote, the first victim of fascism was the truth. Because now that they've established that they can just lie about everything and there are no repercussions for it, no interest from the opposition to correct the record, now they can just say lies about everything that they're doing. Oh, are we severely escalating our endless militarism in South America? Why are we doing that? Because they're narco traffickers, they are drug cartels that are narco terrorists, and we must kill them. Wait, it comes out that the boat that you lasered was actually a bunch of fishermen. Doesn't matter. They were still drug traffickers. And if you're against this, then you are a drug trafficker yourself. And we will come after you, and we will apprehend you, and we will treat you like a terrorist as well. That's what it is. That's what's going on. The first victim was the truth.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars in this single incident with drug proceeds through his network. I'll say the last example I'll share is probably the most insidious, was providing intelligence. Last example I'll share is meant that led to the arrest
you must live in a gated community?
CJNG affiliated
what does
baby
this have to do with that?
Her whole money-making operation was centered
anything?
around luring pregnant women, performing illegal C-sections, harvesting organs, and selling newborn babies. Mr. President, it's your leadership that has made all of this possible. I can tell you, in the midst of this government shutdown, our folks, like everyone around this table, are working 24/7 without pay and eager to get after this because they believe in your leadership and the mission that you have presented to them. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll hand this off to Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, the leader of this task force.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to Make America Great Again. And that means make America great again in every way. And that means safety and prosperity and peace and freedom from cartels and crime and gangs. And your vision and your leadership in declaring war on the drug cartels is the single most successful public safety initiative.
He is Goebbels incarnate, 100%.
I need the media to understand what President Trump has done. People have been talking about drug cartels for longer than I've been alive. And everyone has just taken for granted that they can't be touched or stopped. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too evil, they're too murderous. They can operate with impunity. And in just 9 months, President Trump is the only American leader, not just in our lifetimes, but ever, to actually take the fight to the drug cartels, to actually seek their eradication. And it is happening. And so while the Democrats are shutting the government down and fighting for free health care for illegal aliens, look at what President Trump has assembled here. He's assembled a team under his vision, direction, and leadership that is saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Hundreds of thousands of lives. And only President Trump could have done this. And I will say one last thing, which is that his courage has been an inspiration to everyone else in this room. There are people in this room, looking at, for example, at Todd Lyons, who have been relentlessly doxxed and harassed and threatened. But when they see President Trump's courage, what he's been through for 10 years to save America, when they came after his family, his businesses, his safety, his freedom, everyone at this table knows we can give...
Dog, you guys are sitting around a table talking about how you killed 36 fishermen and how awesome it is. Thousands of miles away, by the way. The fuck do you mean the bravery you exhibit for wholesale slaughter of random foreigners off of their own fucking coastline? What are we talking about? Wow, how brave of you. Thank you. Thank you for exhibiting the bravery to justify the assassination of random fishermen, dude.
In a lot of ways, not just this. We were dead as doornails on this, but we were a country that was in serious trouble and beyond that. And we have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now.
Oh, my God.
The whole world is talking about it. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're going to clear up this crime in our cities. We can do it quickly, too. They showed how quickly we could do it in D.C. It was a real bad place. It was a real mess. Dirty, filthy, disgusting, graffiti all over the place. Tents on every ounce of parks that we had. Just disgusting. And I rode around last weekend. I rode around the city. I felt very safe in that car, but, I would have done it without it. I wouldn't need that car so much anymore, I will tell you. But the place was clean. We've started that also, not only law and order, but the cleanliness is important. I think cleanliness is almost a part of law and order. If you see dirty, disgusting streets and potholes all over the place and railings falling down and graffiti all over the marble, beautiful statuary marble columns, those gorgeous columns where they had graffiti, it's all gone. And I think it's a part of it. I really do. I think it's a big part of it. But we have a city that we can be proud of. We're going to be that way with every city we have. That's why with San Francisco, I wish him luck, but we could do it so much faster. I told the mayor, I love what you're doing. I respect it, and I respect the people that are doing it. They're the biggest people in the country. They're the biggest people in the world. A lot of the high tech. Some people like them, some people don't, but they're smart, and they want to do it. And I said, I am so honored to let you do it. And if it doesn't work out, we'll do it for you very quickly. But I just want to thank the people around this table are amazing. Cash, please go ahead.
Mr. President, I'll just keep it short, but I think what the media should realize is the amount of courage it takes to do this. And you led that mission. You led it during your campaign, and you brought it to the American people. I think the media should focus on some of these numbers the Attorney General just riled off. Those aren't numbers, those are lives. Lives saved by the millions. Enough enough fentanyl to kill over 200 million Americans, gone, evaporated, off our streets permanently. Your vision to safeguard American freedoms and our children and our future is the most courageous thing I've ever seen a president of the United States ever do. And your ability to marshal it out in 8 months, these statistics would have taken other administrations decades. And the partnership that you see around the table, I just want to, sum it up with the following. When I call these folks around the table, when I call our state and local law enforcement partners who have been absolutely critical to this mission, when Stephen Miller called me and said, we're going to create the Homeland Security Task Force and the FBI and DHS are going to co-lead it, I said, absolutely. The country's been yearning for this and needing it. And the one thing I see different than any other administration is when I call these people, they pick up. I don't get a voicemail. When I make an ask, they answer, and the same is true. And so the FBI is playing a pivotal role in your administration in helping lead out this mission, and Stephen's vision has finally come to life. And instead of attacking the people at this table, maybe the media should go out there and talk to the lives that have been saved forever and the communities that have been safeguarded, because it takes courage to do that. It takes courage to implement that plan, and it takes a president and President Trump to put a leadership team like this together. We are actual friends, and I know the media doesn't want to call us that, but we do that. We do hang out. We do work together. It's a 24/7, 365 mission that doesn't turn off, Mr. President, and as Stephen said, we're inspired by your leadership, and this country's thankful for these 8 months, and I can't wait to see what the next 4 years looks like.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Cash. Great job. Todd, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The number that I think matters, over 3,266 terrorists have been taken off the streets in 2 months. And for each of those arrests, there's anywhere from between...
Is he just clickbaiting now? He says Trump makes an announcement and it's just him rambling? I mean, that's how it is every time. Every announcement session is just a glaze sesh followed by Trump rambling about how great he's doing.
So what I will say to them is thank you.
I mean, this is the AMLO method. Actually, this is a successful method of communicating with the masses. The difference, of course, is that like AMLO actually had shit that he could present every day as a good thing, like expansion of welfare programs, expansion of like infrastructure projects, things of that nature. For him, it's just we killed 36 fishermen. Isn't that awesome? You know, it's just there's not really much that he could be defending, so he just ends up rambling along, and I'm sure that it annoys people.
Terrorists or rioters, they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. When politicians aid these terrorists by trying to give them comfort,
AMLO didn't have people sitting around him glazing him. He talked directly to the press in a difficult environment every single morning for 2 hours, unscripted. Trump could never. Yeah, I'm the only thing that I'm saying is like medium-wise, format-wise, it's like it's playing a similar role. It's Donald Trump cutting out the middlemen and trying to directly talk to his base. That's what he's doing. But to limited success. To limited success for two reasons. Number one, because there's not much to promote and not much to feel proud of. Okay? And the other reason is because, like you also correctly pointed out, it's just like long rambling sessions where everyone around him is just fucking glazing him. And the less popular the administration gets, I mean, this is like 22,000 people watching, right? Like AMLO had hundreds of thousands of people watching every day when he did the 2-hour sessions. But the longer these like self-suck ramble sessions goes, and the longer people feel a certain type of way, a negative way about everything that's going on around this administration, the more people will be like, all right, dude, do something for me.
But we'll accept it, right, fellas? But we have closed borders. We have people coming into our country, but they only come in legally. We have the strongest borders we've ever had. We might have the strongest borders of almost any nation right now. And that's a big difference from what it was 2 years ago when everybody was pouring in.
Yeah, they also, Tulsi Gabbard referred to Stephen Miller as the leader of this task force right after Hexas spoke in Trump's afternoon briefing.
Into our country. Nobody can do that. Only a stupid person would have accepted it. And that's what we had running our country, very stupid people. So we're not happy with Venezuela, I will tell you. Yeah.
Mr. President. Thank you, President Trump.
You okay?
Yes. On fentanyl.
We're going to lose
Sorry
him.
about that. On fentanyl,
we have
President
some
Trump.
good medical help right over. That's all right.
On fentanyl.
He sounds like RFK, bro.
Data, nearly 330,000 Americans died over the past 5 years from fentanyl. That's 1 in every 1,000 Americans who died.
It's more than that, but that's all right.
Yes,
it's
I know you think it's even more.
I'll be discussing that with President
Yes,
Xi.
so that's actually my question.
I figured it was.
I was wondering, since it
He's
mostly
so
comes
brilliant.
from China
I figured
and
it
it's caused
out.
such carnage in the U.S., what are you going to say to convey the seriousness? And also a second question for you or Secretary Hegseth. Is there any evidence that China is now smuggling fentanyl through Venezuela to bypass U.S. and Mexican port controls?
They are doing that, yes. But they are paying right now a 20% tariff because of fentanyl. That's billions and billions of dollars that they're paying. We're actually, on November 1st, the tariff on China goes to 157%. which is record-setting territory. And we don't want that because it's not sustainable for them. They can't sustain that. We don't want them to have to go through that. So I'm meeting with President Xi, and I would say we have some big issues, like with the farmers and various other things, but the first question I'm going to be asking him about is fentanyl. And if you think about it, they make $100 million. Think of this. They make $100 million selling fentanyl into our country, $100 million. They lose $100 billion with the 20% tariff. So it's not a good business proposition. It's $100 billion approximately that they have to pay. It's a big penalty to make $100 million. So I think they want to do something. They want to put it on the list. It's on the list. It's one of the things we're talking about, and I'm putting it right at the front of the list. So they pay a very big penalty for doing that, and I don't think they want to be doing it. And we'll see what happens at the end of next week, because I'll be meeting next week, as you know, along with we're stopping in Malaysia, we're stopping in South Korea, we're stopping in Japan. I'm meeting with President Xi actually in South Korea. So it'll be the first thing on the list. Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. President, on the drug boats, sir, has there been any discussion about capturing one so that you can show the amount of narcotics?
We know everything about them. Yeah, Jennifer. We know everything about them. We know where they're coming from, who they're coming with, generally who's in the boat. I'll let Pete discuss it a little bit, but they have incredible intelligence. And usually when you see 5 engines, I've never even seen that before, but when you see 5 engines on a boat going about 65 miles an hour, loaded up with white powder in silver cases, generally speaking, that's not a good sign. They're not going fishing, right? And you don't see any fishing rods, right? So, Pete, I'll let you discuss that a little bit, please.
Well, yes, sir. Likewise, generally you don't see fishing in submarines either, sir. So the U.S. military, as I mentioned, nobody better in the world at mapping networks, identifying who's connected to who inside terrorist organizations. It's just the media.
I can't explain this enough. Even if they had credible intelligence that these guys were drug traffickers, which they do not, but even if they did, what they did is still illegal. Okay, what the American military did is still illegal. There is no world where you can just decide, oh, these guys are doing a crime, I'm going to kill them. That's not how this works. That's not how it's supposed to work. Of course, when America does it, given the absence of any sort of pushback from anyone else that has equal amounts of power and influence on the global stage, you just have to look the other way. But even in the past, the American government, knowing full well that if they wanted to maintain their status as the world police, would try to, at the very least, create a permission structure and an environment of legality with bullshit reasoning and things of that nature. They have completely dropped all notion that there is any need to justify these actions. They just go, they're criminals, we said so, shut the fuck up. Now, of course, it was still mind-boggling criminality when Barack Obama was doing his drone wars, okay? And the internal calculation that he was doing about proportionality and whatnot, that was still silly. It was still illegal. But the fact that they are even less restrained now means we are moving into the next phase of overt fascism.
Amazing. But we have the Gulf of America, and there are very few boats, very, very few boats, not even fishing boats, to be honest. I don't want to do that to the fishing industry, but it's been so effective. And our sea drugs, as they call them, they use the term sea drugs, the drugs coming in by sea, are like 5% of what they were a year ago, less than 5%. So now they're coming in by land. And even the land is concerned because I told them that's going to be next. The land.
Oh, God.
And we may go to the Senate. We may go to the, Congress and tell them about it. But I can't imagine they'd have any problem with it. I think, in fact, while we're here, I think it's a good idea, Pete. You go to Congress, you tell them about it. What are they going to do? Say, gee, we don't want to stop drugs pouring in. They're killing 300,000 people a year. I think that's the real number, 300,000 people a year. So between that and my discussion with President Xi, I think we have never made progress like we've made. The sea drugs are almost dead, and they can't come in that fast from the land. And the land drugs are much more dangerous for them. It's going to be much more dangerous. You'll be seeing that soon. So that's the way it is, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead, please. With the glasses, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good.
I wanted to ask, what's your reaction to Representative Dan Goldman calling on NYPD to arrest ICE agents who he says are acting illegally? He says they are illegally assaulting people and illegally detaining people at immigration courts in New York.
Where are you from?
Well, you know, I know Dan, and Dan's a loser. You understand. He's a guy that doesn't have what it
What
takes.
outlet
He's
are you
been trying
from?
So
Who's
hard.
to ask me such a question?
And they're exhausted. I mean, it's so ridiculous, right? A suggestion like that. So, you know, they're just trying so hard, and it's not working. They've even now started imitating me, of all people. They want to imitate me. And they start using foul language, but they use too much of it. You know, you can't use the F word 7 times in one sentence. It doesn't work. It might work once every 7 news conferences, but you can't do it. You can't do it 7 times in one sentence. So I don't know. They're really they're in big trouble. That party. Go ahead.
Mr. President. Some alleged smugglers have survived some of these recent strikes and been sent back to their home country. If they're terrorists, why not just arrest and detain them?
Go ahead.
2 points on that. First, when I served in Iraq in 2005 and 2006, we used to, in sort of a gallows humor way, talk about the Iraqi catch and release program, the reality that we would catch a lot of people, hand them over, and then they would be recycled back through, and we'd have to recapture them or attack them again. And that's why changing the dynamic and actually taking kinetic strikes on these boats.
Bro just said it like it's just straight up. He's just saying it.
To those 2 that were,
I mean, what a psychopathic person.
Think again, compared to Iraq and Afghanistan, the vast majority of people that we captured on the battlefield, we handed over to the home country. Did we always like how it shaped out? Sometimes we did, sometimes we did not. But 99% would go to the Afghan authorities or the Iraqi authorities. So in this case, those 2, they were treated by American medics and handed immediately over to their countries where they came from, hopefully to face prosecution, which is a very standard way of handling something like this.
And you'll do that with future survivors, anyone else who survived?
We've got protocol of how we'll handle it.
Mr. President.
Not that guy. He's so hopeless. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yesterday, there was a vote at the Knesset on annexing the West Bank. Do you see it as a challenge to your peace efforts?
Could you say that louder, please?
Yes, yesterday there was a vote at the Knesset in Israel on annexing the West Bank. Do you see it as a challenge to your peace efforts?
Will you answer that, please? Because I cannot understand the words you're saying. Where are you from? Where are you from? You're from France. Beautiful accent, but we can't understand what you're saying. Huh?
She said a vote at the Knesset on the West Bank.
The West Bank is, don't worry about the West Bank. Israel's not going to do anything with the West Bank, okay? Don't worry about it. Is that your question? They're not going to do anything with the West Bank. Don't worry about it. Israel's doing very well. They're not going to do anything with it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Are there any safeguards in place to protect Americans from fentanyl and cartels when you leave office in 2028? Any protocols that could be put in place in case a future administration comes in that wants open borders? And I also have a question for the Secretary of War as well after your answer.
Well, the
if that's
biggest
okay.
thing we can do is make sure they don't come in, because open borders, they would destroy. It's amazing that our country is even surviving with what we went through, coming in by the millions and coming in from the wrong places. You know, I know all these people that run these countries, and they're smart. They're very street smart, and they're not sending their best, you know. They're not sending, they're taking them out of their prisons and their mental institutions, as I say over and over again. They're the drug dealers. They're the drug addicts. They're people that don't work. I mean, the best of them are people that don't work. They don't work. They're on welfare, their form of welfare, which is tiny. You know what their form of welfare? They give you a piece of paper. They give you nothing. But they want people that work. They don't let those people come out because they want those people. You know, they cherish those people. Those are the people that make their country run. They give us all of the people that don't work and are murderers. 11,843 murderers came in. 11,800, many of them committed, more than 50% committed more than one murder. Now, why do we want them? Why would Biden and that group of thugs that he had working for him, why
Migrants
would they
coming in
accept
by
these
the
people?
billions. I missed it. I mean,
why would he accept? Nobody understands
another
it.
number
You know,
that he
they
just
say
pulled
maybe
out of
they
his
wanted to
fucking
vote,
asshole,
but I did
dude.
great with the Hispanic
Classic.
vote. But these are people from all over the world. Why would they do it? So one question, no matter what I do,
I feel
can't,
bad for Americans.
You
This guy's
always like to
crazy.
know,
Yeah, I do too. And then I sometimes meet Americans in the wild who love him, and I think we kind of deserve him. I think America's victims don't deserve him.
Most of which should not have been allowed into our country. It's one of the great enigmas. What they've done to this country should never be.
I didn't miss the French reporter asking about
forgotten in
West Bank
history.
annexation.
Should
He
never,
was
ever
like,
be
French is a
forgotten.
beautiful
Now it
accent,
looks
but
like
I don't
we
know
have
what
a
you're
communist
saying.
Mayor in New York. Have to go through the White House. Yeah, please go ahead.
The founder of Binance. Can you explain why you chose to pardon him, and did it have anything to do with his involvement in your
Which one? Who is
family's?
that?
The founder of Binance. He has a involvement in your own
The
family's
recent
crypto
one, yes.
business.
I believe we're talking about the same person because I do pardon a lot of people. I don't know. He was recommended by a lot of people. A lot of people say
I don't
that.
know.
Are you
I
talking
pardoned
about
a lot
the
of
crypto
people.
person? A lot of people say that he wasn't guilty of anything. He served 4 months in jail, and they say that he was not guilty of anything. That what he did. Well, you don't know much about crypto. You know nothing about. You know nothing about nothing. You're fake news. But let me just tell you that he was somebody that, as I was told, I don't know him. I don't believe I've ever met him. But I've been told by a lot of support. He had a lot of support. And they said that what he did is not even a crime. It wasn't a crime. That he was persecuted by the Biden administration. And so I gave him a pardon at the request of a lot of very good people. Yeah, please. Yes, Daniel.
President, thank you so much.
This is the kind of question I like.
Yeah,
right here.
the numbers from this task force are jaw-dropping. I wanted to know, this is a question for you and both Stephen, since it was said this is your brainchild. What are the lessons to be learned from the success of the task force, and what are your continued goals with this task force now that you have about 3 years left?
Well, the best thing we have going is we have such talent around this table. I could go over every one of these men and women, and we have unbelievable talent. They've got the naturals, you know, like somebody that hits a baseball or a golf ball or a, you know, that you see more. It's more evident. It's beautiful because it's sports.
By the way, in terms of the Binance guy, the reason why he fucking dropped him, I mean, I think we all know exactly why he offered a pardon to him. He is lying when he says, oh, I don't know anything about him. I got recommended. First of all, that's a ridiculous thing to admit. Can you imagine what people would say about Brandon? As a matter of fact, he has said that about Brandon. That's what he talks about when he says the auto pen. The auto pen. When he talks about Biden pardoning people, he constantly talked about that. Or he's like, he doesn't know these people at all. Meanwhile, here he is openly admitting he doesn't fucking know the person that he pardoned. Except that's also a lie. He does know. And the reason why he did it is because those guys actually pumped his fucking cryptocurrency. It was a case of open corruption. Okay? Not only did he turn around and neuter the SEC and made it virtually impossible for the SEC to like even go after financial criminals in the regular stock market, but it made it all the more difficult to even go after the less regulated or virtually unregulated security exchanges on the cryptocurrency marketplace. And beyond that, the previous investigations that were concluded, he basically pardoned if they fucking bought his loyalty. It is straightforward, open and shut, quid pro quo.
Different. And then, you know, we took a lot of bad people out, never to come back again. Then most of them never to come back again. But there's great talent, and there's also great courage. I've been watching what goes on, and then you have the radical left lunatics, and what's that all about? I mean, they're fighting us because we want to stop crime. Where did these people come from? They're paid money. I guess they're paid a lot of money. But like I saw that ridiculous march the other day. I say, these people are not representative of our country. And not all of them, of course, but many of them are total lowlifes. These are lowlifes. These are people that are paid agitators, and they're not representative of our country. So I don't know. I can just tell you that our country has tremendous spirit right now. You know that better than anybody because you cover it well. But we have a lot of people that are very happy right now with the direction. They did a poll the other day. The direction of our country is better than it's been in 37 years. And I'm upset because I think it should be better than that. I actually said we should be better than that. So, you know, thank you very much for your question. Brian?
Mr. President, yes. Thank you, Mr. President. You guys have done an amazing job in Memphis. Some of those numbers are staggering, and we've gotten message on social media wanting to thank you for that. But I think, can you talk about the number of missing children you guys have discovered in Memphis? That's amazing.
Well, it's hundreds of thousands were lost through Biden and the Biden administration, and we are getting a lot of them back, but they're either dead, they're slaves, they're captured in some form. But think of it, hundreds of thousands we're talking about, not even believable. And they came in through the border, they were sold, they were bargained for, and this was all Biden, meaning Biden and Obama, the same, the same mentality, frankly. I think it's the same mentality. Let me tell you, Barack Hussein Obama was a lousy president. A lot of bad things happened. Remember when they used to talk about Trump with the jail cells? Well, he built the jail cells.
Well,
for the
you
children.
used them. You used them. You also shit on Barack Hussein Obama for doing extrajudicial drone strikes, and now you do it daily to random fishermen.
2 weeks, and then they found out it was Barack Obama that built those.
This is unironically the argument, it's bad when a black guy does it, it's good when I do it. Like, how is this in any way, shape, or form? How is this in any way, shape, or form coherent for people? Like, he literally is saying, when Barack Hussein Obama did it, it was bad. When I did it, it was really good. I'm doing it. It's great. Like,
I don't want to have.
I can't. It's both.
Sports. We don't.
It's in the same vein as like the partisanship demonstrated here, where it's like political polarization is at an all-time high, where he just goes, when the Democrats do it, it's evil. They must be punished and prosecuted. When I do it, it's actually good. Okay, that's all he fucking keeps doing. That's all this is. And the reality of the matter is, there is a moral through line here. There is a morally consistent position, which is it's bad when Obama does it, and it's bad when Trump does it as well.
What kind of impact would that have on public safety?
Well, it's not good. I guess it's not a very nice place, but you need it. You need something. You have a lot of additional people in New York City that should not have been here. They came here through the open border, through Biden's. I don't know how they even do it. New York City.
Yeah, he would shit on Obama and Biden for taking days off. He shit on Obama for golfing. He golfs more than any other president. It's just straight up like everything that he has accused his political enemies of, he has done a millionfold. Think about the Hunter Biden shit, okay? Hunter Biden, absolutely a nepotism recipient, okay? He is a nepotism recipient. That much is obviously clear. But if you were to think that Hunter Biden had a dramatic impact on like U.S. foreign policy by way of his father, who was the vice president at the time, you are fucking delusional, as opposed to the fact that Donald Trump's son-in-law is seen as the key architect of the Abraham Accords. And in the process, he's been able to get $35 billion from the Gulf nation states that he is aligned with. Are we fucking kidding? Like, what is happening? Like, does no one think anymore? This is what's so frustrating about it, where it's like, no one cares. No one fucking cares. Trump gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. He gets to say whatever the fuck he wants. And honestly, there is no opposition to it whatsoever. At least there was some opposition from the media last time around, where they were like, this is like transparent corruption. What the fuck's going on? This is a violation of the Hatch Act. We have completely dropped the ball on every aspect of this administration. All of the severe escalations, all of the severe creeping towards fascism. Not a single one of those things gets the immediate attention necessary. I get it. It's all systems go. I get it. They're hitting every fucking avenue they possibly can. But the fact that there is no accountability whatsoever, or no demands for transparency, no demands for accountability whatsoever, is alarming. It comes across as like full submission.
Reason not to. They'll always complain, oh, we should have gone. So we're going to definitely, I'd like to just tell you, let's go. We'll go. We're going to tell them what we're going to do, and I think they're going to probably like it, except for the radical
I never
left
thought I would
lunatics.
see the day where I would say, like, I want the debunkers back. I want them. I want the debunkers. Where are the debunkers? Where are they? Whoa, what's going on? Where's Daniel Dale? Bring Daniel Dale back every fucking day, okay? Put him on the spotlight. Have him debunk everything that he's saying, please. I missed the debunkers. I was wrong. I miswoke. I was wrong, okay? I miswoke and I missed the debunkers.
Okay.
I was annoyed. I was annoyed with both of those things. I was annoyed with the liberals, okay? I was annoyed with the left, and I still am to this day. I was annoyed back then, and I still am. But it doesn't matter. I would much rather have those guys as the opposition as opposed to these guys, okay? It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I would much rather have woke get out of hand than have whatever the fuck is going on here get out of hand, because they're doing cancel culture way more aggressively than the liberals ever could. Instead of making you feel bad about something that you said that they're like bastardizing or whatever, or greatly exaggerating or whatever, these guys unironically are going, you're a terrorist, you're going to go to jail. Or if you're not living within the U.S. boundaries and you're not an undocumented or documented migrant, they just, if you're a documented or undocumented migrant, they just jail you regardless, okay? And then if you are outside of the periphery, if you are outside of the U.S. borders, they just fucking laser you from the sky. And then they talk shit about how you were a drug trafficker after the fact. What the fuck is going on?
Narco-terrorists is an important inside our hemisphere, which for far too long, other presidents, as the president pointed out, they've ignored our own backyard and allowed other countries to increase their influence here, which only threatens the American people. We're changing that.
One big thing that has happened, though, because you mentioned expansion and expand our efforts. So when I was running for office, second term, everybody was talking about the fact that nobody wanted to join the military, nobody wanted to join the great police force. They didn't want to join New York's finest or any of our police
a lie.
forces.
Portland isn't burning. There have been protest clashes near one ice building.
The country with the uniform.
Federal agents used tear gas and smoke Saturday. The Oregonian reported the canister sparked small fires that rain quickly put out. Fire department wasn't even summoned.
Space Force, Coast Guard. We're setting
There's my debunker.
records. We've never
There's
had
my goat
anything like it.
debunker.
And I'll tell you when it started, November 5th. We didn't even have to wait till January 20th. They saw spirit. And now we have people coming in that are, it's unbelievable. And if we wanted to increase our military force, if we wanted to increase any one of these, including police forces, they can now get men. People didn't want to be policemen and women. They didn't want to be firemen and women. They didn't want to go into the military. We were having tremendous recruiting problems, and now we're setting records. We literally, last year at this time, you were doing stories that the recruitment was a disaster. We couldn't get men and women to go into the military. Now we have such an overabundance. We've never had, I mean, it's, as I understand it, it's like record-setting recruitment. This is in less than a year. It's been amazing. So this is a good time to expand if we want to do it. And I think we should. I think we should. And we probably will. Yeah, please. Yeah. Blue.
Questions for you. First for you and Secretary Hegseth. Is the administration supportive of sending National Guardsmen to cities for the express purpose of aiding deportation and immigration enforcement efforts?
To expand deportation efforts?
Sending National Guardsmen to U.S. cities for the express purpose of aiding deportation and immigration enforcement
What
efforts.
we've done so far is stand alongside federal law enforcement in every way, facilities and personnel, but also we have a great deal of lift inside the military. We're able to move assets in a way that no other aspect of the U.S. government can. And so where we can rapidly assist with mass deportations, we have been happy to do that.
If I may. Is the administration at all supportive of potential measures to crack down or regulate or even ban apps that track ICE agents' locations?
What do you mean by that?
Like specific apps that are used to track the location of ICE agents?
I guess we'll do that. I'm not a big app guy. I'm not into that too much. I think Pam might be it. Let's go.
Yes.
Good answer there.
Yes. These organizations, President Trump, are coming in and their apps to track our federal law enforcement officers, and it jeopardizes their lives, where they're going to be, their location.
Can these reporters stop being narcs, brother? There are very few reporters in that room that aren't fucking dick riders of the admin. And the ones that aren't dick riders of the admin barely are able to get a word in edgewise. And when they are able to get a word in edgewise, is oftentimes immediately shut down. So it's this is his press pool. This is his administration. This is straight up. Why do you hate black people, Hasan? Oh my God. Oh. Anyway, let's keep going.
Where you did this.
This is the administration. This is a fascist administration.
Show no mercy on the cartels
and
employ
a big part of developing a coherent fascist movement requires destroying an established consensus reality and rebuilding it in the ways they see fit, mythologizing a superior white group of people, like a white in-group, okay? Leaning into pre-existing white supremacist values that already are fundamental to American existence and American inception, destroying all of the enemies, constantly reinforcing the dehumanizing language around victims of the administration.
Guy is paying for all that stuff. And we don't mind protest. Protest is a good thing. I protest. I'm always protesting, right? But when you see some of these people are going crazy. They're going crazy because they're getting paid. Because there's no reason for them to be going crazy. But you watch some of them, and they're professional agitators. And we are finding out who's paying them. Yeah, we have a lot of information about who they are. You're going to be very surprised when you find out.
No, we won't, because you're going to make it up.
Sir, a memo circulating on social media details the establishment of a National Guard response force that's going to be trained in crowd control and civil unrest and deployed in all 50 states by April of 2026. Can you verify the authenticity of that memo, and do you have any more information on the operations?
I'm not going to answer particulars on something that may be in the planning process, but we definitely do have multiple layers of National Guard response forces, whether it's in each state, whether it's regionally, whether it's Title 10 active duty, whether it's Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of different ways that constitutionally and legally we can employ Title 10 and Title 32 forces, and we will do so when necessary.
President Putin basically said today that Russia is immune from U.S. sanctions. He said that it would not impact the Russian economy in any serious way. Is he
good.
wrong?
I'm glad he feels that way. That's good. I'll let you know about it in 6 months from now. Okay, let's see how it all works out. Yeah, go ahead, please, Blue.
One about the shutdown. I'm Taylor Poplars with Spectrum News. The same day you established this task force back on January 20th was the same day you pardoned the January 6th defendants.
Yeah, very proud of that. Yeah.
Just last weekend, one of them was charged with allegedly threatening to kill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And a big theme of this task force has been allowing law enforcement to do their job and holding accountable people who go after law enforcement. Do you worry that your actions back on day one undermine what this task force is trying to accomplish?
No, you have thousands of people that we're dealing with, and if one goes haywire, look at what this guy in Virginia said, where he wanted to kill his opponent. He's going to kill his opponent. He's going to kill his opponent's children and I think wife, and he continues to run. And the Democrats continue. He's running for Attorney General in Virginia. Look what he said. So now, do you think all Democrats should be prohibited from living anymore? I mean, think of what he said. He's going to kill his opponent, and he's going to kill the children of his opponent, and I think the wife. I said, this guy's sick. That is a sick guy. And how do you vote for somebody like that? But I don't view that every Democrat would say that, because not every Democrat would say that. So you can't, you could have one person, but I don't know of the incident. I can say we're very proud of what we did. We had the courage to do something that should have been done. The problem, sometimes the Republicans are too nice. They're a very nice party. The Democrats play a much dirtier fight. It's amazing. You go after dirty cops like Comey, and you go after, these are dirty cops. Letitia James is a dirty cop. You go after these people, and they say how horrible you are, and yet I got indicted 5 times and impeached twice. Nobody says anything about that. They say, they actually said the other day, he's trying to indict somebody. I got indicted 4 or 5 times, Todd, maybe more than that. Yeah, I think you could say 87 times if you really think about it, right? With the charges, a bunch of phony guys, but nobody says anything about that. But they mentioned it the other way. No, the Democrats play a very dirty game. It's all they're good at. They're good at a couple of things: cheating on elections and playing very dirty. And they have one good trait: they stick together. They stick together. They stick together through the worst policies that anybody's ever seen. It's unbelievable how they stick together. And I respect them for sticking together, but it's a dead party because their policies are no good. Okay. Brian, we'll do a few more and we'll go home.
Wonderful.
Everybody's going to go home. I'm going back to the Oval Office, however.
Speaking of Democrats, there's a report that there's a grand jury on Adam Schiff for apparent mortgage fraud. If he is indicted, should he step down as a U.S. Senator?
Well, I'm not going to comment on that. I would just say Adam Schiff is one of the lowest forms of scum I've ever dealt with in politics. He's a horrible human being, very dishonest person. I have no idea what's going on. You tell me that he's going to be indicted. I don't know. You could ask Pam. I don't know if she could say it. Probably you are allowed to say it, but I wouldn't know about that. I can only tell you he's a very bad, I think he's actually a sick person. Do you want to talk about that?
We're not going to comment on any grand jury that's open. We can't legally.
I don't know. I hope it's true, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah, please. Oh, millions of dollars, yeah. Well, I also give, I give a lot of money to the White House. The White House is, as you know, I give my salary, and I usually like to steer to the White House because this house was a little bit abandoned. First of all, for 4 years, you had a guy walking around that didn't know where the hell he was. And this house was not taken care of the way it was supposed to be. I take very good care of property. I was very good at that. And you'll notice the floors downstairs. I paid for them. Marble, the most beautiful marble you've ever seen. The white floors down in the palm room, which they look like they came out of, I don't want to lose because they're big supporters of mine, Home Depot. So I'm not going to say bad, but they did come out of a box from Home Depot about 30 years ago. They were all broken, but now they have the most beautiful floors, the most beautiful lights and chandeliers. I think most of you, Brian, you've seen that, right?
Yes.
How beautiful is that? And I take care of it. So I spend millions of dollars on this building, taking care of it. It was not properly maintained, and now it's starting to gleam like it should. It should really gleam, and you should go down and visit the Presidential Walk of Fame. Have you seen it? It's quite good. I'm sure that a lot of people coming to the White House. It's hot. It's very hot, but it's really a tribute to the presidents, past presidents of our country. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, behind you, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So on Monday, a question for you as well as Secretary.
He's not funding the renovations. He's not funding the ballroom. It's actually being funded by Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and Amazon. Or I think maybe Palantir. It's so do with that information what you will, but it's not coming out of his pocket. It's coming out of the pockets of major donors to the administration.
Like a Hispanic individual. Do you have a response to that?
Are you asking me that question?
You as well as Secretary No.
They are arresting bad criminals, and they're really good at it too. I look at the numbers. They always like to say that, oh, you're arresting this and that. Then when you check it, you find out, geez, almost every single time. And, obviously every once in a while they may get one wrong, but they always correct it. They're able to correct it. But they are arresting really bad people. They're arresting people that kill, people that would cut your throat and not even care about it. These are brave people, and it's very dangerous. And if they go even a little bit too far, they get into trouble, which is a shame. I protect them, but they get into trouble. But they're arresting very serious criminals, and they're getting them out of here. Okay, one or two more. Doug, do you have a question? I'd love to have Doug have a question, our great photographer, because he's such a great guy, and he might be the most talented person over there. I don't know. Go ahead. Let's hear your question. This guy's a real beauty.
On the cartel strategy, hearing you talk about it as a war, hearing Secretary Hegseth talk about defeating and destroying and the comparisons to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, those efforts took American troops being engaged in foreign countries. Do you think that's ultimately where this is headed with the cartels, having American troops in countries like Venezuela?
No, the cartels are very bad. They a lot of bad people coming in. They were interviewed recently, and they were asking people what their problem was, and one guy said, yes, I'm up for murder. Didn't know what he was saying, obviously. I'm sure his lawyer was not thrilled with his statement, but no, they're rough people coming into those cartels. Those cartels are rough. You look at what happens. The trip up is horrible, especially for women. They're being killed. They're being raped at levels that nobody thought even possible. In my opening speech, I mentioned that, but in a very light way. I mentioned the word rape. Then I found out that you take a look at what happens in those cartels. It's horrible what's going on. And we're doing the world a big service by just telling them, you don't have too many cartels now because they know when they get up here, they're going to be stopped. Under Biden, they were just flowing into the country. It didn't matter what you were, where you came from, what you looked like, what your record. They didn't check records. Millions of people came into this country that should not be in our country right now. We've gotten a lot of them out. It's the single biggest problem that we were given. Inflation, I've already taken care of. Economically, the country is the strongest it's ever been. Thank God for tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we'd be a third world nation. But thank God for tariffs. We're the richest nation in the world now because of tariffs. And we're able to economically protect ourselves. And we're able to really protect ourselves from a national security, situation. But we have cartels that, somebody came up with the word cartel. I won't tell you who that person was, but you got a lot of bad people in the cartels. And you could look at a country like Mexico, and I really respect the president. I really respect a lot of the people over there, but a lot of the leadership. But they are in fear in their own country because those cartels are running those countries, okay? And that includes Colombia. Colombia is a drug den. It's a drug den, and it has been for a long time. You got a lousy leader over there right now, bad guy, a thug. But they make cocaine at levels that we've never seen before, and they sell it back into this, and they're not going to get away with it much longer. We're not going to put up with it much longer. Colombia is very bad. Mexico is run by the cartels. I have great respect for the president, a woman that I think is a tremendous woman. She's a very brave woman.
See, I don't know why
he
loves Claudia,
and we have to defend ourselves from that.
Even he loves Claudia.
Go ahead. Let's go with you. Go ahead.
He loves her, and he loved AMLO too. But also at the same time, he's like, we're going to have to bomb you.
By the time I resolve, I don't know. I said long ago we shouldn't have been in this problem. This was September 28th. It came due in Biden's regime, and before the election, September 28th, and they pushed it off into the future. And I was running when
I'm going to be honest. Not to get all blue and on with this shit. Motherfucker said, let your dog go, brother. Okay, anyway. I think, not to get all blue and on with this, but I do think that Donald Trump wants a war. Any war. Where he can enact martial law. Like any war whatsoever so that there's no more elections. Okay? Any war. Whether it be a border war with Mexico, whether it be boots on the ground in Venezuela, whether it be drone strikes in Colombia, or whether it be civil war internally, like trying to foment some kind of civil war inside of America by sending the National Guard to various different states, blue states, so that there is enough of a response that justifies even further militarization, and then all of a sudden everything erupts. I feel like he's just not he does not speak like the type of person that is ever going to be reelected. He doesn't speak like he is worried about the future of the party. Now that could be because he's a fucking narcissist and he doesn't give a shit what happens once he's out of office, or that could be because he looks at the likes of Vladimir Putin and Recep Tayyip Erdogan and says, I want to be like that. I want to be a leader of this country no matter what, without elections or only fake elections until I die. And then I can pass it on to one of my fucking dumb fuck cocaine addicted fail sons. Your Constitution doesn't have that. You had elections during the Civil War is so funny, dude. I love that. I love the mentality. I love it, dude. You're right. You're right. You're so right. Wait, you're right. The Constitution. How could I have forgotten about the fucking Constitution? Why didn't I think of the Constitution? Excuse me, sir. I'll have you know this is illegal. Yeah, okay. You know what? You know the two most important parts of the American Constitution are the First Amendment, okay, and due process. Those are like fundamental, okay? It's more consequential and more significant than the Second Amendment is, all right? Regardless of how much people LARP about loving the Second Amendment to protect the First, right? Look what this administration is doing with that right now. They're wiping their ass with not just the fucking Constitution, but the Magna Carta, okay? So they don't give a shit. I don't think they give a shit at all about the Constitution. I think this is just about power. At this point, the Constitution is just a hurdle that they have to overcome. And they will do so by eroding it slowly but surely through a process of targeting people that are less powerful, right? Targeting people within the confines of the pre-existing permission structure. That's why you don't just go after the First Amendment immediately by arresting and prosecuting American citizens. You go after it by arresting and prosecuting and trying to deport non-citizens, legal permanent residents. Okay? That is how it starts. First, it starts with non-citizens under the guise of immigration enforcement, right? What he considers to be an area of strength for him and his base. Then it slowly but surely moves on from undocumented immigrants, which are still constitutionally protected, by the way, to documented immigrants. And then slowly but surely, we move towards a process of denaturalization, okay? All of these things are happening right now. And it's not like it's unforeseeable. They wrote it. They wrote it on a piece of paper and they released it on the internet, okay? Project 2025, Project Esther. These are long-standing goals of this administration. These are long-standing goals of the Republican Party, the reactionary movement in this country. And they have been working for decades to implement these processes. The unitary executive theory is something that has been around since the 80s and 90s. At first, a whisper campaign, and now something that basically is unquestioned. A big part of the reason why Donald Trump can just like laser people, a big part of the reason why Donald Trump could just like laser people with his military off the coasts of Colombia and Venezuela is because of pre-existing attempts before him to give more unfettered, unrestrained power to the executive office. And the final safeguard that is supposed to exist within the judiciary is the Supreme Court of the United States. And we all know what happened there. It's over. The Supreme Court of the United States is completely captured. The very fact that the Democrats didn't do something about that by expanding the courts was a major mistake. It was a major failure. Free Chauncey Billups school walkout tomorrow. Please let your chat know. True. Yeah, wait till CPI hits tomorrow. I know. There is also the CPI reports coming out tomorrow. We're going to find out what inflation actually looks like. I don't even know if we can trust the numbers, but I guess we have to. That's just like one of those things that you can't really lie about, I think. So we'll see. No, I think the CPI is CPI normally doesn't go out under shutdowns, but I thought that they were working. I thought that they brought back people to deliver this report. I'm pretty sure they brought back people to deliver this report. Do with that information what you will. I mean, you can always lie about numbers, but like CPI is one of those things that like CPI, the Consumer Price Index, is one of those things that is gearing the entire economy. So if they're lying about those numbers, I mean, that kind of changes everything. I don't know how they could potentially cook the books on something like that, something so significant. It can also be independently verified and measured as well. Yeah. Kathy Hochul is luckily attacking the Cuomo campaign, being like unrestricted Islam, doing unrestricted Islamophobia. He's buddies with the guy who said America deserved 9/11, also with the unindicted co-conspirator of the World Trade Center bombing. Again, I love that the response to Islamophobia is just more Islamophobia. Okay? The response to Islamophobia, like the response to the bigotry represented by Andrew Cuomo, is just bigoted people turning around and being more bigoted. Oh, excuse me. I'll have you know it's actually perfectly valid to say he wants to do global jihad and he loves 9/11. After all, he's with a fucking prominent progressive Twitch streamer here who's talking about the concept of blowback in 2019. And he also loves 9/11. Here's another Muslim guy that I also am suspecting of loving 9/11. It's fucking ridiculous. Maybe it's because I fuck with you, but is it worse than post 9/11? I didn't live in America in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, so I can't speak on that. But this is the, like, I came to the United States of America when I was 18 in 2009, okay? And I don't know how bad it was for everyday Muslims in like 2001, 2002. I suspect it was worse. But from 2009 and onward, this has been the worst Islamophobia has gotten. Okay? I can't speak for pre-2009. I suspect it was very bad the closer you get to 9/11. But since 2009, I can tell you, yes, Islamophobia has gotten worse in the United States of America in the last 2 years. I wouldn't say that it's as bad as it was in 2001, though. I mean, come on. Americans broadly decided no more need for civil liberties after 2001. That's how fucking horny they were to punish every Muslim. And for the record, before people say, this is not racism, because I brought this up. I talked about how Islamophobia is a different version of racism because it's racialized. And people's immediate response, like we're fucking all the way back in like 2016 or something, where people are like, excuse me, Islamophobia means a fear of Islam. I don't fear Islam. I just want to kill them. And actually, it's perfectly valid to fear Islam. Also, how can you say this is racism? Because obviously it's not racism at all. It's just a religion. And it's like, okay, it is realized. That's precisely the reason why the first victim after 9/11 of an Islamophobic hate crime was not a Muslim man, but a man wearing a turban. He was Sikh. So how can you tell me it's not fucking racialized? What do you mean? It's so stupid. Trump starting another weekend war. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, look, we're gonna get back to that in a second. I do want to talk about this because I haven't seen a lot of motion from the Democrats like coming after this, like retaliating against Andrew Cuomo, who is behaving in an incredibly racist manner right now. Okay, both last night and this past week, he's gone extra hard. Okay, extra hard, including bringing my name up, as we saw in the press conference earlier this morning, where he's like, "Oh, you don't get it. I'm not being bigoted. I'm not being racist. I'm actually, I actually just think Hassan, another Muslim progressive guy, wants 9/11 to happen." That's what it was. But all of this, every single person running for mayor and the current mayor have now talked about you on the campaign trail. I know. Do you think this will help his numbers or not? No, it won't. It fucking obviously will not. It's still annoying though. It's still annoying. It's still incredibly annoying. And also, most likely, it's dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Okay? It's dangerous for the Muslims living in New York. It's dangerous for Muslims living all around the Western world. That's how it works. It's the same principle behind racism against black people. It's not directed just at that one singular black person. It's directed at all black people. That's the whole point of bigotry. That's the whole point of racism. You are dehumanizing by elevating the stereotypes of certain people. To continue feeling okay about watching you, I need to know why you ban people for talking about certain world issues when they're just asking why you don't talk more on the issues. Overall, your output is good, but I think this is worrisome. Here, this is a perfect example of why we usually just ban and move on, because if I sometimes take the time to answer over and over again, you're not the only person that actually has these concerns or has these issues, right? Like there are a million different things happening all the time. There's so much awfulness happening all around the world and even in the United States of America, right? And a lot of people have their own personal thing that they want me to cover. And sometimes we just quickly move through it by just clicking and in an effort not to derail, as it is happening right now, because I'm taking the time out to respond to you. And in other instances, when I don't do that, when there's 32,000 people in here, 32,000 people who want have very different needs from this broadcast, and I do respond over and over again, especially when some people are cynically and some people are sincerely demanding that I cover something. After a certain point, I lose my cool and I respond in a certain way, and it comes across as short, and people get very mad at the way that it came across. And then there are think pieces, well, not think pieces, but like TikToks that extensively cover the secret hidden white supremacist attitudes that I have. And this is the reason why we just simply go click and move on instead of having to address it all the time. It has gotten better throughout the years. No, the only thing that's gotten better is that I usually don't respond to it. Because notice how I was talking about like the dangers of bigotry, not just bigotry against Muslims as a whole, but bigotry against black people and how white supremacy works. And you came in and you asked me about like how sometimes I get derailed. Why won't you let people derail you? Why do you like ban them, right? And then I gave you the example. I gave you the response. Thanks for clarifying. No problem. Of course, none of the people that get their licks in will ever see this, so it doesn't really matter. It will not go viral because you can kind of do that with everything. I think it's possible to not be prejudiced while still using language that might reinforce prejudice, such as your intro that literally calls someone a twink. I don't think you're homophobic with his homophobic language. Yes, this is true. Context and nuance is obviously important in the intention when we're talking about language. I've never been one to sanitize the way I speak about certain things. I just let my overall perspective speak for itself and my overall advocacy speak for itself. I'm never going to be able to perfectly sanitize my language in a way that suits every single person. And that's just never going to be able to happen. And that's not even because like, oh, I don't want to change. I don't want to be better. That's not what I'm saying at all. The reason why I'm saying that is because it's virtually impossible for me to do so in a very dynamic environment where there's a stadium full of people that are constantly fucking sending shit my way, sending concerns my way, having back and forth discourse on topics that are obviously very sensitive. And therefore, there's always going to be, in this medium especially, there's always going to be moments that can come across as fucked up. You just have to make up your own mind on whether or not you think I have unrestrained homophobia in my heart, and I'm just like, you have no gay friends. Oh, you're saying twink is offensive? No, he's not even saying twink is offensive. He's just saying twink can be perceived in an offensive manner, which is not wrong. But yeah, that's true. Some people do basically substitute it as like the F slur, right? Which is true. I understand that. But again, it's just not something that is possible for me to tamper with all the time, especially because it's just, I am who I am. And there are always going to be moments in this medium that I exist in that many people are not very familiar with, but they only see the clips. Where, of course, there's going to be angry moments and things of that nature. And yeah, it is what it is. Also, the other side of the story, of course, is the unrealistic demands and the puritanical attitude demonstrated by broader flanks of the left. The notion that, like, we cannot be charitable to those who are our allies or those who have demonstrated a long-standing commitment to uplifting all voices. It's impossible. 10 seconds in the least charitable framing is actually everything that I needed to know about you. It corresponds to my own personal biases about you. It is what it is. If that's your attitude, if that's the type of attitude that you have, then one, it's going to be very difficult to build any sort of broad coalition. And two, that's just not how human beings are in general. That's not how it works. This isn't to say that you should just like let everything slide. That's not what I'm saying at all. But especially if you're on the left, okay? Especially if you're on the left, this is not about me, okay? This is about you. If you're on the left and you want to be a communicator for the left, you have to recognize that one day that level of scrutiny will come for you as well. That level of that puritanical approach will also tamper with your objectives as well. It's inevitable. It's always going to happen. Haters claim you had facial enhancement surgery. Wait, really? That's nice. That's cool. So what metrics do you personally weigh when deciding who you let in the coalition and who isn't? Like, how do you personally draw the line? I'm actually curious. In terms of broad coalition building, I look to not what a person has done in their past, but who they are now and what they represent now, what the values that they have are now. And I will always demonstrate charitability, maybe even to a fault. A lot of people actually get mad at me for that. And because of that charitability, I've actually, I've been burned quite a bit by people who I've perceived as allies or people who I've perceived as good people overall. But I haven't stopped I haven't stopped being charitable to people as long as they don't do something that is like totally and utterly irredeemable, or it makes me call into question what their worldview looks like. I'm always going to assume that I can change their minds or lead them on a better path, guide them towards a better path that they also think is better for everyone. Anyway, getting back to this though, Zohran Mamdani was discussed. Okay. Andrew Cuomo, this is a Politico article that also mentions me as well, but Cuomo suggests Mamdani would cheer a future terror attack. This is, I think, such a spectacular, overwhelmingly racist line of attack. It is so clear what this is. Now, he went on Sid Rosenberg's radio show, and Sid Rosenberg is a very conservative Jewish radio show host, and they had a back and forth on this radio show where they were talking about Zohran Mamdani and 9/11. Here's what took place.
There's a crisis, and people's lives are at stake. God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
Yeah, well, it's another problem. But can you imagine that?
No.
I mean,
Listen.
If Mamdani was in the seat on 9/11, what would have happened in the seat?
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Just straight up saying, like, he'd be cheering on the 9/11 attack if he was the mayor, if another 9/11 was happening. I mean, this is the most transparent version. This is the most transparent version of racism. Like, it's such an overtly racist thing to say about a Muslim candidate that any sort of comparison to any other marginalized population that I would invoke would, even by pure analog, would make me look like I'm an unrelentless racist, which is why I'm not going to do that, right? But it's like you can figure out exactly what the equivalent would look like if they were talking about a black person, okay, and the white supremacist stereotypes in regards to a black person, or if they were talking about a Jewish person and the anti-Semitic stereotypes that surround Jewish people, even including 9/11, ironically enough, because there are plenty of people who think Israel and Jews were responsible for 9/11. And if Zohran Mamdani was a Jewish candidate and Andrew Cuomo, an Italian man, went on a right-wing broadcaster show and turned around and said, like, well, can you imagine a Jew being in charge of New York when 9/11 was happening? I mean, he would just cheer it on. He would do it again. He would tell all of his friends to leave the towers before the fucking planes fell, like before the planes hit it. Like, that would be a career ender, right? That would be a career ender. And the anti-Semitic conspiracy of the Jewish connection on 9/11 is a lesser known one as opposed to the direct Islamophobic conspiracies, which is why I don't feel as scared to even bring it up, as opposed to something about black people or something more nefarious about Jewish people that is broadly known, like a more nefarious stereotype. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Proceeds to do it. No, I even explained why I don't feel as worried bringing up that as a counterexample as opposed to something else. Right? It's something else would look like blood libel. Anyway, but because every person of marginalized background in this community and across the board knows exactly what this is, what I'm about to explain. Sometimes dealing with bigotry of this sort, if you're a woman, if you're trans, if you're black, if you're brown, is doubly fucked. Because not only do you have to make the mental calculation of whether or not you have the time or the energy to expend to address the racism, you also have to literally think, well, what if the rest of the audience that's listening to what this asshole has to say agrees with him? That is one of the most nefarious aspects of having to consistently combat with bigotry of every sort. Because let's say you're a black person and the person in front of you said something objectively white supremacist, right? As a black person in that moment, you go through the process of, do I check this guy? Do I explain to him that he's being racist? Is he even going to be receptive to me checking him? Or is there going to be an even more aggressive reaction as a consequence of me checking him? And worst of all of the people around us that are hearing this conversation, will they actually side with me? Are they equipped with the knowledge of what white supremacist dog whistles look like? Or are they actually going to side with him and assume that I'm an angry black man who's just complaining for no fucking reason? Okay? It is doubly socially isolating to have to go through that mental calculation every step of the day, every day throughout the week. It's really fucked up. Okay? And it's one that women have experienced in terms of dealing with misogyny. It's one that black people have experienced in terms of dealing with white supremacy, is one that brown people have experienced in terms of dealing with bigotry, and it's one that trans people experience as well. This is a part of understanding intersectionality, okay? This is unfortunately how it works. And cynical actors such as Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams will lean into that. They will lean into broad majorities finding Islamophobia to be totally permissible. And I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to check that. I don't know. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people just kind of let it slide. A lot of Muslims let it slide. A lot of black people let it slide. A lot of women let it slide. Because after a while, you're like, well, what am I supposed to fucking do? I can't do anything. And in that process, people become way more... in that process, the victims of these sorts of bigotries become more aggressive. Okay? They have a hair trigger. It's from that exhaustion of constantly trying to prove your humanity to others who just don't want to fucking see it, who don't want to hear it. And the knowledge that even people that you have perceived as your allies up until that very moment could turn on a fucking dime and also see you in the exact same way that this white supremacist sees you is a terrifying prospect. So a lot of people just like refuse to even address it out of fears that they're going to see someone that they have admired or liked up until that moment say something that caused them to recalculate. Like, have you seen me as this being this entire time? As someone, finally a good take. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever had this take. Guy who's been called a fucking terrorist by his former counterparts and virtually 95% of the fucking sphere that I'm in the circles that I'm in for the better half of the last 2 years doesn't understand what it looks like when he only sees silence from all of the other fucking contemporaries and counterparts. He doesn't understand it at all. I've talked about this quite a bit, of course. Always woe is me, stop. This is unironically exactly what I was talking about. Because every single person that is marginalized in some fashion in this chat knows exactly what this dude is doing right now. Where you address it, and what happens? You address it, and people go, ugh, God, stop being a fucking complainer. Can't even have a brief moment. This is partially the reason why there are places that are ordained as safe spaces. This is not one of them, obviously, but this is it. This is why people are like, oh, why can't we just have a fucking safe space for ourselves? And then people find that to be an act of violence as well. Yeah, just pulling the race card. Okay? Just take something on the chin for once. You do this all the time, though, as an individual from your position. Just take it on the chin for once. Well, I'm talking about a broader context of what people who experience some form of marginalization experience. So I'm glad that you also proved the example of what I was talking about. Even if you briefly mention it, as opposed to just taking it on the chin, as you do 1,000 times a day, there is always going to be a chirper. Okay? You see what I mean? This was the example that I'm sure everyone is fucking aware of. But thank you, chatter. In any case, that was my point. That's why many people just take it on the chin. But there is a downside to that as well. There's a downside to constantly taking it on the chin, because then you have to do this other calculation where you're like, okay, if I take it on the chin all the fucking time, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? I only became a follower so I can say this. Hasan is just Brian Griffin. Guy who only can contextualize things that he's seeing through cartoons. Please, I really hope that you're 14 years old and you're just TikTok brained. Because if you're 35 years old and you're still contextualizing things in the real world from the framework of you're just like Brian Griffin from Family Guy, you're not going to make it, big dog. Anyway, Muslim. Islamophobia is bad. Islamophobe. You're a fucking terrorist. You know what's worse than Islamophobia? Mehdi Hasan says the levels of Islamophobia in this country are off the charts right now. When talking about Larry Elder's post saying Zohran is going to do 9/11, but a communist 9/11 on New York. And God Saad, #1 dick rider, major Islamophobic mouthpiece says, you know what's worse than Islamophobia? The nearly 3,000 innocent people who died on 9/11 at the hands of an Islamic terrorist, or the 48,000 Islamic terror attacks in the nearly 70 countries since 9/11 alone. People are waking up. I talked about this yesterday. But it bears repeating now. I think there is a deliberate effort by Zionist advocacy organizations that have now come to the recognition that Israel's PR is in the gutter for good reasons, and therefore they can't really defend Israel. So the next best thing that they could potentially do is shit on Muslims and try to turn Israel-Palestine into a Jews versus Muslims, or even better yet, Western civilization versus Muslims style conflict. There are obvious initiatives of this sort. That's why Tommy Robinson, a famous white supremacist fascist from England, flew out to Israel recently and tries to maintain the attention of the right and the reactionary movement on all of Islam's flaws and failures and really beefing up Islamophobia because they realize that even the right doesn't fuck with Israel any longer. And once Israel loses the right, they got nothing left. But yeah, I showed you the Zohran Mamdani statement, like the statement made about Zohran Mamdani. And here is Zohran's response to it.
Before you sat down here, on Sid Rosenberg's radio show, your opponent Andrew Cuomo said this, quote, "God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?" End quote. Rosenberg responded by saying he'd be cheering. Andrew Cuomo said, quote, "That's another problem." I want to get your reaction.
This is disgusting. This is Andrew Cuomo's final moments in public life, and he's choosing to spend them making racist attacks on the person who would be the first Muslim to lead this city. And frankly, it's not about me. It's about the fact that there are more than 1 million Muslims who live in New York City. And to have our faith be smeared and slandered.
For the record, this is part of the reason why he can't just like outright say, oh, Hassan sucks, it's not me, when slam with the 9/11 shit, because there are very few victories there for him. Okay, that's the maximalist position. But he knows where that resentment is coming from. He knows that this is cynical framing, which is why I was a little upset initially with his disavowal of the globalized the intifada narratives. He made that calculation in the moment that it was not worthy of having to defend over and over again. And he just didn't want to fucking have to be inundated with this line of attack. So he thought he could just simply say, oh, well, you know, the globalized intifada thing, I don't say it, you know, I disavow it, blah, blah, blah. It seems like a lot, I've done some learning. It seems like a lot of people, you know, have a different approach to what it is, right? But it didn't do anything. It didn't stop. And just like his disavowal or condemnation of me, if he were to do that, would not stop the Islamophobic line of attacks. You have to, at a certain point, address the exact root cause of why this cynical approach is happening. And he's doing that right now. He's doing that right at this very moment where he says it is the dying last gasp of a desperate candidate that is endorsing full-throated Islamophobic attacks against his Muslim opponent. And the very fact that Democrats are not all incredibly angry at Andrew Cuomo for, one, refusing to drop out of the race, and two, allowing him to basically exist within the Democrat infrastructure while doing these sorts of bigoted lines of attack, not just against Muslims either, but against all different marginalized backgrounds, as we saw in last night's AI attack ad that he crafted, that they quickly posted and deleted. The very fact that a person who is claiming to be a true Democrat, an institutional Democrat on this race, is hitting maximalist, Islamophobic, and racist attacks against the actual Democrat on the ticket is insane. Where are all the vote blue no matter who liberals who claim that Bernie Sanders did not do enough? Even though Bernie Sanders not only endorsed Hillary Clinton, but actually went all around the country at the behest of Hillary Clinton and did the same for Joe Biden as well. I think the broader liberal attitude towards candidates that they previously thought were unelectable or radical is changing. Okay, there is a much healthier attitude from the liberal base towards the likes of Zohran Mamdani and towards the likes of Graham Plattner as well. We shall see how that translates to the Michigan Senate run of Abdul El Sayed. Okay, it seems to me like voters, liberal voters in general, are lockstep with the left flank of the party, where they have now finally realized that actually it is a better electability argument if you are engaging in left populist policy making. Okay? Same shit for how long they stood up for Haitians. This included the media who did the bare minimum in terms of advocating. I know. I mean, that was unimaginable. Like, I could not believe it. You know, you were here. Well, I could not understand how an election campaign got away with straight up saying that black people were eating cats and dogs, man. It was so fucking insane. There hasn't been polling after the skull shit stopped baking. Wait, what? There hasn't been wide sweeping, broad condemnation over even the most irredeemable thing in the eyes of the liberals, which is having a fucking Nazi tattoo. Okay? That's all I'm stating. And we'll see. We'll see where it goes. All I'm saying is I'm noticing a lack of response from these kinds of severe escalations from the right. There's a lack of response on the left against severely escalating, severely tuned up, racialized rhetoric. So much so that even the likes of fucking Dinesh D'Souza has recognized it. The anti-Indian sentiment that is so perverse and unchecked and unrestrained. So much so that J.D. Vance, whose children are Indian, J.D. Vance, whose wife is Indian, has defended the anti-Indian sentiment of big balls and all the Doge kids and whatnot. And when the Republicans also expand that permission structure of bigotry, what do you think is going to happen? When people have no social cohesion, when people have no social checking around bigotry that is not only exhibited, but just like openly posterized bigotry, a lot of those people are going to feel infinitely more comfortable doing it.
By someone who at one point was considered a leader in the Democratic Party, showcases the fact that bigotry and racism is not exclusively a Republican problem. It is also a problem within our own party. And it is time that we turn the page on Andrew Cuomo and those that would tolerate this kind of rhetoric from him as well.
Yeah, I can hear the passion and emotion in your voice. It's personal for you.
It is. I mean, it just... To describe myself and describe Muslims in this manner, it begs the question of why this kind of rhetoric is acceptable when we're speaking about Muslim New Yorkers. Because all Muslim New Yorkers want is to feel a sense of equality and respect that every New Yorker deserves. And even that is being denied by the former governor.
Don't even try it. Don't even try to get on my lap right now. Be careful. There's a bear behind you. I know. It's terrifying. Yeah. This is an incredibly comprehensive article. Okay, the Grand Planner thing. I know. You want me to watch the Grand Planner article. We're not going to do that right now. With a dire picture of Mamdani mayoralty, Cuomo plays to voters' fears. What a spectacular way to frame unrestrained and unrestricted racism, okay? Andrew Cuomo is escalating his warnings that mayhem would follow a victory by Zohran Mamdani, even posting an AI-generated video that depicts his supporters as criminals. On Thursday, he urged Sid Rosenberg to imagine Mamdani in that seat if there's another September 11. Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering, he said. Cuomo left. That's another problem. It's just a little bit of, playing into the fears of the voters. I'm willing to bet that if you were to ask voters what they fear more, the actual Islamophobia or Muslims in general, I would suspect the unrestrained Islamophobia would be more like the unrestrained bigotry, not just against Muslims, but against all marginalized populations, all marginalized backgrounds would probably be more of a concern for New York City voters, I think. And obviously that is the case. And that is precisely the reason why Zohran is 20 plus points on fucking Andrew Cuomo from the WABO. But Hasan defense doesn't make sense. Cuomo spokesman Rich Azzo Party defended Cuomo's remarks, saying the governor was referring to Mamdani's refusal to denounce left-wing commentator Hasan Piker, who once said America deserved 9/11. Cuomo did not mention Piker in that part of his conversation with Rosenberg, and Mamdani has said Piker's comments on 9/11 were objectionable and reprehensible. Exactly. He thinks that's a good line of attack, except I am not a known entity, okay? He thinks, oh, you guys are saying that me associating Zohran with cheering on 9/11 is racist. But actually, the reason why I was making that inference is because here's another progressive Muslim commentator that I also am associating with cheering on 9/11, a Twitch streamer. Yeah, and it's also additionally stupid because I'm willing to bet I'm probably, for amongst people who know who I am versus know who Cuomo is, okay, because not many people know who I am, but amongst people who know who I am in New York, I'm probably a more popular figure than fucking Andrew Cuomo is. Like, it's so dumb. You just now said you're a Muslim. I'm so happy right now. Yes, obviously these people, when they make those associations, are really leaning into the Hassan Piker aspect of it. No one would actually fucking call into question if Zohran went on Bill Maher's TV show. No one would be like, well, remember when Bill Maher literally said the 9/11 attackers were brave 2 weeks after 9/11 and then said, you know what's not brave? Lobbing Tomahawk missiles from thousands of miles away. That's not brave. You know who is brave? Flying into those towers. That's what Bill Maher said. Do you think this kind of association would be taking place with Zohran Mamdani and Bill Maher if Zohran Mamdani went on Bill Maher's show? Fuck no. I wonder why. Yeah. And when asked to, when called into question his fucking remarks about Zohran Mamdani on the Sid Rosenberg show, this is what he retaliated with. It was just like last night when he was asked about directly addressing his victims, specifically the one that was in the room. He turned around and said, oh, why don't you do BDS on Uganda?
A radio show that I was on. I was not the co-host of the radio. I was,
yeah. A guy who was trying to present himself as like the Democrat Party's alternative, even though he lost the primaries, can easily go on a right-wing show and be unrestrained and racist while simultaneously turning around and being like, but this progressive guy who works with the Democrats, okay, me, that association is unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
The host said whatever the host said. All right, that's the host. Don't talk to the host.
Okay, the host said whatever the host said. The fuck do you mean? This entire campaign, you've been like, oh, well, what about what Hassan Piker said in 2019? I didn't bring up 9/11 to Zohran, and Zohran was like, yeah, it's awesome. Let's do another one in our conversation. In your situation, you did that this morning. Fucking asshole.
About that. I said about 9/11.
Yes, I'm the host in this equivalent thing. Exactly. Why is that host wrong and this one isn't? Well, one, because it's a bastardized quote about American foreign policy, and it was in 2019, dumbass. It wasn't yesterday. The equivalence of this being a line of attack would be if I went and talked to Zohran Mamdani and we extensively covered 9/11 and we fucking said, oh, America deserved 9/11, and he agreed with me. That would be a major blow to Zohran's campaign. Okay? You're crazy if you think Mamdani actually dislikes you? No, he doesn't. But that's besides the point. I'm not talking about that anyway.
That's another problem, referring to what I have said repeatedly, which is I have a problem with the fact that Zohran pals around with Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. I did a press conference with Wendy and Sal for Churchill. Sal is dying from 9/11 illness. 10,000.
Bro, this is such a nutty thing. The host said it in reply to Cuomo saying, could you imagine Zohran being mayor during a terror attack? So they are giving him an out by not mentioning that? I know. Bro, you made it, and by extension, we made it. Bro, I'm on your side, but stop saying 2019 as if it was 20 years ago or something. Brother, what are you talking about? This is him defending his position on Islamophobia today, this morning. And then in defense of that, he's like, well, 6 years ago, 6 years prior to Zohran meeting HasanAbi, he once famously said America deserved 9/11 when talking about American foreign policy and the impact called blowback, a concept that has academic consensus. Me and Zohran did not talk about fucking 9/11, brother. What are you talking about? This is unironically the same shit that these guys do all the time where they're like, whoa, I can't believe you went on the Joe Rogan Experience. You know what I mean? Also, what's crazy about it is that Andrew Cuomo's own personal track record is insane in comparison to what he thinks he can attack Zohran over, which is an affiliation with a Twitch streamer whose quote he is unearthing from 6 fucking years ago. Okay? A concept where there is academic consensus on, for the record. not said in the best possible way, but regardless, one in which there is academic consensus on the concept of blowback. Every moment that is spent relitigating this incident. Yeah, how Politico is reporting. Politico, Piker, who later said his 9/11 comments were inappropriate. Exactly. It's so fucking stupid.
1,000 New Yorkers have 9/11 illness. 3,000 died.
Please stop justifying. Please stop trying to justify why not one but two Muslim dudes are being associated with like a promotion of 9/11. That's what he is doing. He is trying to associate and affiliate Zohran Mamdani in the eyes of the voters with 9/11 because Zohran is Muslim, okay? He is trying to find a logical through line to do that within the confines of permissibility without directly saying Zohran would love a 9/11 to happen. Except the problem is he did literally say the quiet part out loud this morning, okay? And now when people are calling into question why he did that, he's like, oh, well, he's friends with Hassan Piker, who loves 9/11 and wants more of it to happen.
On 9/11, you want to say America deserved 9/11? You insult all the families of all the people. You insult all the families of all the victims of 9/11, of all the victims of 9/11 illness.
Yeah.
It is
And also, Zohran already condemned the comment itself. So, and then simultaneously said, we should still talk to people who we disagree with, regardless. And this is why the Democrats lose, which is correct. That's why I'm in this weird boat where, like, on the Graham Plattner stuff, there's like plenty of irredeemable shit in his background. But I do appreciate the fact that liberals are not playing around with this anymore. And I do think that liberals in New York are also not playing around with this shit at all when it comes to Zohran either. Okay? Where they're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Like, what are you talking about? We need to have more of that. We need to have more of that mentality in the base. And we need to have more of that mentality for leftists as well. Okay? My fiance doesn't think you're reprehensible for saying that, understanding the concept you were discussing, and her mom died in the fucking North Tower. This guy's talking out of his ass. Yeah, one unaddressed aspect of this is that I said we deserved it. We did. Except people act as though I am an outsider when they're talking about this. That's the reason why it would never stick on anybody else. And that's the reason why I give examples of how it has not stuck with anyone else.
insult to all New Yorkers.
You're talking about a guy who has not apologized for annihilating the elderly during COVID, a guy who has not apologized for 13 credible sexual assault allegations, including a fucking state trooper, by the way, including a state trooper. That's why I say Andrew Cuomo, cop rapist. Okay. And he's over here being like, Zohran needs to apologize for 9/11, but he can't say it directly, even though he did actually laugh at it and also inferred that that's what he meant earlier this morning. So he has to fucking turn around and be like, he needs to apologize more. It's fucking bullshit.
He did a press conference weeks ago and asked him to denounce that statement, and he refused. He refused. That is an insult to New Yorkers. And yes, I have a problem.
Why did you laugh when he said he would cheer it?
We're going to do this one at a time.
Yeah. Anyway, my friend who's lived in Brooklyn her whole life was saying her dad hears them attack Zohran about you in 9/11, and it makes him like Zohran more because he doesn't want to get canceled for having friends who said dumb shit. I feel like that is more widespread than establishment Dems realize. Yes. I think the broader attitude that the right has demonstrated on their own candidates for actually reprehensible statements, not even like statements that could be defensible to a certain degree if understood within the context, if understood with what like the actual context is, but truly reprehensible statements, the right defends all the fucking time. Okay. It should be possible to critique a candidate's ideas without demonizing the candidate himself. To insinuate that a mayoral candidate would celebrate a second 9/11 is beyond disgusting and disgraceful. We all have a responsibility to lower the temperature and restore a measure of civility to our public discourse. Welcome back, Richie Torres. Unimaginably Richie Torres W, it seems. Stranger things have happened. I agree, but I'm worried about not being able to acknowledge past mistakes. Reducing accountability structures would help. Dude, there is no accountability. No one gives a fuck. Wake up, okay? It's not real. It's just something that you cynically use towards your interlocutors and your opponents, or cynically use to stalk your fucking least favorite Twitch streamers or some shit. What accountability? Andrew Cuomo's literally a fucking 13-time sexual assaulter. What do you mean accountability? The president is literally most likely a pedophile that was affiliated with the most prolific sex trafficker of minors. And you're like, oh, accountability. Oh, we got to do accountability. What accountability? What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. If only one side demands this like idiotic version of accountability that doesn't even exist in the fucking real world, and the other side is like, haha, accountability. What a bunch of idiots. We're going to fucking put forward drunk rapists and put them in the fucking head of the Department of Defense and then change the word to Department of War, as a matter of fact. And we're going to laser innocent fucking people on boats. And there is no accountability for any of that. What the fuck do you think there is accountability for? It's even a dumber version of fucking, this is what the Constitution says. Okay? It's a dumber version of, well, the Constitution says this is illegal. Okay, because at least there is an existing precedent court structure. You might actually have a Trump appointee or a Reagan appointee, a judge that literally goes, you know what, I am going to defend the law for once and actually create a setback. There is no real mechanism of accountability. It doesn't fucking exist. The voters did not choose to hold Donald Trump accountable for his fucking actions. They elected him. Stop with this nonsense. It's literally just a way for you to get owned all the time. And the right knows this. Okay? The right fucking knows this real well. That's why they cynically weaponize it against the left all the time. Thank God liberals broadly are just like, yeah, we're done with this shit. We're not doing this because obviously the other side is not playing this game at all. So why should we play this game and harm ourselves? Moral infallibility is bullshit, okay? Moral superiority is bullshit. Nobody fucking cares. So in the absence of any sort of like real structure, like the only thing you're doing is basically owning yourself and owning your allies in pursuit of this false moral purity that doesn't exist. Especially because when you are easily duped, easily tricked in this way, you can be tricked in even circumstances that doesn't require any sort of fucking real accountability. Yeah, accountability, by the way. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the accountability from the right. Here's what Steve Bannon had to say about Donald Trump running over and over again.
He's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president 28. And people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States. And the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
But you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it.
If the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all.
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump.
He already laid out the roadmap. They're going to find a fake justification for it, and then they're going to say, "Let the voters decide if they want this to be." Let the voters decide through principled democracy on whether or not this is constitutionally appropriate or inappropriate. After all, this is the democratic process. And then, due to all of the machinations in play right now, that will not be a real vote. It won't be. There will be overwhelming pressure. They will either fake the numbers or there won't be a real electoral process at all. And then they'll turn around and use that as a justification to say, see, the people decided.
Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension there.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
He can go by the Turkish route, martial law, referendum, but unlike the Turkish route, he could do a fake referendum. But in any case,
we're showing you video at the bottom.
Let's talk about Bernie's campaign on Fight the Oligarchy while I go pee.
The entire thing. This was from earlier today. It's happening with the federal government shut down, about to enter day number 23 with no end in sight. Thousands of federal employees will not receive their regular paychecks on Friday. On Capitol Hill, both sides holding on to their positions. Republicans demanding a yes vote to reopen the government and say discussions on health care subsidies can then get underway. Democrats still say no. They first want a plan in place to extend those subsidies. Tonight, President Trump says a deal can happen.
We have great support on the Republican side. So I think we need 5 Democrats, and there are a lot of them that want to make a deal. So I think at some point, common sense will prevail.
A lot to talk about tonight with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. His new book is Fight Oligarchy. Senator Sanders, appreciate you being with us. We are going to show images on the screen of the East Wing being ripped apart from earlier today, torn down. What do you think when you see that?
Well, I think, the White House is an historic building. It goes way, way back, and, I'm not impressed by the destruction of a significant part of it, to be honest with you.
You've railed against American oligarchs. Your new book is Fight the Oligarchy. This is for a ballroom being built so the President of the United States can, entertain world leaders and it's being built, I guess, with
fellow oligarchs. Look, and what our book was about, Anderson, is a very simple one, and it's a reality that I hope the American people are prepared to deal with, because it's not easy. It's easy to call Russia an oligarchy. Putin's one of the richest guys in the world, and his friends, billionaires, run Russia. But guess what's happening in America? Today in our country, and this is what the book is about, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. You got one guy, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. You got more concentration of ownership than we've ever had in the history of this country. You have billionaires controlling our corrupt political system. Billionaires putting huge amounts of money into both political parties. Mr. Musk contributing $270 million to help elect Trump as president. You have more and more billionaire control over the media, mainstream media, as I am sure you are well aware, Anderson. Mr. Ellison, who now owns Paramount and CBS, is in line to maybe buy CNN, and we'll see, one of Trump's allies now owns more and more of the media. And then in the midst of all that, you have 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck. The billionaires get richer. Working class people are struggling to put food on the table, to pay for health care, pay for education. That's what oligarchy is about. It's when a handful of incredibly wealthy...
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit on the nose that the government is shut down and Donald Trump is destroying the White House. Like, I'm not big into this kind of thing, right? I'm not super libbed up like that, but it is a little hard not to look at this and be like, this is too on the nose, man. Straight up, this is just a metaphor.
People control the economy, control the media, control the politics of a country. And sad to say, that is where we are heading. And that is why we have got to fight back, and why I was so excited on Saturday to see some 7 million people come out in the streets and say, Mr. President, we don't want an authoritarian society. We don't want to live in an oligarchy. We want a democracy. We want a government that works for all of us, not just a few.
When you say fight the oligarchy, what specifically, obviously the protest is part of it, what specifically do you want to see?
Good.
Yeah, and also when you see also, you know, what we have seen in Portland and Chicago, we saw there was some incident in New York, just I think it was yesterday or today. Do you see that as part of it? I mean, the huge increase in ICE and you know, border
Absolutely.
patrol.
Look, it's not just that Trump is suing the media, suing law firms, going after universities, and now beginning the process of trying to put in jail his political opponents. You know, the Attorney General of the state of New York, the former head of the FBI, threatening to indict a member of the United States Senate, a colleague of mine.
Yes, the irony is not lost upon me that Bernie Sanders is talking about oligarchs in the United States of America as opposed to oligarchs in Russia to a literal son of oligarchs, of a member of the Vanderbilt family. For those of you who do not know, Anderson Cooper is a Vanderbilt. So it's ironic, but, you know, what are you going to do?
And then what you're seeing is masked men, ICE agents, running around the country, throwing people without any due process into vans, taking them to God knows where, in some cases, believe it or not, to South Sudan. When you see U.S. troops in cities like Portland or Chicago, this is what authoritarianism is about. It's more and more power going into the hands of one man. And I will tell you something that, you know, throughout the history of this country, from the extraordinarily courageous people back in the 1770s who had the guts to put their lives on the line and died by the thousands, taking on the authoritarianism of the King of England, you know, and then writing a constitution calling for separation of powers. And so many millions of American men and women fighting to defend democracy, the right of us to disagree with each other. And not throw political opponents in jail, not become a two-bit dictatorship. So that is where we are right now. And we need a political movement in this country to start taking on the oligarchy, to start electing candidates who are not worried about their campaign contributions from the billionaires, but are prepared to create an economy that works for all. You ask me specifically what we do. Well, right now, our healthcare system, totally broken. Everybody understands that. We need to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right. Our housing system, broken all over the country. Go to any place, go to Vermont, go to New York City, go to any place, California. People cannot afford housing. Our kids may never be able to purchase their own home in the richest country in the history of the world. Our kids may well have a lower standard of living than their parents, while Mr. Musk and his billionaire friends get richer. So what do? We build 4 or 5 million units of low-income and affordable housing.
See, I'm going to explain to you guys something. Vanderbilt or not, he's letting Bernie go on with this, right? This is still appropriate because a contentious interview of this sort would be like, well, Bernie, don't you think you're bringing up like the housing costs in different markets, but you've contributed to this with your 3 houses? Like, do you understand the difference between a hostile interview that is unproductive and also not arriving at any sort of discernible truth, but with a cynical framing like this, versus letting him just talk? That would be fucking ridiculous. Brother, sister, the emperor. That is exactly what was happening every single interview to Bernie Sanders on CNN, literally during the entire reign of the 2016 primary campaign. That is exactly what they did. Like, are there instances worthy of criticism in terms of like what Bernie Sanders has done? Yes. Should that still be matched with the performance of Congress broadly? Absolutely. Okay. This is what I mean when I say like we always have to work within the pre-existing methods. We have to exhaust all opportunities. We have to exhaust all of the electoral machine that we have in front of us. Okay. Because they're using Bernie as a catharsis to quell the masses. No, it's not. I don't think it's like a cynical thing that these guys have like these guys have some sort of additional. I said this with the Grant Plattner stuff too. Grant Plattner has red flags galore in his background, but I don't think Grant Plattner is a 20-year project by the fucking federal agencies, because there is no left movement to destroy. There is no discontent to quell. Okay? It doesn't work that way. That it might be in the future, but like there is no reason for the CIA to do a psyop by running like a fake secret candidate when they have CIA candidates like Elisa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger. Okay? There's no discontent to quell. Yes, there's no organized leftist labor militancy that they must forcibly squash. That's my point. There isn't. There's a lot of anger and a lot of resentment. Plenty of it gets channeled through right-wing reactionary sentiment, okay? And Donald Trump does a great job with that. But there is no organized left militancy at this stage. And I'm afraid, I don't even think there really is a need to destroy leftist organizing, because we do it to ourselves. We do it to ourselves. We do it to ourselves. There's mobilization, but no organization. Exactly. But we do it to ourselves. We have no serious discipline within organizational structures of the existing movements. And leftists broadly think it's just about like cynically posting. Like that's how you do it. It's just, wow, this person, I saw a clip. Other people told me this person is anti-black, and I knew it. Hasan is anti-black. There you go. Like, I'm not the movement or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. But even when you have like an advocate that has a long-standing track record that is attacked almost as much by the left under the guise of simple constructive criticisms, then like who is the guy? I'm looking for it too. I don't want to be the guy. Find me the guy.
We have the best educational system in the world in the richest country, not a broken childcare system. We got workers out there making 14, 15 bucks an hour. People can't afford it. Our kids should not be 37th in the world in terms of reading and science and math. We should be the first in the world. College education should be free. Vocational schools should be free. And you know what? Maybe billionaires like Mr. Musk, who's worth $300-400 billion, maybe, just maybe, they should not be allowed to have that much money. We should have a tax system which says that Mr. Musk and his friends actually should pay more. Right now, they're paying less than truck drivers and nurses in terms of effective tax rates. So maybe we have a progressive tax system which says the profitable corporations, the wealthy, they should start paying their fair share of taxes.
Senator Bernie Sanders, it's always good to have you. The new book, Fight Oligarchy, is out now. Thank you.
There were plenty of fireworks at last night's debate for New York City mayor. The three candidates went on the attack in their last clash before Election Day. Elijah Westbrook joins us here in the studio with the highlights. Elijah.
That's right, we're marrying Chris. It was another tense debate as all three men vying to be the next occupant of Gracie Mansion, search for a knockout punch that would convince voters that they can run the city.
With early voting set to begin in just a few days, New Yorkers had one last chance to see the three mayoral candidates face off.
He has said he'll take over New York if Mondami wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus.
We heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit.
Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail, Zohran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
When Curtis Sliwa punched hard to prove he deserves to be on the ballot, Zohran Mamdani smirked at Andrew Cuomo's attacks, and Cuomo even made mocking hand gestures when Mamdani refused to take a stance on housing issues on the ballot.
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendments.
What a shocker.
And there was also this.
You had the worst attendance record in the assembly, and you gave yourselves the highest raise in the United States of America. You went from $110,000 to $140,000, and then you never showed up for work, and you missed 80% of the votes. Shame on you.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
That was so good. That was fucking awesome.
Governor Hochul.
But the most intense moments came when Mondani and Cuomo got to ask each other a question. One of Mondani's debate guests was Charlotte Bennett, one of the women accusing Cuomo of sexual harassment.
One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment.
After the debate, Mondani and Sliwa went to the spin room.
There was only one other candidate on that stage who seems to love this city.
If, God forbid, Zohran Mondani was the choice of the people, and we will live it up to them, is I will organize resistance because I will improve, I will not move. Zohran Mondani could bet that I will be his worst nightmare.
But Cuomo went right to Madison Square Garden, sitting courtside with none other than Mayor Adams.
All right. You know, cost of living is so bad in New York that even my weird libertarian coworker who's old as fuck is semi-excited for Mamdani. Brother, there are people who work in finance that are going to be voting for someone who calls themselves a socialist. Okay? There are people, I'm going to repeat it. There are people who work in the field of finance because first-year analysts, second-year analysts, they have to ride the bus. Okay? If they're lucky enough to be in a rent-stabilized apartment, they damn well want that shit to be fucking frozen. That, my friends, is the beauty of policy. That, my friends, is the beauty of democracy. That is what democracy is about. You find things that people are suffering, you find issues where people are suffering, and you choose to address them. You choose to alleviate the suffering, and you make that your mission. We have unfortunately forgotten what democracy is supposed to be like because the Democratic Party has basically whipped us into the assumption that you just have to shut the fuck up and vote for the harm reduction candidate. And the harm reduction candidate doesn't have to actually present good things that you might want. You just have to sit there and take it. That's not democracy. That is cynically taking advantage of the duopoly. And after the fourth, fifth election cycle, people go, all right, I'm done. Enough is enough. Harm reduction is not democracy. It's a hostage situation. It's ridiculous.
All right, well, there was one rare area of agreement last night. All three candidates say they are fans of a state ban on cell phones during the school day. Mary?
Elijah Westbrook. Elijah, thank you.
In a surprising turn of events, Adams, who once called Cuomo a liar and a snake, now plans to campaign with him.
All this in hopes of slowing the momentum of Zohran Mamdani. Let's get right to Fox 8's Morgan McKay in East Harlem with the big story at 5 tonight. Morgan.
Hey, Stu, Natasha.
You said the same thing, Zohran's response to the endorsement?
Besides Andrew, and you called them names, but you know what? Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar. Andrew is a double.
Oh, he did the who's the hater and who's the waiter. Damn. I did come up with that for the record, but, you know, I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. Whoever's in here that quickly and swiftly added that on to the campaign, that one's on you. That one's on you, okay? You got that one.
Digit loser. I said, Andrew, are you that level of arrogance? People who run on independent lines are normally just crackpots. This is not, let me stand.
Dog, less than 10K views. What? It just came out like fucking 5 minutes ago, Chad.
Behind a cocoon somewhere. I always said he didn't have the legs to run in New York. Ask him, when was the last time he was on the subway? Andrew Cuomo was lazy. New Yorkers have 5 fingers. They love the middle one the most. I had to fix his mess. What would he do? He'll manage it away? He'll do a PowerPoint? You know, come on. You expect for me to step aside when you just lost to Zohran $25 million. He didn't want to be mayor. He didn't campaign. Newsflash, he lost by 13 points. And that's the highest level of arrogance.
Is he still a snake and a liar?
All I know is all my haters become my waiters when I sit down at the table of success. Ignore him.
Fuck yeah. He spent so many fucking years, not so many years, but like at least, years too, but definitely the entire election campaign shitting on Cuomo only to eat his dick on the stage like this. Reprehensible behavior. All right, we're going to watch this and then we're going to get to the Zohran Mamdani Flagrant podcast appearance.
Yeah, as you guys said, Mayor Eric Adams calling Andrew Cuomo a snake and a liar just last month, but today that's all changed. Now Adams calling Cuomo a brother. Now, this endorsement doesn't come as too much of a surprise. When Adams dropped his re-election bid, many of his close advisors went to go work for Cuomo, and Adams reportedly has been facing pressure to endorse despite his past tumultuous relationship with the former governor. Adams said today that despite their differences, he believes that Zohran Mamdani's policies will destroy the city, the same argument Cuomo has been making for months. Adams says that he is going to be campaigning with Cuomo in these final days. He also denies that he was offered any money or a position in the Cuomo administration in exchange for this endorsement.
Am I angry that I'm not the one taking down Zohran, the socialists and the communists? You're darn right I am. But you know what? The city means more to me than anything. And it is time for us as a family to come together. We all have to do our best to make sure that Zohran does not become the next mayor. And the mayor put his own personal ambition and ego aside to make sure he's doing everything he can to make sure that New York remains New York. And I applaud him for that.
Now, Mamdani today was out proposing an expansion of a pilot program that gives new mothers baby baskets, which includes essential items as well as a resource guide of information on the city's newborn home visiting program, breastfeeding, postpartum depression, and more. Mamdani says the program would cost less than $20 million and combat postpartum mortality rates. He also responded to comments made by Cuomo this morning on the radio, calling it a disgusting display of Islamophobia. Here's Cuomo on the radio this morning and Mamdani's response.
God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
It's another problem. But can you imagine that?
We're speaking about a former governor who, in his final moments in public life, is engaging in rhetoric that is not only Islamophobic, not only racist, it's also disgusting, and is his final closing argument with less than 2 weeks before Election Day. New Yorkers are living in the most expensive city in the United States of America. They're looking for a mayor who will deliver affordability.
Now, Curtis Sliwa also back out campaigning at the subway today, pushing his public safety platform. The Staten Island Advance had an editorial this morning urging Sliwa voters to support Cuomo. Staten Island usually votes Republican, and many of Sliwa's supporters live in that borough. But Sliwa brushing it off, saying they've also endorsed Adams in 2021. Sliwa making the argument that no one understands Staten Island and New York City like he does. Sliwa also taking a shot at Mayor Adams for his endorsement of Cuomo.
Corrupt birds of a feather flock together. I'm not worried about that. Anybody who was going to vote for Eric Adams, I have to wonder where they've been these last 4 years, because he is the most corrupt mayor in the history of New York. So, hey, Andrew Cuomo, you can have whatever votes he had. I don't ever want Eric Adams' votes.
Now, tonight at 6:30, Governor Kathy Hochul and Mamdani are going to be appearing at a rally together at Foley Square. Their campaigns tell me that this is the first time that they will be campaigning together since she endorsed him for mayor. Reporting live, I'm Morgan Mackay. Steve Natasha, back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. And
You should have come through. We're at Maharaja Suites in Jackson Heights.
Hey, dude.
Giving number tie.
I would love to.
All right. Next time I'll let you know.
I'm going to get your number because your comms team ducks me. So I'm going to get your direct number.
Take it.
Okay, beautiful. I'm going to get it after this
I'll give it to you
episode.
right now, bro. Because they'll probably yank me very quickly.
Yeah, we got to start this immediately.
Zara runs a tight ship.
Yeah, dude. She don't f around.
She does not.
Feel free, you can share with everybody here.
Okay, beautiful.
Also,
Socialism.
I'm so.
Are we rolling?
I'm so angry by the way that you guys did the New York City Olympics. Because I hit that guy up. I was watching Subway Takes, and I'm forgetting the guy's name right now. My bad. But he goes, "We should have like a New York City Olympics where the boroughs compete." And I didn't DM Kareem. I DM'd the guy. And I go, "Let's make this happen. Like, I am down." And he goes, "How would we do that?" And I go, "We'll find a way." And then I see you a few weeks later, like, "We're doing it." Everybody come out. Where were you, Far Rockaway or something?
No, Coney Island.
It was Coney Island. Coney Island.
What is important about this is not the anger or resentment that you have towards Andrew Schultz and all these other people. What's important to recognize here is that Zohran's capacity to command the room is palpable. Okay? It is obvious that he can go into any fucking room, whether it be a bunch of Wall Street CEOs or whether it be even cops, potentially, we shall see. And he can win people over even when they are diametrically opposite to his worldview. You should read the comments. Zohran isn't funded by AIPAC. Bill Ackman be spending more money than 2% that Zohran's going to propose to take from him. So true. I'm about to cry. Bro said he was born in 91. I'm old as hell. More policy questions and pushback for a mayor than they had when they had Trump on. Schultz not believing Zohran can pull this off, but truly believing that Trump was capable of making America great again is something he needs to reflect on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Zohran won over the fucking Andrew Schultz audience and is cooking so hard.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, we're here with the next mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. 93% on Kalshi right now.
Bro, I've thrown away more bags than entire families will ever make in a lifetime because of my fucking resentment towards this. Okay? I despise the fucking political prediction market so much. Just know, if you ever see me doing an ad like this, just know if you ever see me doing an ad like this, it's over. Okay? I've decided I'm done. I'm doing a bag alert and I'm out. You will never see me again. Once I got this money, the socialism shit is over. You know? And for the record, I'm confused because when Cory Booker brought up Sudan as a deflection in his convo with Jennifer Welsh, everyone rightfully called it for what it was, cowardly and repulsive deflection. Why is it different for you? Because people fucking hate me. Because I've been a loud and annoying leftist for 10 fucking years, chatter. 10 years. Okay? That's it. For 10 fucking years, I have pissed off everyone, even people who would otherwise be aligned with me. That's it. Most of it is because there are people in here who have felt wronged. Okay? There are people in here who were in here who felt wronged by me and fucking despise me for that reason. I'm Sudanese, small head, you ain't so bad, kid. Thank you. That's it. And Booker was changing a very specific subject he was clearly trying to run from. Yes, but my assessment in that moment, or the reason why I always am like, I have talked about Sudan, but why are you bringing it up in this circumstance, is because it is the most common deflection point. That's it. The thing is, I'm stubborn as fuck, okay? I'm a stubborn ass motherfucker. And I don't do this so that people think I'm cool, okay? Nobody thinks leftism is cool. I wish they did. It would be awesome, okay? I wish they did, but they don't. And a part of the reason why they don't is because we're fucking annoying. All of us on the left, we're fucking annoying. We're constantly going, me. We're constantly chirping, okay? We love chirping. We chirp all the time. We are unimaginably hostile to people who are ignorant. We are unimaginably uncharitable to everybody else, and even people who we perceive as having a slight deviation from our ideology. Okay? It's just the truth. Face thinks you're whack, or rather your audience is, because of this reason. They would not have blinked about this recent controversy. There are so many other communities out there who much rather find themselves in the throes of like all of the most like right-wing, racist, bigoted shit, as opposed to this community, because this community is so unimaginably hostile to perceived slights, some of which is obviously deserved, but some of which is not. And this is an issue in my audience, and this is something that I've yelled about quite a bit. The irony is, of course, whenever I yell about it, people then fucking, the very same people who constantly talk about that shit will use that as another opportunity to further relitigate how bad I am. We have a real issue. That's why, what's the first thing that I always say? Be normal. No, it's not all leftists are like that. I think it's just you, dog. You're just an asshole. No offense, but as someone who agrees with 80% of your politics, it's crazy how unlikable you are. I don't even know why. Okay, who do you perceive as a more likable figure? Like this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. I like that the three people that you mentioned as a much more likable figure are the three people that I have direct communication with, like are the closest, with the exception of, I mean, I guess like Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar. They like me. quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Maybe they see something you don't. I don't know. Also, those are politicians. They have to be, probably because they don't watch your stream. Oh, okay. Who do you think is at fault here? Guy who agrees with overwhelming majority of my opinions, but simply can't seem to place your finger on why you just have distaste for me and you can't let go of that optical resentment? Or guy who's trying to navigate way you talk, I think, or guy who's just trying to navigate through the treacherous nature of reactionary politics that are so pervasive online. It's because I give off a frat dude vibe. All right, man. Anyway, as I said time and time again, I'm hard-headed and I'm stubborn, and I think that is what is necessary to get the point across sometimes. And also, I think it would be insincere if I were to try to retriangulate my message to the aesthetic tastes of people who don't like that I come across like a frat bro. But a couple of people mentioned you in particular when they mentioned that they're tired of seeing frat bro leftists. Yeah. Okay. You build it. If you build it, they will come. I have no control over who I am. This is just who I am. And I think it would be insincere if I were to behave in a different manner. I believe the things that I believe. I do also disagree with a lot of people who say, oh, you're a frat bro leftist and that's not digestible. I think that's also incorrect. I do suspect that your brand of leftist aesthetics is actually not digestible. I'm a normal person. This is just who I am. I happen to have this worldview. It doesn't matter. The optics don't matter all that much. You know? This video pretty much sums up the issue.
And
oh, yeah.
I know y'all don't want to hear this, but even the people who say they don't like cops and say ACAB are cops. Like, a lot of y'all are cops. There is this social phenomenon where people will find a public target, which is usually someone who makes minor. And I'm emphasizing minor because there are some egregious things that people can do. But minor missteps, minor mistakes, and they will like treat that person like a public punching bag until the end of days. And I peak game, right? Because people will like literally see someone who becomes an acceptable social target, and no matter what that person does, no matter how they apologize, no matter what they contribute to society, no matter how good they are of a person outside of the mistakes that they make, no matter if they have one take even that is like slightly off or that like people deem to be a little problematic, it becomes okay to like publicly harass and beat up on that person to the end of time. That to me is cop behavior. And look,
I've talked about this before. It's accountability culture in air quotes, and it stems from powerlessness. It stems from a recognition of your real powerlessness in the face of these unmoving structural hurdles, these unmoving oppressive systems that we exist under. We know that we can't change the government. We know that we can't actually like change the outcome of police brutality, no matter how hard we try. So we focus on more accessible targets, more appropriate targets. This is what a lot of the left does. Oh, well, you know, I can't get anything across to the Democrats. I can't get anything across to the Republican Party. I can't change the systems, even though there are so many awful things that are happening around the world. I see it and it hurts me and it hurts my feelings and I want to change it, but I can't. But where do I have change? Where can I see change? If I can get a TV show canceled, if I can get a written apology from, a TV show that I watch, a late night television show host that I watch, that's the only marginal area where you can have some semblance of change. Okay. And you just really keep hammering that on because it makes you feel like you have agency. It makes you feel like you have some semblance of power. That's why a lot of people do it. It's that. It's the obsession with crime and punishment for social slights, perceived social slights. Okay. And it's also a tendency for behaving in a puritanical manner, like wanting to behave in a puritanical manner. A lot of people also have an evangelical streak, if we're being real, even if they themselves are not self-identifying Christians. And all of those things combined, I think, all of those things combined create this very interesting dynamic. Is it me, or is calling you a frat bro exactly what you were just addressing with leftists being unforgiving and judgmental? Yeah, it was. It's just like, oh, you present yourself a certain way and I don't like it and it annoys me. And then the closest comparison that someone can make in that regard is not someone who is under a microscope for fucking, 7 hours a day while discussing these issues, but someone who is a politician who has to carry themselves very differently and is certainly not under that same lens. Anyway, brother, can you quit saying the left like you are also not a part of the left? It feels pretty damn insulting to us that consider ourselves leftists. What do you mean? I also say I do it too. I'm a part of this as well. But the more we do this, the more inaccessible we seem to others who are in our reach. That's the other thing. We don't actually let bygones be bygones. We're not charitable to people who like fucked up. And to the outsiders who look at that situation and say, well, I've done things like that, but this broad left movement sees this person as a fucking demon, as an animal, sees that person as a villain. Am I a villain? And that's the moment where they go, I'm not even approaching this shit with charitability. That's the problem. We do this to ourselves. Can you give us an example? I mean, there are a million examples that take place on a daily fucking basis. There are so many people that are constantly cast aside. Like here, I'll give you an example so that we can have drama over it if you want. Okay? I'll give you an example so there's a serious drama that we can relitigate. Like people were screaming at Cutie Cinderella. And I looked through the people that were yelling at Cutie Cinderella. Not many of them were actually fans of mine because Cutie Cinderella responded to Aiden Ross and Asmongold doing a competing award show or something. And everyone got mad at her. And they were like, why are you highlighting these right-wing figures? It's true. Aiden Ross and Asmongold are right-wing figures. Okay? They are. But like, this is not any sort of serious, sincere advocacy. And I'm not even taking ownership over the people that were doing that because like I literally looked to see if these were like genuine fans of mine or something. Because guess what? They weren't. But also guess what? Every other community that saw people yelling at Cutie Cinderella, do you know what they think? They think it was my audience that did that. Because anyone who feels slighted by a hall monitor on the internet, okay? Anyone who feels slighted by a hall monitor on the internet immediately associates that with the broad leftist movement. And for many people who have horse blinders on, that don't see the world outside of this like little confine that we exist in this little echo chamber that we live in, I am the representative of all things left and all things woke. They don't see so many people that would yell at Cutie for something like that also yelling at me, saying I'm anti-black, saying this, saying that. They don't see that shit. Or when they do, they go, oh, here it is. These fucking woke libtards are eating each other alive once again. For the average person, they don't have the political education to sift through the different sects of the left, the different ideological tendencies of the left. They just broadly see everything as the Democratic Party, libtards, and they look to all of us in that same way. I'm not exactly certain how we move beyond this because this is historically, this is as long as the left has existed, But that's just unfortunately the reality. We are presented to everyone else as the more toxic. We are always presented as the more toxic version of Asmongold, just so you know. Not to like the normies, but at least on the broader like internet culture arena, I need you to understand something very important. People think we are more annoying and more toxic than rapacious, monstrous right-wingers because there is a sense of comfort that the average person has with a rapacious, monstrous right-winger, even if they are literally victim to their relentless attacks. Black and brown people. You can extend this to even the Donald Trump vote because most people don't have the political education. They just simply look at the vibes. And the vibes are liberals are annoying. Liberals are the annoying HR people at your job, or liberals are the annoying hall monitors at your school, and that they're constantly fucking yelling about shit that doesn't matter. They're constantly checking people. They're constantly saying, like, you're doing this, you should be doing something different. Fuck you. This is irredeemable. The vibes have been fucked for decades. Very difficult to overcome this problem. Okay? But the right, not having any sort of moral standard at all, gives people a sense of comfort. It gives the average onlookers a sense of comfort. Okay? It makes the average person go, I don't fully agree with whatever the fuck these guys are saying. But ultimately, it kind of feels like these assholes would never come after me and yell at me unless I become woke. That's how a lot of people find themselves in the comforts at like the apolitical middle. Okay? That's, if you're wondering how like this Joe Rogan of the left conversation works, right? That's how it works. If you're wondering how there are 1,000 Joe Rogans, but there's only one Hassan Piker, that's the reason. Because no one is fucking schizophrenic and autistic enough to constantly fucking sit there and eat it every day and not become a monstrous person who says, fuck all of this, I'm going right wing. Nobody wants to do it. Why the fuck would anybody want to constantly be harassed by the right and then simultaneously get harassed by the left too for marginal differences in opinion or perceived slights? No one wants to do it. Why the fuck would anyone want to do it? Even with all the fucking money that you can make. I really hope you get schizophrenia. I will be the first medical internet-induced schizophrenia patient. Don't worry. Twitch CTE, baby. That's it. There's a reason why there is a reason why so many people look to broadly what the left represents and only sees being fucking annoying. Like only sees the vibes as annoying, smarmy hall monitors. Is one of the worst aspects of the left broadly. And it's something that I try to, for the past decade, change. And it still doesn't fucking work. Even in this community, there's hella people that go crazy. Your niche is on the left. The right wouldn't welcome you or take you even seriously at this point. You're so fucking stupid. The right takes in rapists, brother. You're so dumb for that statement. Are you fucking kidding me? The nuts that they would fire off if one day I were to be like, yeah, fuck this socialism bullshit. You know, I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm actually a liberal. I'm actually a reasonable liberal who agrees with the right on every single issue all the time suspiciously. Are you fucking kidding me? I know the talking points better than the right does. You know how fucking easy that swing would be? I'll be getting welcome to the fucking White House. They've named the ballroom after me. They don't have one fucking charismatic figure on the right. What are you talking about? If I can actually operate in this unimaginably hostile fucking water, I don't know, they do be Islamophobes. Yeah. You know what they love, though? A guy who shits on Islam with the former backing of being Muslim. If I had no morals whatsoever, if I had no fucking moral compass, if I was a grifter, I would just grift to the right. Think about all of the top deities on the right, top fucking figureheads on the right. They got nothing. They got no motion. They're not charismatic. They don't have no riz. They don't ever have to fucking navigate the treacherous spaces of being a fucking leftist. There's no purity testing on the right. They just go, oh, you like Trump? Great. I remember Your Rage was open to doing a collab stream a few years ago, but he said he changed his mind after he saw how much shit you got for even thinking about playing the Harry Potter game. If they treat their own man like that, how are they going to treat me if I fuck up? Was his reasoning for dropping the collab idea? Yeah. And I know for a fact so many people are not going to understand the broader lesson here that I'm trying to fucking instill upon my audience and think, oh, he's just fucking sad that he can't fuck around with his millionaire buddies. Oh, woe is me. Big old millionaire. Can't even hang out with his millionaire buddies and he's offended and he's sad. No, dude. It's the overall vibes that we put out. Most people, we don't market ourselves at all. We just don't. We don't fucking market ourselves. And we just expect people to get on board because we're right without even presenting an argument as to why we're right. Add on to that the misinformation spiral that people go through, and there you have it. That's why I always laugh. That's why I always laugh at people who are like, I see TikToks of the very same people that are constantly being like, this person is fucked up and wrong. This person on the left is a bad person, who then will literally turn around and in the same breath be like, why are there no visible figures on the left? I wonder why. Because you killed them. Like, what do you mean? And the only people who can actually overcome that, because if you are trying to become a propagandist for the left, you literally have to just never listen to that noise. Okay? You have to make sure that you abide by your principles and you're honest with yourself and you're honest with your audience, and don't get disturbed by the noise. Okay? Don't do it. There are a lot of people in here who for many, many years have told me, oh, we shouldn't allow this person in the community, or we should be less open-minded about like perceived slights, even if they're on a journey of learning, like shutting off people entirely from the journey of self-development, right? We do this all the time. And those people, because I don't listen to them, can now benefit from a much larger community of support. Because if I were to do that when I had 35 viewers, I would have stayed with 35 viewers. If I were to do that when I had 350 viewers, I would have stayed at 350. If I were to do that at 3,000 viewers when the demands were being made, I would have stayed at 3,000 viewers. And I didn't do it. There is no value in perceived exclusivity. There is no value in gatekeeping, especially if your goal is to instill broad awareness, to unlock class consciousness, you know?
Y'all gonna jump me for this, but like, we always dismissing the intolerant left thing, but I do think there's something to explore around how there is like such a thing as being punitive and unforgiving, and it happens a lot in online.
Like, look at this fucking asshole. Like, oh man, you really did me so solid. Thank you. Just to prove a cynical point, you're willing to call yourself a Nazi publicly? Like what are you doing? Okay, fuck you then. How about that?
Faces. And look, somebody 2 decades from now should not be paying for like using a slightly phobic word, or even if they do apologize and acknowledge it, or saying something out of pocket once and acknowledging it and not saying it again. I do think like y'all are cops. No shade. No shade, no I do. Oh wait, and one more thing. A lot of the times these targets are women, queer people, black people, brown people, mostly black people, and then some disabled people. If it's a person on the margins, it makes it easier for y'all to do it because it justifies you hating people who are marginalized, because you won't do it with your chest outside of that. And a lot of y'all who claim to be like radical social justice oriented people are just as bad, if not worse. A lot of y'all.
Agree, but I've also met a lot of libs who police other leftists. Wait, what? Yeah, no, everybody does that. Jake Tapper mentioned, oh buddy, oh brother, it is not going to be good if Jake Tapper's coming after me. But yeah, no, liberals do that as well. Liberals also certainly do that. That's annoying. Liberals broadly do it to their left flank, but they also do that to their right as well. They do it all the time. As a matter of fact, they probably do it even more frequently than the left does. The examples he's saying is very different to some of the people in this community. Side eyes, though. He's not apples to apples. All right, someone clip me the Jake Tapper mention. Like, Jake Tapper's a great example. He's literally doing something that we just talked about in terms of like cancel culture, right? Like, Jake Tapper doesn't like me for obvious reasons. And I suspect that he's not going to fucking defend me. He's using this as an opportunity to fucking take a couple pot shots at ZOHRAN and shit.
Mamdani's affiliation with Hasan Piker, who is a progressive podcast host, who had said something along the lines of America deserved 9/11 or something along those lines. That's what he said he was referring to. But moving on, Nina Turner, Cuomo was pressed last night on his past quite a bit, particularly the sexual harassment claims. One of Cuomo's accusers was in the audience, Charlotte Bennett, invited by Mamdani. That's a move we first saw pulled by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton and by association, Bill Clinton. How do you think Cuomo did on those issues?
He took the words right out of my mouth, Jake. I was going to make reference.
Okay, Jake actually didn't fuck me. Respect to Jake.
During the debate.
My mistake. My mistake for assuming he was going to fuck me.
These were credible accusations. They were not wild accusations. They were very credible. And it's really hard to try to explain something of that magnitude away when you are running for office. So he didn't do well. I mean, he tried, but you just can't. He's between a rock and a hard place on that one.
He called you a liberal podcast host?
Not
he
an
said
issue
progressive.
we can satisfactorily address, I guess. It's interesting that Mayor Adams ended up picking Cuomo, endorsing Cuomo, because let's just roll the tape. This is what he said just a few weeks ago.
I want to be clear with you. Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar.
I mean, that's not typical political rhetoric. I mean, he's not qualified. That's not, I mean, a snake and a liar. Jonah, what changed?
I've been trying to figure this out. I don't pretend to know, but there's a lot of New York City, big Republican donors that have been leaning on Trump to lean on Adams to endorse Cuomo. Adams is sort of, a creature at this point of the Trump administration, given the pardon that he got. And so I'm sure all the pressure went that way. And I do think that, as the snake and liar comment notwithstanding, you do get the sense that Adams resents Mamdani more than he resents Cuomo at this point.
Well, his interest
One
changed,
leader in New York who's... Go ahead.
His interest changed. I mean, his interests change. Politics makes for strange bedfellows, as the quote goes. And so that is why he is doing it. I don't see this any different from having the current vice president, J.D. Vance, make reference to President Trump and Hitler. Their interests have changed. And so it is in Mayor Adams' interest to be with Governor Cuomo. And that's exactly what it is. It is his self-interest. He's not looking out for the voters or the citizens in New York.
You're referring to then citizen J.D. Vance in a private text chain, no longer private, using the Hitler comparison with Donald Trump. One leader in New York who still has not announced whom he might endorse is House Minority Leader, New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. Take a listen.
It doesn't even.
As you indicated, Wolf, early voting starts in a few days. And, I look forward to saying much more about the mayor's race, as I've promised. In advance of that moment, we'll have more to say about the mayor's race sometime soon.
Nina, the election's in 12 days. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm asking. What do you think? What does it say that I don't think Schumer's endorsed now either?
No, they just might as well just confess and say they don't want to endorse Assemblymember Mamdani and just move on instead of playing in the faces of the people of New York. At this point, who cares whether leader Hakeem Jeffries endorses or not?
Thanks to both of you. Really appreciate it. Great having you here. Go ahead, Jonathan. Final thought.
I beat cancer. Congratulations, translucent Trey.
Is a problem for national Democrats. Jeffries is trying to get Democrats in a whole bunch of diverse districts from across the country elected to the House, and they see Mamdani.
According to NBC, the Cuomo campaign linked the New York Post article about you to every journalist asking about his Islamophobic comments. Andrew Cuomo says that that's another problem when radio host says Zohran Mamdani would cheer a terrorist attack. Wait, what? What the fuck is up with this guy? Rich, as a party spokesperson for Cuomo, told NBC News that Cuomo did not agree with Rosenberg's comments and that his response was in reference to a comments by a progressive streamer, Hassan Piker. Cuomo has repeatedly criticized Mamdani for appearing with Piker, who once said America deserved 9/11 before he called the comments inappropriate. Piker was not specifically invoked during that part of the interview, and Mamdani said at last week's mayoral debate that Piker's comments were objectionable, reprehensible. He was referring to Mamdani's close friend Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11, a statement 9/11 families called on Zohran Mamdani to denounce, but he refused for months, as the party said in an email statement, which included a link to the New York Post story. That's not new. Governor held a press conference. Oh, dude, it's first of all, no, then it's like totally fine. No, he was on my this. It's the exact same quote the campaign gave to every other outlet, so they linked the New York Post article to everyone. Oh, dude, it's fine. It's fine, dude. Oh, you can get away with saying anything you want about Zohran, dude. He appeared on my show one time. That's fucking nuts. I think everybody fucking knows exactly what's up. Oh, this is really funny. Yeah. By the way, they think they can get out of this by being like, but Hassan, brother, this is not LSF. Okay? You're running for mayor of New York. The people surrounding you that are listening to you are not a bunch of apolitical slop tubers. Why the fuck is your election campaign comprised entirely of Redditors that you think, what about Hassan, is going to be a successful counter? I'm not even from New York. It's so funny. Sid Rosenberg starting to lose his mind, realizing that he accidentally put the final nail in Andrew Cuomo's coffin. Hey, Brad Lander, Jimmy Van Brainer, and the rest of you losers blaming Andrew Cuomo for my comments about How about coming at me? Andrew didn't say Zohran Mamdani will be cheering if, God forbid, we experience another 9/11. I said it, not Andrew. Cowards. And then Sean King says he agreed with it. He goes, of course he did, because it's the truth. You see that picture last week? I know who you are. Don't come here with your bullshit. No, I'm not going to fucking follow back Sid Rosenberg, okay? Get the hell out of here. I don't understand. This has to be a byproduct of how unimaginably online the campaigners are, right? It has to be. Because, I mean, I know his brother asked me constantly to be on a show, and I've said no every single time. So I know that the Cuomos are somewhat aware of who I am. I didn't know Andrew was aware of who I am. But, like, what's hilarious about this is most New Yorkers do not know who I am. They don't know who I am, okay? I don't know how to explain this. This doesn't mean, oh, I have no motion whatsoever. But most New Yorkers don't know who the fuck I am, okay? And the ones that do, by and large, a much larger number of New Yorkers who know who I am like me. And they're door knocking for Zohran. I don't think they're going to turn around and be like, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute, dude. I found out about this Zohran Mamdani guy on the HasanAbi broadcast and then joined the fucking team to go door knock for him. And it became a part of the 50,000 army of door knockers. But turns out this Hassan Piker guy, that I've been watching for years said America deserved 9/11. Fuck. 6 years ago? Fuck. He said, what? Yeah. And also, this other part is what is so apparent as well. Because, like, sure, are there Islamophobic New Yorkers? Absolutely. But by and large, Americans don't have the same level of, like, resentment. Like, they have a different kind of Islamophobia in America, right? It's not the same as, like, European Islamophobia. Because, like, imagine if, because the way it is in Europe, it's like the Islamophobia in Europe is basically, like, packaged with the Islamophobia that you have in America and the, like, anti-immigrant sentiment you have in America in an environment that is infinitely more hostile to immigrants than regular ass Americans in general. That's why it's, like, totally different. It works totally differently there, as opposed to it works totally differently in America, as opposed to, like, as it does in Europe, where people would say, like, oh, Islam is, like, destroying the West in Europe, and most people, like, tune into that. They subscribe to that racist notion. But they don't necessarily do that here in America, because Muslims are not as prominent a voting bloc. They just kind of stick to themselves. And also on top of that, like, there's a reason why the Dearborn, the anti-Dearborn initiatives don't work that well, right? Where they're like, oh, there's fucking, there's fucking the calls to prayer. You can hear it in Dearborn. It's scary. And then people go, whatever, who gives a shit, right? I don't think hitting the Islamophobia lines like this is going to come across as broadly positive to people. I think it just, like, grosses people out more than anything else, you know? You think they're mad that your TikToks, YouTube shorts about Zohran are going viral and it's free advertising? They have to pay millions for a fraction of that? No, I don't think. I think that when you look at, like, how popping Zohran is on TikTok, it's not, I have nothing to do with it. He's just popping on TikTok because he's young, he's vibrant, he's got a great team around him, and also he's got great policies. If it grosses people out so much, why does Trump go back to that playbook so often? Dog, are you kidding me? Even Donald Trump is nowhere near as Islamophobic as Andrew Cuomo has been this past week. Are you out of your mind? Donald Trump will suck the semen out of an Arab sheik's penis 1 week. The fuck? Donald Trump knows where his bread is buttered. Are you kidding me? He fucking loves the Gulf leaders and shit. He wouldn't dare talk shit about Islam as broadly as fucking, as broadly as Cuomo is. No, that's Laura Loomer, who, if you noticed, is no longer as close to the Trump administration as she's been going fucking nutty mode on the timeline about Islamophobia. Okay? Yeah, but saying a sheik is Muslim like saying Trump is Christian? Yeah, but they do hear the Islamophobic statements. Sequoia Partners unironically lost their chief operating officer recently due to the fact that that dipshit that runs Sequoia was running his fucking mouth about how Muslims are infiltrating the country. They lost a high-level C-suite executive, okay? And not only that, but now a bunch of those Gulf leaders that dump fuckloads of money into Sequoia Partners are talking about how they're going to pull out because they're like, why would we give you our money if you're talking like this about Muslims and Islam in general. Yeah, that Sequoia guy always tweets about me too. He's a fucking freak. I think you guys forget, like, these dudes are moneyed up. Yeah, here it is. Buried at the end of the article. This is from Financial Times. Sumaila Balbale, a practicing Muslim, left the venture firm after it decided not to discipline the outspoken investor for a post about Zohran Mamdani. Sequoia COO quit over Sean McGuire's comments about Islamism. The scandal has also soured Sequoia's relationship with some top Middle Eastern investors. One financier based in the region who has worked with Sequoia described McGuire's comments as a humiliation. A lot of sovereign wealth funds from this part of the world are not going to work with this guy. If you notice, Donald Trump never talks about how Zohran is an Islamist. He says Zohran is a communist. Are you not wondering why Donald Trump, who does not hold back on racialized animus on any capacity, rarely ever talks about Zohran's beliefs? You don't fuck with the money. Andrew Cuomo is unironically more Islamophobic than Donald Trump is in his commentary, of course. I'm not talking about behind closed doors or whatever. Donald Trump knows where his bread is buttered. He knows, okay? And yeah, sure, maybe the Gulf leaders are not like, truly practicing Islam or whatever. Who gives a shit? You're still shitting on them, okay? Like nobody, when someone calls a black person an N-word, nobody goes, oh, well, hold up. Maybe it was because it was deserving. No, everybody understands exactly what that means. And Islamophobia works in the same fucking way. When someone's like, oh, all Muslims are barbaric, or this Muslim is barbaric and a terrorist, all the other Muslims hear that and they go, okay, well, fuck you then. Like, people forget that, motherfuckers have access to the internet over there, okay? They're super wealthy and they see it. A lot of sovereign wealth funds from this part of the world are not going to work with this guy. That's for sure. He is not welcome here, he said. You work for your limited partners and founders. You are entrusted with serious capital by investors, the person added. This is not good for the brand. Anyway, we got through the first 30 seconds of this until I went on like 11 different tangents, but that's what these fucking assholes don't realize. Crash Dummies coming at 4:30.
Yes. Chances of victory, 93%. Yep. So, barring this doesn't go horribly, I think you're good.
This is how we bring the numbers down.
We got to get some parity here. We got to give Cuomo a chance.
I want people to understand this election's not over, so I'm going to tank this interview. If it's not an 85 by the end of this interview,
we're going to work on it.
Not as
Dude, you've done, like, I want to give you, like, a few compliments here. But they're also like very validating because I think, every week I'm talking to Charlamagne and we're talking with the boys here on the pods. And it's like, we keep on saying, hey, Democrats, can you please just run for something and not against somebody? Yep. And it is a very simple solution, but I think people at their core want to feel like their issues are addressed, and their concerns are met. Not simply that guy bad. Yeah. And then you guys have done it masterfully. Obviously, you're a great talent and your team is phenomenal. Zara, I know you're listening. You're great. You're great. You're great. Give us a little more time. You're great. You're great. But it was really validating to see that. Yeah. It's like, wow, if you talk about the issues people care about and say that you're going to do something about it, they will support you. What a fucking crazy idea.
It's also crazy. The things that I would say you inspire, change and hope. The last great Democrat, those were kind of his mantras, or however you'd say it. Change and hope, and that's what you inspire.
Was that Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think that's been lost a little bit.
I appreciate you guys. I think it's just, there's been a lot of lecturing and not much listening. And, we saw a swing towards Trump here in New York City in the last general election.
Whose responsibility was that? Who the hell made that? What the fuck are we even talking about?
Those guys.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did this.
Bunch of frat boys, dude. But it was. There are a lot of caricatures of who Trump voters are. And in New York City, we saw the swing was actually in the heart of immigrant New York. And I went to Hillside Avenue in Queens. I went to Fordham Road in the Bronx. And I asked New Yorkers, who did you vote for and why? And I met the vast majority of them were Trump voters. And I asked them why. And it just came back to cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And if I had spent that time lecturing them as to why they were wrong, as opposed to...
people cannot appreciate how awesome the Obama years were? Brother, don't even get me started. It wasn't. It's awesome in comparison to now. But that doesn't mean it was actually awesome, especially because the Obama years is what brought what we are experiencing now. Now, part of that was because he was black, okay? And a big part of it was a lot of white people were like, yo, how did we let this happen twice, okay? They could not comprehend it. They could not contend with it. They were like, this is incredible. I cannot believe this guy literally is a Kenyan Muslim socialist communist, devil's spawn, black guy who was the president twice. What the fuck's going on? I will vote for the maximum racism candidate. Okay? That was definitely a part of the motivation, a big part of the motivation. But also on the other side, it was the end of whatever progressive momentum could have ever existed within the heart of the Democratic Party. It was the end of it. It was the end of times in that regard. Okay? A candidate that ran on change and progress, that turned around and literally slapped on the most Clintonite policies, the most Clinton-adjacent third-way neoliberalism, a monstrous team of what does he call it? The League of what did he call it? He called it the League of Competing Interests or something. I forget now. In Hillary as well. No, not the League of Nations, dude. No, the team of rivals. That's what it was. The team of rivals. Thank you. Like, a lot of people forget the rug pull that Obama pulled because he was so charismatic he could overcome it. Okay? But he really did do that. He really did kill hope in some ways. Okay? But of course, racism was a primary motivator as well, on top of everything else. But in any case, it was definitely a rug pull situation. Having said that, he was very charismatic and still is very charismatic. That's why I get so mad, because it's like you could be using that for anything, dude.
Listening to them as to how we could get right.
Yes.
Then we would run a very different campaign.
And this is one thing I said I wanted to talk about. I feel like the establishment Democrats don't understand a pretty simple thing. We want to vote for someone who might make things better. Even if the risk is it will make things worse. A lot of people voted for Trump because he might make things better. And the other person is saying, I wouldn't change anything. Things are not good. In New York, things are not good right now.
It's the most
other
expensive
guy,
city
to
in
me, is
America.
just saying it's the same, and you're saying it could get better.
It's a privilege to maintain the status quo. You know what I mean? Like, if it, like, we're privileged, like, it's very nice to know that we're going to be okay. Listen, delete this.
I'm going to hit the join DSA link. No, it's, we can't afford more of the same.
So here's the thing. Like, it's so funny because I saw it was like Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, and they were talking about you. I don't know if you remember this.
I didn't see this.
But they were speaking, and it was almost like this shoehorn theory. Have you ever seen that, like, politically, what happened?
Horseshoe.
Sorry.
Theory.
Horseshoe, yeah. So it's like...
But you are shoehorning it. It is the horseshoe theory, which is, stupid. But you are shoehorning it into this conversation. God, I hate horseshoe theory. I hate stuff like that because it's so, like... It's just, like, such a classic... I want to fucking swing above my weight class ass thing that people use. It's like unimaginably reductive. It doesn't actually it represent anything real. Okay. And it's like a clear-cut example of just like someone trying to sound smart. Doors open. It's the maximum centrist mindset. What's the horseshoe theory? Yeah, you go far enough left, you become a right winger. Like there's extremes on both sides. It's just like a very silly centrist position. Okay? That's it. And people try to like interpret it. People try to interpret it in that way where they'll be like, well, go far enough left, you hate Israel. Go far enough right, you hate Israel. It's like, okay, yeah, that's right. That's what the fucking Nazis want. They want healthcare for everybody. And they want to uplift the working class no matter where they are, around the planet, famously. The only person who abides by the horseshoe theory is Grant Plattner. That's it. There's no one else. I've never met another person who on the one hand is like, I'm a communist, I'm an Antifa super soldier, and on the other hand is running around with a fucking Todokov on his chest, okay? And is a Blackwater mercenary. I've never seen that. And I don't even know if I'll ever see it again, okay? There is no other person that represents that. He is the true progressive mind in a MAGA body, a one of a kind.
I think that they were basically saying that you were meeting the moment in terms of what people are concerned with, right? And it's obviously a cost of living, and it's like, I think it's so specific. I think it's like, it's rent, and I think everything is derivative of rent.
Yeah.
And
it's the number one issue in the city.
Bro, I started looking up numbers, because like, I think a 2-bedroom 6 years ago was, the average 2-bedroom compared to right now, I think has gone up 90%.
I mean, it's untenable. Right? Like, and I think this is the thing that...
Wow.
90%, almost doubled in 6 years.
That's great.
How are people supposed to keep up with this? And I think what's so kind of to what you guys were saying, if the politics on offer is right now is as good as it's ever going to get, that's not good enough for the vast majority of people.
And I think it speaks to how out of touch a lot of them are.
Yeah, and I think it's just, I spoke to a nurse who, after she finishes her shift, she drives for an hour and a half, leaving the state of New York to get to where she can afford a place.
Wow.
That's what you're putting working people through. People are living in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Jersey City, commuting it.
Dude, white people have to live in the outer boroughs. We need to fix this. What the hell's going on here?
This is what happens when you call him a socialist. You got to overdo.
See, if Zohran had the lack of charitability I have, if I went on this podcast right now, every motherfucker would be like, why are you normalizing these Trump supporters? Right? That's the difference between charity, between two very similar people in ideology.
It's just like, I'm going after a story. I'm going after Suicide Bay.
Come on, the Greeks are not white. No, but continue, please. Yeah. It is absurd that in order to afford her life, and there are obviously certain circumstances that have created this situation. What I want to talk about more is, because I looked at your plan to go fix it, and I would really like this to be able to happen. A lot of people are making this impending war about you and Trump. I think it's going to be you and Albany, bro. Can you speak a little bit more on that? Like what you need Albany to essentially allow you to do?
Yeah.
There are restrictions in government. Like there are systems in place that don't allow you to do what you want, even if you think it's in the best interest of people, and even if that's what the people want. So how are you going to convince Hochul? How are you going to convince these?
She just got groomed.
People to allow you to enact these policies.
So New York City continues to be a creature of the state. New York City, if you have an ambition for the city that matches the scale of the crisis, you have to have an Albany agenda. So when de Blasio wanted to deliver universal pre-K, he knew he would have to go to Albany to get that money. He actually overcame the objections of then Governor Andrew Cuomo to get that money to make this a reality. Now it is one of the best examples of government actually meeting the needs of working people. And so when we talk about raising revenue, raising taxes on the top 1% by 2%, the top corporate tax to match that of New Jersey, that's something we will do in Albany. And that's partially why the endorsements of Governor
Hochul. You almost said it. You almost said it.
I'll never be taking that one.
You almost said it.
Governor Hochul.
He's posting that on Instagram immediately.
You see, the trauma is coming back. having to deal with that man so much. Governor Hochul, Assembly Speaker Carl Haystree, Majority Leader of the state Senate Andrea Stewart-Cousins. These are endorsements not just of me, but of the agenda. Because in Albany, it's often spoken about as 3 men in a room. Now it's 2 women and a man who are in that room. And to have the endorsements of all of them, it's huge, and it paves the way.
I also think it's for this agenda. Your political momentum, right?
Thank you.
No. And I mean that. I don't even mean it as a compliment. I mean,
I take that back.
It's like a guy once told me, America doesn't have allies; it has interests. And I think that politicians are often that way. Now, I can't speak about you, but Hochul needs re-election, and she's it's next year, right? I imagine she is thinking, okay, if I raise taxes like you...
Dude, when I see Andrew Schultz demonstrate his capabilities as an actual active adult / political commentator, when I see him do this, it makes me more mad when I compare that to what he was doing with Donald Trump. Okay? Because this is not a stupid man. I'm sorry. It's really hard for when you match up what he just said right there, which is correct. Kathy Hochul has political ambitions. She wants to stay in office, and she knows how popular Zohran is, so she's going to play ball with Zohran's policies. That same guy didn't even ask Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You would want, I might lose some of my constituents. But she's also probably thinking, if this guy is such a tsunami and if I rebuke him, I could also lose people. So is your strategy to have so much support in a Trump-esque version? He's the only other example.
The Lev won't make this a Bernie on Joe Rogan again. The Livs will try to gaslight us, though. All the grifters like Schultz get to do whatever the hell they want until the slop runs dry. I mean,
Conceded has found a way to completely transform his party. Is your strategy get so much support that...
Goddamn, the bar is low. That we're praising this dude for understanding politicians that want to win elections. No, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I'm saying it's hard to consider what he was saying about Donald Trump and how he got duped by Donald Trump to be sincere when he does demonstrate the basic bare minimum competence when talking about like the ambitions of the former lieutenant governor turned governor and why she is willing to play ball with Zohran's agenda because it's an objectively popular one. And what it says about Zohran, like that is demonstrating political acumen. Okay, that means that first you abuse your dog, now you're grooming her. Does your depravity ever end? No. Unimaginable depravity. Look at this. Look at this big old bitch, dude. She fucking, Margot shouts out for that big ass bone. She loves it. She's going to town on it. She is so big. Apologize to her? Never. Only big old bitch is you. It's crazy because she just got groomed and now she is putting a disgusting bone all over her arms, and her arms are going to be completely coated with meat and slobber, but it's worth it. Let a bitch be big, goddamn. Yeah. Does she usually enjoy bones? Yeah, she loves bones. Give her bones all the time. I'm never giving her whatever this kind of bone is. I usually give her like a Icelandic ram horn to add insult to the injury of Hasan Hasan mistreats her dog. I give her, as you guys have probably seen on the broadcast before, yes, Icelandic lamb horn or whatever the fuck it's called. Anyway, let's keep going.
Hochul's political future is dependent on her connectivity to you.
My strategy is to build the political will such that Governor Hochul has a...
Yeah, by the way, yes, I know I keep pausing, but 26,000 views in one day.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Impulsive podcast 2 days ago, 69,000 views, bro. This guy killed my grandma with his policies. One of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a minute. How can Cuomo attack Mamdani for being a rich Nepo baby when he was literally the son of the New York governor? I don't think being the son of a governor is a niche movie director, and a niche movie director really compares. God damn, Andrew Cuomo is such a fucking like motionless charisma suck.
Partner in delivering universal child care.
Good man. He's a politician.
Because look. Governor Hochul has spoken.
Bend the knee.
Governor
Bend the knee.
Governor Hochul has said she wants to deliver universal child care. What she's had in the mayor we have right now is someone more focused on getting out of jail,
right,
than actually funding these kinds of programs.
Or partying. We're going to bring 11 to New York. That is a fire idea. You shouldn't even know what that is.
I didn't know what it was until I posted the clip, and I was like, I guess
and now you're like, let him run again.
That's all he needs to need. You can still bring it though.
That's still on the table, bro.
Don't ban that guy. He said terrorists fuck. He's saying like they have sex. Like people that are declared terrorists by the State Department unjustly have sex all the time. And that's what he was saying. Look at what he said next. What did he say next? He also called you the N-word. Oh, okay. Maybe he's not redeemable. Nuclear?
Okay. you were saying.
So I think it's what are you using your political capital for? Because the same people who will say, oh, we can't afford free buses. We can't afford $700 million a year in making the slowest buses in America fast and free.
I don't agree with that. I think you can. Like that. No. Like, but here's the thing. Like,
can I put that on the website?
You can put whatever you want. Yeah. Like, I also think this idea that like New Yorkers are going to flee because of a 2% increase. It's like, I've been everywhere else. You're not going anywhere. Bill Ackman's not going nowhere. He's going to be in the Hamptons all fucking
summer. There's only one place to write those tweets.
That's it.
New York City.
Exactly.
Every character you want.
AC goes out in July in Miami. You sweating writing tweets? There's no way.
He's spending more money against me than I would even tax him.
That was the best line in the entire thing. That right there, bars. Best line. He's got those piffy one-liners down, dude.
Every day it's like $1 million. It's like $1 million. I'm like, Habibi, I don't even want that. You're going above and beyond.
Okay, but awesome. So I don't think anybody's moving, and I honestly feel that way. And like I'm in the tax bracket. We're going to tax more. Like, dude, if you're going to deliver all this shit for 2%, give it. I'm 100% supportive. It makes life easier for New Yorkers. This is my one identity in my entire life is a New Yorker. It's the thing I care the most about. But what I will say is that I think that there are going to be people in government that are going to try to restrict you from.
Why is he on with that racist? Because he's not a dumb internet leftist and someone who's serious about winning the New York mayoral race. Asked and answered. Let's move on.
And I know that you're aware of that. So I'm like, how And there are people that might disagree on economic policy. We can have like a philosophical discussion about like what economic policy works. But I don't even know if, I think that's like a waste of time. What the fuck do you do when special interest groups are going to be lobbying like crazy? They're going to say, I want to build 200,000 units. And then the second you try, they're going to be like, well, not in my neighborhood, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, you have
How
to,
do you do that?
You have to be ready to take on these fights. You cannot be naive
taking
to
on
the
it right
fact.
now. Special interest groups are.
But I mean, it's I appreciate the point, because there is a reason why we haven't had progress, right? If you look, for example, at the Department of Education, this is the agency we spend the most amount of money on in any agency in New York City.
Yep.
Of the $40 billion we spend about $10 billion on contracts and consultants.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of people who are looking forward to the.
If this makes you reconsider Mamdani, you're an idiot. Yes, many Americans are. Next question.
Renewal of their contract.
No, it's to educate you nerds at Bronx Science.
Oh, I thought you meant like, oh, if this makes you reconsider whether Mamdani's the real deal, you're an idiot. Yeah, but I also do think it goes in the other direction, where there are absolutely people who will watch the podcast and be like, whoa, he's actually such a personable guy. I didn't know. And they will vote for him. Because yes, no matter how dumb you think the median voter is, I promise you they are way dumber than you think they are. Okay?
All of us dumb kids that went to regular public school, you know, we don't need all that money.
Look, you know?
Where'd you go to high school?
Baruch College campus.
What was your mascot?
The Blue Devils.
All right.
Yeah. Which
It's
we
actually
just chose.
a white devil. Isn't that funny? Who knew? Habibi, let's talk about it after.
Segue.
Get us back to Hochul.
Pivot.
Get us back to Hochul.
No, but here's my point. There are people making money off the status quo. And so there will be a lot of interest in retaining that status quo.
Yeah.
Right now, the city of New York will pay McKinsey a few $1 million to design a trash can. McKinsey's not going to be happy when I say we don't need you to design that anymore.
Right,
we can
right.
actually design that ourselves. The Second Avenue subway, which is the most recent extension of New York City subway
Shut
lines.
that shit down, bro.
Okay, that's not where I'm going.
Shut that
Yeah, I don't know where
Ain't
you're taking
nobody
this.
need a subway on Second Avenue.
It's actually a
Why are you
beautiful
so
thing.
against? Why are you and Curtis Sliwa so against the Second Avenue subway?
Because we're from Manhattan.
You don't want to get to 125th Street? on
Never
Second
go to Upper East Side.
I grew up. I went to middle school there. I went to elementary school
You don't
there.
go there now.
I know, but so I don't need that. No, the last place you need a subway is on the Upper East Side. They're going to be okay. They're not leaving. Bring a subway down to Tribeca or something like that.
It's wherever you are.
Hello, is it working? Is it working? Is it not working? I'm confused. Can you see me? Can you see me? Am I not back? Oh, you can see me. Okay, got it. Oh, fuck. Did it do a full cut? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That's so fucking annoying. Ay. Hold on. Let me not move my arms around if I'm like fucking pissed off. Welcome back, King. What happened to the IRL backpack? You did a full cut? No, I had to transition into the IRL backpack. Kaya run. That's so lame. I fucking hate that. I can't believe there is literally no. Do you not use IRL toolkit anymore? No, I haven't been using it that much because it's kind of ass. It's been cutting in and out every now and then. What I used to use for a redundancy has become a point of failure. Might as well start the gaming now. Dude, I have guests coming. Okay, calm the fuck down. How is the internet so bad in Hollywood? It's just really awful. It's just really fucking awful. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can say about it. Another reason to fucking move to goddamn New York, bro. I hate this shit. I hate this goddamn city. I hate this goddamn stupid ass fucking state. I hate this stupid fucking infrastructure. It's so ass. Guest on stream or guest personal life? No, Crash Dummies. I have guests coming over. Yes, I have a fucking business line. It doesn't matter. It's still ass cheeks. Anyway, all right, let's continue.
I think we got to go from 96th Street to 120th.
Did you just hear what he said? He goes,
That's a good point.
That's right. That's 8 blocks mathematically.
What I'm saying is, why are you trying to build more white people subways, man?
Look at this. So you were fine with the Second Avenue subway,
only white
72nd,
people over there.
86, 96, but you don't want to go to 125?
I never wanted it at any of those stops.
Here's my point.
I've always been against the 2nd Avenue subway. They want to live over there and make them walk. I dated a girl over there. That shit was horrible. I had to walk and they got to walk. I was walking to York Avenue in shorts.
I feel like I'm talking to York Adams.
Fucking December. You know, bring an 11. Put an 11 on the 2nd Avenue subway. Use the polls for something.
Here's his point.
Here's my point, though, is that people in Harlem were promised a subway to 125th Street on the 2nd Avenue decades ago.
Yeah.
And it's taken us so long to even get to this.
Why didn't we start with them?
We had to connect it.
What is it? But you could connect it the other way, too. We could have started it up there.
But where are they going to take it from 125th to 116?
What is it, 2 Avenue 116?
Yeah, I'm actually here to announce that the head of design at the MTA is about to be
Thank you. I would have done that too. Now you're making some good decisions.
Yeah.
All right? I'm taking back my 2% if I'm going to work for it, though. No, I hear what you're saying. You got to connect it to 51st Street.
But I think the larger point here is, though, that like when they did the first phase of construction for the 2nd Avenue subway, the MTA spent more money on consultants than construction.
Yeah.
So this is part of the issue, is that you're right that we're going to have to transform the inner workings of government.
Yeah.
And that means ending a patronage politics. There are a lot of people who have jobs more to do with who they know than what they do.
Yeah. No,
and that's not specific to Eric Adams.
And it sounds like you want to create a Department of Government Efficiency.
Kind of sounds like.
You're dozing. I said I was in favor of it. This liberal cuck, when it was a Republican idea, hated it. And now I'm in favor. Now look at him nodding.
We are not going to judge people who like to watch others have sex with their wives. That is their...
I bring it back to efficiency.
Okay, sorry.
Bring it back to waste.
Some people say that's efficient and waste.
You can wait for Andrew Cuomo to have these other conversations. Right?
You know he's going to love it back. Okay, go.
But here's my point: is that it is sad that we let someone.
No, there's fucking 25 to 30K people in here. It's just once the stream cuts out completely and then reboots, it tweaks your numbers for the rest of the day. Like, it says 0 people in here. Like, look, here's the chatter count. 25,260 people in the chat right now, which means there's probably around 30K people watching, but with the lurkers and whatnot. But once the stream gets cut in and out, the numbers will be perma-stuck.
Like Elon Musk, take the words efficiency, fraud, as if they are right-wing concerns.
I agree.
These are actually the concerns that should be at the heart of a progressive politics.
Yes.
Because I want to increase taxes on the top 1% by 2%. And I also want those same New Yorkers to be able to look at that increased revenue and say every single one of these dollars is being spent efficiently.
Yeah.
It can't be in and of itself the reason why you do it. It has to be what you deliver with that money.
I think like Doge was universally supported before it became what it was. But the idea...
it was never actually intended to fulfill the intentions.
Got it.
But the intentions...
The intentions are right.
I think most people...
Let's eliminate it.
Okay, I love that. Guys, generational triumph.
Does this mean you get less money at the end of the month? No, it doesn't. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and entirely, exclusively for you, the viewers. Okay? There's no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. The viewership numbers don't fucking matter. If you want to, at will, no obligations whatsoever, if you want to subscribe to support the show, to support the stream, you can. You can do that for free with the Twitch Prime. You can do that by gifting a sub if you want. I believe it was like 35% off earlier. I don't know if it still is. I don't know how that fucking starts and happens every now and then. But having said that, there's no obligation to subscribe. You don't have to if you don't want to. I guess it's not 35% off for gifted subs. Sorry. It was a treasure train. It's random. Oh, got it. But yeah, the only revenue stream I have is this. The only revenue stream I have is my own paid subscribers who voluntarily subscribe, for the record. You don't get any like extra benefits. I guess the maximum benefit you get now, which is platform wide, is if you subscribe or you have a subscription, you can rewind the VOD. It's smart to have more than one stream on revenue. I mean, it's fine. I have subscriptions on here. I have YouTube, but that's not that much. Oh, you get emotes as well. You get emotes. Hasan makes trafficking Fent. Yes, that's how I make my money. I traffic Fent. Don't lie to us. It's true. Also, oh yeah, that's true. If you're a subscriber, you can also send me. Oh no. If you're a subscriber, you can also send me links. It's not a guarantee that I will click on them, but you can do it. You can send me those links if you want. And what else? And you got the emotes that you can use all around the platform. And you can clip shit. You can't clip shit if you're not a subscriber. Don't say that, dude. They'll kinetic strike your house. I welcome it. I welcome that. You click on them 95% of the time. It's true. Heavy on the not guaranteed speed of the stream can be insane. I do click on a lot of them. I click on far too many of them. All right, everybody, stop sending me links right now.
My hand. We'll see you there.
So if rent is the most important issue, which I think we all agree, it's like fucking absurd. The rent freeze was like incredibly effective communication, right? This idea, because everybody else is talking about, we're going to build all these units. When you're drowning, you're not worried about like someone building you a boat. You need a life vest. I get that 100%. I think that makes sense. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you can do that to like about 50% of the units in New York.
Yeah.
Because those are like,
apartments pretty much.
they're like the rent stabilized or rent controlled units.
About 2.5 million New Yorkers live in these kinds of apartments.
Got it.
Yeah.
How do you offer relief to the other 50%? And let me just clarify to people listening, like those other 50% aren't necessarily people who are wealthy.
They're just living in market rate units.
And I think that work here and they just didn't have the ability to get one of these, rent controlled units.
And so I'd first say there's rent control, which is a very small minority. The vast majority of what we're talking about is rent stabilization. Rent stabilization means there's a limit on how much your rent can increase every year. It's not what your rent is, it's what the increase will be. And it's all determined by a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, composed of 9 people that the mayor appoints.
You can appoint them.
Yes.
But I think the appointing process might even take a little bit, right? It's not like day 1 you do it.
It's each of these terms are on kind of a rotating basis.
Got it.
And there are a number of these terms that are open right now.
Got it. So you can point some, and there might be some people that are empathetic to your philosophies already. So
because they actually did a study. That same board, under Eric Adams, did a study. It found that landlord profits had increased 12% of those units in the same year that the median household income of tenants of those units was $60,000. And with that information, they decided, let's hike the rent again. So it actually doesn't have to do with the data.
Got it.
But the point that you're making is right, which is that we have to have a housing policy for all 8.5 million people. That's why you couple a rent freeze with construction of 200,000 truly affordable homes. The reason I say truly is because, like, I represent Steinway in Astoria, right? I'll call a constituent, I'll say, there's a new affordable housing development coming up. Do you want to apply? They'll say, how much do I have to make? I say $140,000. They hang up the phone.
Yeah, affordable housing.
Because
how do you make it work? What is this? They posted this about you and then Anaphase fucking said, how could this be?
Pussy good, pussy sweet, pussy good enough to eat, pussy good.
Yo, I can't believe it, bro. Why the fuck am I letting my moms do layups here for dunks like this? What is happening? Can we get for real for a moment? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What's wrong with this goddamn stream? What's happening here, dude? I don't need haters. I got them all in here every fucking day, okay? My biggest haters.
Pussy sweet, pussy good enough to eat. My pussy good, pussy sweet, pussy good.
Okay, that is a little, I do feel a little called out. Like I feel like this is disrespectful. Like down to the fucking wide shoulders, the length, the height, and the appropriate size head that looks kind of small because the shoulders are wide, obviously. Otherwise, it's like a normal size head. Everyone is saying it in the chat. Everyone is saying in the chat how normal the size of the head is. It just looks like that because of the shoulder width. That's what it is. Fashion sense is better. Okay, dude. You're going
to afford that, right?
Yeah.
And so my point is thinking about affordability more with the median household income in New York City, which is $70,000 for a family of 4.
I love it.
So you have to increase that, and you have to make it easier for the private sector to also build.
I agree with you 100%. Like, I think Ezra Klein put out a great book that I think that he's been like unfairly maligned by a lot of people on the left, but like where he's just going, hey, I appreciate democratic policies. I want to implement them. I think they're better for people, but there are certain things that we need to remove so that we can be competitive in an open market.
And I think that there's a truth to that where, look, I'm somebody who believes in the public sector. I believe in regulation.
Yeah.
I also believe that if I can't give you the reason for the regulation, then it has no reason to exist.
Yeah.
I cannot justify a restaurant giving the city every year $25 for the right to sell a frozen dessert. That doesn't make sense. Right? That is something that should be eliminated. I cannot justify someone who wants to open a barbershop filling out 24 forms, going to 7 agencies, and then attending 12 in-person events. That does not make sense to me.
Right.
So I think that there is a truth to some of the regulations we've created have made it far more difficult to build housing. And even the justifications we used back then are not the ones that have been borne out today. So we need to change those.
So how do we, first of all, I completely agree. And as like someone who has someone renovating above me, please believe I like the fact that there is regulation. Do you know what I mean? Like I have a kid who's 21 months old. It's like they want to sleep, and if somebody's just going to be banging 21. This guy's
Oh God, Zohran, what the fuck, my boy? What are you? Oh no, brother, come on! You don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. That is such a fucking unk ass move, bro. That is unk station. All right. Speaking of which, Crash Dummies are here. Rich, coming from you, brother. That is not something I would do. Okay, I don't code switch like that. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do code switch, but like that's a whack ass code switch. What's good? He's such a fucking millennial, dude. That's crazy. What's good? Pull some chairs for you guys. Oh yeah, dude, the most famous dog in America, most maligned. What happened? Yeah, we need another chair. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. First, don't. Oh.
It's like you never left.
Yeah.
All right. Back. What's good? You guys are back. We got Crash Dummies in the building.
Yo.
Let me fix this. Ooh, no, that's the wrong way. There it is. Okay, this is good, right? This is pretty good.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? This has been quite the eventful past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys heard.
Nah, bro.
There's been some developments.
I see it.
Oh my God! There's some developments. There were some developments in the world.
What are you guilty or not? What happened?
Yeah, bro. I'm a major dog abuser.
No.
How much do you what initially? What did you think of like white people's tendencies to be like, this is the biggest crime of all time? Like even the perceived slight in and of itself.
I learned that like a lot of people will speak out about dogs before black people.
Oh, 100%.
Like this is the most outrage I've seen. Man.
No, they're like Donald Trump is like arresting like people for looking like Mexican on the corner of the street, and everyone's like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
get them out. There's too many of them. But then they were like, this is a dog. This is a dog that's being abused.
Yeah. Oh, I've never got I got so much hate.
Yeah, that called a slur. Hard ER.
Yeah,
I wonder how much he's paying these.
He's probably just, yeah.
That's crazy.
I think
that was hilarious.
There's no S on it. He was for sure talking to you.
Oh, he was just saying. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, it's a shouts out to Los Pollos. He was the one who said that, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot. I was like, I just woke up and I tweeted that, and I'm like, yeah. I woke up from a nap and I'm like, you know what, Los? Yeah, I don't like that, bro. I don't like how they coming at you like that, bro.
I mean, it is what it is. It's just like they've been looking for anything. I mean, they've been calling me a terrorist for the past 2 years.
That's
every single day.
They've been waiting on something.
They were, but it's crazy because I feel like a lot of people were just like maybe not comfortable being like, yeah, he's a terrorist, but they were like, oh, dog abuser, we found it. We found something. We found
At least that one was consistent.
Yeah. But
you've been on the internet for a long time.
Yeah.
You said some questionable stuff in the past,
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Andrew Cuomo, he's been bringing me up.
I just feel like that's like this one was like the first time I've known somebody get some internet backlash, and like I've seen firsthand how this is not the truth.
Yeah,
so it was interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You will never be able to convince anybody. There's like, it's so funny because like the shit that I saw was people being like, it's abuse. What kind of dog is forced to stay in one area and sleep for 5 hours? I was like, every dog.
Yeah.
Have you been around a dog?
Yeah.
They love sleeping.
A lot of people that complain probably crate their dogs all day when they're at work.
Their dogs are like living inside of piss and shit as they go and work in a fucking cubicle all day being like, this is the worst abuse I've ever done seen in my life.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're not We're not here to
Okay, I
talk
will
about
say
that.
this. Even though
What?
the dudes that are making the videos are weirdos, some of them are talented. Obviously, that's how they got like their
the
following.
memes.
Yeah, the memes are funny. I'm not
the
gonna
memes
lie.
are
Some of them
funny.
I'm not gonna lie. I woke up at 2 a.m. during this beef one time, and I wasn't like really paying attention to like the videos. I was like, oh shit, did Hasan do it? I got scared. I was like, oh fuck, we all going down for this shit. I was getting my speech ready, like fuck y'all.
Bro, I dude, like it got to a point where I was like, damn, am I like a bad dog parent? Like, what the fuck? Like, it started making me question myself, especially because it's like I was like, am I actually like a mean or bad dog parent? Like, I couldn't like. At first, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous, but then they fucking kept gaslighting so goddamn hard that I was like, man, maybe I'm just a shitty dog parent.
Yeah. It's funny because if you would actually do it, like me and Mike probably have to go work at McDonald's, you know?
Yeah.
It's over for us.
Yeah,
Like,
it's done.
No, I actually don't think our audience really like.
Yeah.
We're not in the stream. We're not LA either.
Yeah,
I think so different.
No, also, what you think, bro? The way that this has been blown out of proportion is unironically, it's like if I punched Kaya in the fucking mouth on camera, it would probably be worthy of this level of response.
Yeah.
Like it would have been above and beyond for even something like that. You know what I mean? Like people have been really pressing it nonstop. I mean, they're still gonna keep pressing.
Yeah, you
it
probably got a good like month, and there's gonna be like, oh, you've been when you're on the internet for a long time. There's so many different like angles and factors with things.
Oh yeah, you guys are gonna get yelled at because you're gonna get yelled at for because I'm anti-black too.
Anti-black?
Yeah, I'm anti-black.
Sometimes, like when I cut to the basket, you don't pass me the ball though. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay.
And I did rupture my Achilles. I did rupture my Achilles.
Because I'm selfish.
I did rupture my Achilles in your
bring that
presence. I'm all good now.
No, this is gonna be a clip for sure.
I injured. Yeah, he got injured in my vicinity. Yeah,
a life-changing injury, not just a normal
that's
injury.
true.
I ruptured my Achilles playing basketball with freaking Hasan Piker.
That was
a
so
casual Thanksgiving game.
Yeah.
Oh, in the holidays.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't like holidays.
That was fucked up.
Add it to the list.
I felt so bad.
How's stream been today?
Pretty good. We had a regular daily fucking Los Angeles ISP dog shit infrastructure moment where the internet cut out.
Oh damn.
And then I brought it back with the bag as you guys were coming. Otherwise I would have been like, I'm fucking done for the day. But since you guys are here, I was like, no, we got to keep going.
Hey,
but
let's go.
What are you guys up to? What are you doing out here?
We just shot a lot of podcasts over there at TMG Studios. Shout out to TMG. Doing a lot of collabs.
We did a haunted house escape room.
Okay.
Yeah, for content. It was good. It was good.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was. I learned a lot about it for some people.
Yeah.
Just like what people would do in like dangerous situations.
Yeah, Noel.
Pat got tied up.
Yeah.
Cuffed.
I got cuffed.
Is this like I've always bracketed scary experiences and like skydiving and stuff as like white people activities.
Yeah.
I don't like that's my least like I'm white. I say I'm white, but like that's my least like that's my most non-white thing where I'm just like I don't fuck with any of that.
I think for it being for content and there was cameras there, I think it made it a little bit more doable. Like was that something I would have done in my spare time? Probably not. But I think sometimes it's good to like try different things. But Pat got tied up.
You would do it if the lady was like, come on.
Yeah, you have to.
I don't know if I do that as a date.
Oh, because you don't want to.
No.
What was your reaction?
There was sometimes like because there were women in our group, and there were times like where I probably should have held the door open for her, and I did not. And I'm like, no.
You just like pushed her in front of the.
Yeah, I'm like,
Jack the Ripper comes out. You're like, oh, her first.
Yes, always her
they
first.
Had tasers in there.
Wait, what?
Oh, they tased us.
They
kidnapped me. They put a GIMP mask over me, and they put something.
They cuffed him like this.
Cuffed me like this, and they had to find me. I was cuffed up, blindfolded, everything.
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a normal. That's
like
not
full.
That's not
immersion.
like Knott's Berry Farms. That's like a level above that. I think
it was crazy. They were pouring blood all over. They made me eat this flour, and it started making me like salivate.
Yeah,
like I was spitting everywhere.
And then he disappeared for like an hour, but he came back.
Yeah, I think when it comes out, definitely we'll post it somewhere.
Yeah.
But they'll post it somewhere.
fuck?
But
Yeah, you gotta try it.
Absolutely.
You have to do it for stream.
Absolutely not.
They'll drag you by your feet all the way to like this little tunnel and then close you in a casket.
I
everything.
don't like any of those things that you're describing. I feel like that's the even for content. I'm like, I don't want to do that.
They would want to see it.
I would rather go to like a protest and get shot at.
That's so crazy, bro.
then do some shit like that.
Every time I see him get that press jacket, I'm like, oh man, let me.
Yeah, I would rather do that. That's like way more. I don't know what it is. I just like I don't like getting jump scared.
Yeah,
but I feel like with that much group of people with cameras, it kind of takes a little bit out of it.
Yeah, it
like,
definitely
you'd be
took
good.
some. Like the cameraman was exposing some of their hiding spots because it's like, wait, why are you filming B-roll there?
To be fair, I did get lit on fire before. That was fun. That was cool.
When is it? Is there a video?
Yeah, but it was like, I mean, it was
But I'm
professional.
afraid to do a haunted house.
I mean, but that one was a cool experience. Like that was also a very, like it was professional. Hold on, let me.
What's good, chat?
Wait. Oh no, that's like, my react to it. Where's the shit? Let me see if this is like on the OG. Nope. Of course, this is one of those bot channels, so it doesn't have the actual original video.
Nice music.
Yeah, they put Turkish music in the background of the video. And I'm lighting my cigarette. Look at that. That's hard.
So you can't feel anything with the gear you have on?
No.
What's the purpose?
it was for a video. It was for one of my buddies, one of my Australian buddies. He's crazy. He does like crazy stuff. I mean, I've waterboarded him before.
Like you do with your friends
for another video. Yeah.
You want to do a haunted house?
No.
I waterboarded.
The
you.
Waterboarded somebody?
Yeah, it was my get back. Muslims on the not on the receiving end for once. No, they were doing a video on CIA torture methods, enhanced interrogation methods, and he wanted to be waterboarded, and I did it. And I don't understand how the fuck anybody could do that to another human being. Like, it is one of the craziest things I've ever experienced in my fucking life, dude.
No, that's crazy.
That shit was nuts.
Did you
for
talk
sure.
shit in between? Did you like snatch the towel off and say, were you in character or were you just like,
No. I wasn't like, no, I did not.
Okay.
I did not do that. Hold on. Okay. It's just somebody at the door.
I was like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, no, someone's like answering someone's at the door trying to drop a flyer. Anyway, crazy way to find out Cutie is not on the next episode. Yeah, but they're not on the episode either.
Damn.
Hassan told us like an hour before.
Yeah.
Blame him.
They sat down and turned the camera on and be like, yo, where's CRASHDUMMIES?
Yeah. Yeah. That's because we didn't want Cutie on the podcast. So I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have CRASHDUMMIES on. She's like, oh, I'm not. I don't want to be around them.
Oh, she still doesn't want to be around us?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, that's true.
That
That's
hurts.
what it is. Dude, we can't even honestly, like, we make jokes like that, but like there are people that are watching right now, like, gonna clip this to be like, yeah.
It's funny that how things can be taken seriously like that. I think you have a problem though. Sometimes you're too sarcastic, and that's what gets you in trouble.
That's true.
Because you could explain something in such a simple way, but you give such like an extreme analogy, like of someone getting their head blown off or something. Like, and
That is true.
You're being sarcastic, and that's what gets you in trouble.
I do use hyperbolic language quite a bit.
A lot.
I know. And I also am like very straight. I mean, I think it's autism. Like, honestly, I just do it very straight face, and then people take it sincerely. And then they also cut it in a way where they're like,
But
this is what it
exactly,
means.
but you say it in the same tone. It's not even like you have like you need to change your sarcastic voice.
No. You just say the same.
Just
Because they want to do it in the first place. So, yeah.
It's true. T-Pain did think I was right wing. How was that, by the way?
Wow,
that was really good.
T-Pain thought you were
T-Pain
right.
initially, like at first, thought I was right wing because I would always wear like the Trump hat.
Oh,
And I would
stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think that's fire though.
That's what I mean. I was doing it as a joke, as a meme to create this like exaggerated right wing character. But it's like it's also impossible to exaggerate the right because they're so fucking insane. So anyone who's doing an exaggerated version of that is just like a regular right winger now.
Yeah. And that's what they're gonna believe because they're exaggerating already. So when you exaggerate, they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's his real take."
Yeah, there's people in here. Look, I thought you were a right winger before October 7th, lol. That's crazy.
No, that's so
There
crazy.
is also a lot of people who are there's just like a lot of woke people that are younger and they don't understand. Maybe they didn't like socialize normal with other people, so they just like think anything that's like perceived as are younger and they don't understand. Maybe they didn't like socialize normal with other people, so they just like think anything that's like perceived as a minor slight is like, this is indicative of this person's like racist opinions. And then that shit goes viral on TikTok, stuff like that. And then, you know, a lot of people that don't know who the fuck I am go, okay, well, this guy must be a right winger.
Yeah, I'm so glad people don't take us that serious. There'll be so many clips where people, someone called it, why did they call us sexist? Because we did what?
Oh, so we said we wouldn't want to argue sports with our girls.
Yes, and I said like in depth, like that's just not a conversation that I want to have with my girlfriend.
I'm sorry for the misogyny that is being demonstrated.
That's crazy.
This is all it took for me to disavow the Crash Dummies podcast. What was I? Oh, speaking of sports, though, I'm not very knowledgeable on sports, but there's a big ass sports story that's popping off right now, and I wanted to lean into your expertise on this.
Okay,
I suspect you know what I'm talking about. Wemby is the GOAT.
Oh,
the new GOAT.
Okay.
No. That's
he
not.
did go off though.
Yeah, he did.
He went crazy.
He is. I was watching it this morning, like on stream. It's inappropriate.
It's so crazy.
It's inappropriate.
What he's doing, and that's like versus Anthony Davis, which is insane.
Yes.
And he's making Anthony Davis look like me guarding him.
Yeah,
like,
he's
crazy.
making Anthony Davis jump on his pump fakes and then also fading away, and it's like impossible for him to reach him.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't like. So like, if we're playing basketball and a dude is really good at basketball, don't fall for his simple moves and make us all look stupid. So PJ Washington jumped at a 7'4" man, rising up for a mid-range. Just stay down, buddy. Like, what else?
Because you're not going to get it. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
A Wemby pump fake should not ever be falling for outside of the paint.
At that point, you just try to do one of these like street ball moves, like oop. Something like try to like tickle his balls or something. Like he's going out
street ball.
This is my kind of street ball. No, I'm just saying you're fucked. There's nothing you can do. He's going up there. He can basically drop it in from on top of you. You can just go, okay.
They're finding out 2 business days later they were dunked on.
Yeah.
Like, they're watching film like, whoa, he dunked on me? Like, what the fuck?
Dude, it was so funny. The fucking announcers were like, this is like playing basketball with your dad in front of the garage when he just slams it down. He's like...
Those are
Wemby.
That's so crazy.
But there was a Chauncey thing you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
You know that's my favorite basketball player? Isn't that crazy?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
For his crimes?
I kind of like his crimes are kind of swaggy a little bit. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't gambling on the games. I think he was like, what was he doing? Like cheating at poker events?
I don't even know exactly what took place, and I don't trust the FBI at all, and I especially don't trust it nowadays. So yeah, when Cash Patel came out, I was like, oh, they're innocent.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's
there they go again.
The thing I don't like about it is like we've heard about Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like obviously they're black men, and if they're guilty, whatever.
Uh-huh.
But they keep saying mafia, and there's not one picture of a person from a mafia in the news. It's just I just keep seeing Terry Rozier. Why is this,
bro? And the worst part about it is like they're using like his defense is no, I'm that ass. Like I'm actually that bad at basketball. Like I wasn't throwing.
No, court is gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, Your Honor, I suck. Like actually, I'm not very good at basketball. That's his defense.
The sports gambling world is getting crazy.
Yeah,
now. Especially all these NBA players.
Yeah,
NBA, NFL betting on games and stuff like that.
Oh, you know what's gonna be fun? You know how they call expert witnesses in court? There's going to be an NBA coach that's just called as an expert witness for Terry Rozier. Just be like, is this a basketball player right here?
How good would you say he was?
It's going to be tough.
I would say I've never seen a guy turn the ball over like this. Guilty.
What is this? They try to link LeBron to Jones because Jones got intel on injury report of LeBron before anyone else.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Wait, what? They're coming after my GOAT? Yeah, this is what it is. Terry Rozier guilty as hell.
Oh my God. See, that's almost believable. Oh, he put his head up. Oh, he lying. He said, oh.
That one, okay, those two are irredeemable. Like those two, like he just passes it. And he's not even making an attempt. Like that's crazy.
You wanna know I know?
Come on, bro.
He's rooting for the guy shooting the pull-up three. Look at his face. It's almost like, oh, I hope you make this. Watch this. Come on, bro. Shoot that. Yeah. Yeah.
That's 35 grand.
This is all in one game too.
This is all from one game. Yeah.
That kind of like a real turnover.
Yeah. Some of these are just he's ass.
Yeah.
Like that one, it could be that he's ass. The 3-pointers are crazy.
Those ones are gonna be hard to prove. The attempts.
Yeah. That's what he should have kept doing. I don't know why he would ever drive or turn the ball over. He missed that on fucking purpose.
Wait, what the
Why
fuck?
is he jumping at the defender? He doesn't even shoot like that.
Yeah, it's just.
Ultimate teammates and sacrifice so much.
That's a good.
That's
that
fine.
doesn't look that bad.
That one was not even. That's not his fault. Like that's like he's actually trying to say he was doing good there. Do you think he sometimes gets mad where he's like, I wasn't even trying. I wasn't even trying to fail here. Like I'm just ass.
But it's hard to miss on purpose.
No, Terry Rozier, you're ass, bro. Like there's no way. You're either cheating or you're ass, bro.
No. He played good for a second contract.
Empty corner 2-man game. Rozier with a 3.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, that's normal. But this,
no, you don't. That was a line, though. That's not that bad,
bro. He just went.
I
mean, he airballed it. Oh, but yeah, when you're on Jake Tapper, it's over. You know what I mean? Like when CNN is talking about it, it's just so done. This is so cooked.
Is Jake Tapper just like always? I feel like I always see him with gray hair, like nothing else.
Yeah,
that's not his hair.
You don't think so?
I don't. He's not the biggest fan of mine. He was talking about me earlier today.
Hey, you gotta be for everybody.
This dude?
Yeah, with the Andrew Cuomo stuff. Because Andrew Cuomo was like, Zohran Mamdani is Muslim and he wants to do 9/11, something along those lines, right? Which is like pretty racist, right? And then and he was like yucking it up with this like right-wing radio show host who was like, oh, imagine if 9/11 happened when Zohran is like, running the show. He would probably cheer it on. And Andrew Cuomo said, haha, yeah, that's another problem. And he like agreed with this guy. So everyone's like, hey man, you're being kind of fucking racist. What's that about? And his retort was, well, Zohran was on a podcast with Hassan Piker who said America deserved 9/11. That was his response.
That's crazy.
So he ddidn't even defend himself?
Yes.
No.
Oh, there's no excuse.
Crazy
he just does
meat
not,
riding.
Yeah. He does not even remotely try to defend himself. He just goes, I'm gonna bring another Muslim guy into the fucking conversation and then connect him as well to 9/11. Anyway, but that's what he was talking about earlier. Let's see what he's saying
Gambling
about
and
this.
sports rigging schemes are sending shockwaves across the NBA and the United States. This is all part of two different major federal investigations dubbed Operation Nothing But Bet and Operation Royal Flush. The accusations in the indictments are rather shocking.
Do you remember the NBA YoungBoy one? It was like never free again or something.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's disrespectful.
Mafia.
They definitely outsourced to that.
You think there's still real life mafia people out there still?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
And I think
I guess it doesn't. I think when I think mafia, I'm just thinking movie. I'm thinking suit
You're
and
thinking
tie.
Italian.
Yeah.
That's racist.
Is it?
That's racist against Italians, bro.
I feel like mafia sounds cool though.
No, I feel like there's definitely still a lot of mafia. Bro, what do you think? What do you think half of the fucking mattress stores are owned and operated by? There's so many businesses that you're like, what? Why are you laughing?
What are they doing? And
I feel like they use it as a front, like to clean the money.
I've never seen anybody in there.
Is it the mafia or is it just organized
That's what
crime?
I mean. Yeah,
That
I
is
mean,
true.
but that's the same thing.
But
Mafia
what
and
makes it
organized crime.
mafia? Oh, what makes it mafia?
It's like some.
Is it just them being Italian?
It has to be heritage. Like it has to be passed down.
I think mafia just is organized crime across the board is called mafia, but I think it's just like most commonly referred to Italian mafia is like that's what it is. Like Italian organized crime is called mafia.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's a more established, like, yo, we a mafia now. Like after being a gang for like 5 years, everybody's like, hey, we haven't been to jail in 5 years. Let's go mafia, man. Let's do it.
Exactly. That's how you level up. Cosa Nostra.
But like you said, you don't ever see the people that are tied to what mafia. Like they just said tied to mafia.
Yeah, like where,
Like what?
Give us a couple.
Mafia.
Yeah, you think they're mad? They're like, come on, bro, name us. We didn't do all this shit for to not get recognized here. This is fucked up.
The scary part is like, I always thought about like being arrested by surprise, because usually most people are never going to be important enough to be arrested by surprise, right?
Yeah.
That like I feel like you have to do that with people that have money. You got to kind of storm their place and then arrest them until you get the evidence.
like a flight risk.
Yeah, so it's like Chauncey Billups was coaching the night before, and he's probably like feeling good. And I think there's like a clip of him saying like a
I'll
gambling
never
pun.
get arrested.
It was
like what?
It was
Weird.
like where the chips may lay or something like that. He said that like during a press conference or something. So it's like crazy.
Oh, so he knew that the investigation was happening.
I don't even know if he knew, but it's just weird that he said
The
that.
play on words, I think, kind of went with what was going on.
What the fuck? He just randomly talks like that?
What they say Chauncey was actually doing?
I don't fucking know. I have no idea.
I heard it was like
it's poker though. It's not his is not games.
Pablo was
I'm
on
Pablo
this from
Torre,
the jump. We
and this-
investigated Malik Beasley, Moose, and the NBA gambling scandal.
Yeah, I've seen
That's
that
from
one.
3 months ago. God damn,
Yeah,
Pablo
that's
was,
Malik Beasley was
he is fucking
Have
on
you
it,
seen the
dude.
Malik
Elite
Beasley
Hall monitor.
highlights too?
Which one?
The highlights from like what they were saying. He was like, because he was getting investigated too for betting on sports on the games as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Malik Beasley.
Malik Beasley
yeah.
was. Oh,
He's not guilty,
I only
though,
know
right?
I only saw the Kawhi stuff. That was really funny.
Yeah,
I
the
like
quiet
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
I wonder, is that
I wonder why NBA teams can't do that. I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah. You think they should just like abolish the salary cap with like side deals like that?
That's what baseball is on, right?
I don't know. I mean, I assumed everybody was doing
No,
it. When I
baseball,
found
there's
out,
no salary cap in baseball.
No, I meant like I know that there's a salary cap, but I assumed that every NBA franchise was already doing what
under the table
what
deals.
they were saying Kawhi Leonard's doing.
I think they are. And
they said that with Andre Karolinko that one year.
Did they?
Yeah.
Anytime I see someone take a pay cut, I'm like, no way they took a real
Back
pay.
off, Kawhi. He's working 2 jobs.
Yeah.
It's a no-show job. You know what the craziest part about the Kawhi story is? Like, it's easy to redeem it. Like, you could just post a couple times, and he just refused to do it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's
For like what, 50 million? You're not gonna post?
No, that's so crazy.
Well, I heard that company as a whole was scamming though.
Yeah, but even then, just like at least to cover your own ass, you should be like, I'm posting I love trees. Take a couple photos of trees and be like, oh, hi, I'm Kawhi Leonard and I love trees.
For 50 million, you can literally create the fake company. You would think that would be in the budget. Like, we're gonna pay you 30 extra million, but we're gonna take 3 million away to actually create the company, and we'll just give you 27 million. Like, so we don't get caught. Like, let's make this a real thing.
Sportsbooks caught Terry the first day, but the NBA let him keep
Yeah,
playing.
that's what Terry was in the news.
The NBA at some point is going to have to explain why Terry Rozier was allowed to keep playing. And I
Because he's so good. Like, he has to keep playing. He's legendary.
want to point something out.
You're like, we have parlays.
The sports books caught the irregular betting on Terry Rozier the day it happened, the morning it happened, when all of a sudden there was hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in on Terry Rozier unders for a relatively meaningless game in November.
Well,
I'm sorry, in March.
They let him go on. So, because who wants the main person to be Terry Rozier? Like, if you're in the FBI office, you know they want the clicks. So they're probably like, who is Terry going to lead us to? Yeah, they wanted it to be LeBron so bad.
You saw what Gilbert Arenas posted?
What?
You know when Gilbert got caught doing all this stuff too?
Yeah.
No, not even the poker ring thing too.
Uh-huh.
So they let him out like the same day or the next day, and he started joking that he's an informant. Look at his Twitter page. Go to Gilbert Arenas.
No.
Yeah.
So he like had like the lunch bag.
It
Like
said
the
informant lunch on it, I think. Chauncey Billups.
Does anyone have that? This was basically Chauncey. He was David from The
Does anybody
Sopranos.
have the Gilbert Arenas post?
He said he's an informant. Okay, nobody's linking that. But Chauncey Billups poker scheme details involving Chauncey Billups backed by multiple mafia crime families. Multiple
families, not one picture. Crazy.
Yeah.
Altered car machines, hitting cameras. And
Gilbert Arenas got that informant lunch specials this morning. That's fucking funny. Bro snitched on the mafia and is basically telling them what you finna do about it. So wait, this happened recently?
Yeah, the Gilbert stuff happened like
I said a couple months ago.
Yeah. But he was out the same day. They were saying that he was hosting like a illegal poker or gambling ring. But he said he was just hosting it at his house.
Yeah, but like, what's the fucking like? This stuff is not pertinent to like why. I don't even understand why this is illegal.
Because they're putting on the events and then inviting pro poker players to play and then cheating the pro poker players. There's like a guy on Reddit that talks about how like only the pros are losing at those events and like all the regular people who don't even look like they know how to play Texas Hold'em are winning. And it's like,
I feel like casinos just don't like when people are making money elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's like the main,
because
the
they
main
do the same
incident.
thing.
Yeah.
The main incident is that, I mean, it's fraud. I get it. It's like you're throwing a fraudulent game, but like I think hidden cameras and poker chip trays, special sunglasses, contact lenses that read pre-marked cards, X-ray tables they can read face down. They went all out.
Yeah.
It seems if you're trying to, why are you trying to clean like professional poker players like that?
Yeah.
I mean,
This looks more like he had an agenda. Like he had a vendetta against the pro poker players. So I'm gonna fuck you guys up.
It's just a random name too. Like Chauncey Bill's a legend, but still, it's just like Chauncey Bill. Their head coach is not going to be there the next game because of gambling.
Shame on the pro poker players for not getting this caught earlier, though. No way Chauncey's beating me if I'm a pro poker player. I'm not going back home saying I got beat by Chauncey Billups in poker. Oh no.
Yeah, no, I that's like the most suspicious way to do it. These are the glasses Chauncey Billups and David Jones would use in the poker games. Oh my god.
Oh
yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. Yeah.
No way. What if you were just like, yo, let me see those glasses real quick?
That's crazy.
Oh, those are some
And
cool.
it was like tens of millions of dollars. Like,
yeah, what happens when you're like, those are really cool glasses. Can I just try them on? And you're like, no, no.
Get the fuck away from me.
Yeah. That's
they were
like
getting off. How much is Chauncey Bill making a year as a coach?
It don't matter, man. Money is money, man. It's out that man's pockets.
dude, I like this kind of crime though. Like it's like
It's real. I like the thought that's put into
it's
it.
cool. It's not like, because nowadays everything is just like crypto shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything is just like, oh, I have a new shit coin I'm gonna pump, shit pump coin, and then everyone's like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking put $1 billion into this, and they're like, what happened? Like, this is cool. This requires effort. Human contact is old school. It's like the lure of heist.
Yeah.
You know, I respect that.
Because the people you're scamming to are in your presence.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you get caught there, Chauncey would have to stand on business.
Yeah.
There.
It's kind of
Yeah.
Kind of like
what are you gonna do? He's gonna beat your ass. Like, you can't.
I don't think Money Fist would have been flying there saying mafia.
Yeah.
I'm just.
That's the thing. It's like, what if some of these people found out, like, oh man, Chauncey cheated me, and then he also gets like a visit from the mafia. Like, don't say nothing.
That's
what are you gonna
true.
do?
That's true. You
That's what-
can't.
maybe that's why the mafia was involved, just for the muscle.
Yeah. I mean, they probably get like a pay. They get a percentage of the earnings, I assume, right? To like offer protection, and they'll like set this stuff up to begin with. Because I don't think Chauncey Billups was like sitting there like, how do I find ways to scam people like this?
Chauncey does look Irish there too. I don't know why. He just looks very Irish.
He looks very concerned. He's like, damn.
Like, man, that has to be nerve-wracking. I know like a rapper rapped about knowing the feds were gonna get him, and they didn't get him until like 3 months later. So he already knew that he was under investigation, and they were just gathering more information. Even if he tried to stop, there
At
was
that
nothing
point,
he could do.
you're just rapping about it. And you're like,
Yeah.
I feel like you would want to escape. No, like,
I feel like it's too. If the feds on their way, that mean they know, huh?
Yeah,
that'd be crazy if you got caught in one.
For the feds?
Mm-hmm. I snitch.
wait, what is this? Oh, in a 2023 podcast episode, poker player Matt Berkey told a story about how he heard playing poker with Chauncey Billups.
Yeah, that's
or
from Reddit, yeah.
And he knew he was scamming and stealing money from an illegal gambling ring.
God, kids are so manipulated.
Man, to touch on Benny real quick, like this, like his attitude at the game, he was always just like so semi-happy, semi-grumpy, and like, man, I would have never thought we were being cheated by this man this whole time. Like if he didn't just like completely smash the game,
Played the shit reg to a T.
right? Yeah, like the absolute perfect shit reg. Man, interesting.
Yeah.
This guy
Seems
talks about it
bad,
better
okay?
though, right here.
It is.
There are a lot of stories about it. There's one that cropped up. This must have been like 5 years ago, 2019-ish, I think.
Damn, he was doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
He was unstoppable. Let him cook, dude. Let him keep
where
going.
There was this game. It started in LA and then it came to Vegas for a few days, and it was all built around Chauncey Billups. And I had heard about the game, and the person who told me about it was like, "Look, I know the game runners. I'm telling you 100% this game
At the
is
Porter Billups
on the
charity
up and
poker
up."
tournament tonight.
And I was like, "Well,
They
I
didn't-
know a lot of the people that."
They didn't fucking scam at the charity tournament.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're throwing the events. That's why the crime is so big. They're actually getting the people out there. It's not like they're walking into a regular poker thing and cheating at that. They're the ones that's hosting it too.
That's crazy
How do you
that they
think,
would.
like, how do you determine like how much you win and how much you lose when you're like cheating the whole time? Like obviously you can't just win every time.
That's what's wrong with some people. Some people do win every time and wonder how they got caught.
But like, what doesn't make sense to me is like, if you're Chauncey Billups, you're famous enough. You're not like super famous, but you're famous enough, right? Why go to professional poker players when you can do it with like, I don't know, like rich asshole tech CEOs?
Yeah.
They're not going to know any better. They're going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe I got cleaned up by Chauncey Billups. But like a professional poker player is going to be like, this is not normal at all. Like the fact that you keep pulling these cards or the fact that you know exactly what my cards are, that doesn't make any sense. Whereas, you know, just get fucking Silicon Valley guys. They don't know any better. They're excited to be around a famous guy.
Yeah.
Like, why did he go for the worst possible person?
I think the poker players might want to be around a famous guy too, though.
I know, but they are at least like technically knowledgeable about the game enough that they could figure it out. They could figure out that there's something is wrong, like these guys
They're
did,
involved,
you know?
and I'm telling you 100% that it is not on the up and up.
Yeah.
And you know, we kind of went back and forth, and I agreed that like I just wasn't going to go play it, but I had some friends who went and played it both in LA and in Vegas, and it obviously like was for sure confirmed to be cheated. Like people who clearly didn't even understand the rules of No Limit Hold'em are just like jamming hundreds of big blinds in with like a gutty and then just drilling it. Only the pros are losing. Like,
how is it?
Okay, yeah. If it's only the pros that are losing, it's like,
That's what
how did we able to do this that long?
Bro, that's what I mean. It's like it's like the dumbest group of people to do this to, as opposed to so many better targets. I don't know. I don't know if you're like this as well, but like whenever I see a crime like that, I'm like, how could I have done this differently? Like, how could I have? How could I have tried to like perfect this? And I think the number one issue here was that you went with pros. You had pros in there instead of just being like, oh, no pros, because this is like a fun game for people who are not very knowledgeable about poker, you know, like that sort of thing, but with like a shit ton of money.
But it's probably the confidence thing too, though. Like going in like, oh, I can take this dude that has a lot of money that doesn't know how to play poker money. So I think that's
I just don't like how consistent they are. You know, like if a pro player is gonna have something to say about you, at least make the stories like a year apart. You know, so if you get caught twice, then the two guys that know are like years apart with their knowledge.
Oh, it was an Israeli mafia.
That's what they're saying.
Oh, so they're innocent. That's fine. Yeah, they'll get away with it. It's all good. Yeah, there was a dude who was like a pedophile that got caught in Las Vegas, and he was like, guys, I don't mean to alarm you, but I'm Israeli, and they literally let him go, and he flew back to Israel, and then he didn't show up to his court date. This literally just happened. This happened like fucking. Eesh. This happened like a couple months ago. Tom Alexandrovich, yeah, he was like a cybersecurity guy for Benjamin Netanyahu. It's crazy. How are you going to be the head of Israel's cybersecurity and get caught by the FBI on a pedophile sting?
Nah, it's so crazy.
It's terrible. No security at all. Anyway, Gilbert was involved with the Israeli mafia. Chauncey was Italian. Oh, that's why he got out of jail one day.
Wait, what was it? Oh, Chauncey's Italian.
Yeah, that's what it is. Italians have no motion.
So you think for all these federal like things that kind of happen, is it always Cash Patel? Like when it's a federal case? Because I feel like I've always seen his name kind of come up during this political type of stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think he liked to be on camera. He was like a camera guy. He was a podcaster.
Okay.
So I think he likes to. I mean, this is a high profile case, so it kind of makes sense that the director of the FBI would come out and speak about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because there's celebrities involved, but he does that way more frequently than I think former directors do.
A lot. I don't even know like who the other ones were.
He never lets like the regional heads of any agency come out and speak. He's always there like talking about Valhalla. In all seriousness, I think Cash Patel's gonna fuck the NBA betting case up spectacular, hilarious ways no one can even conceive of it. I agree. I think he talks too much.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as like the lead investigator, like as the head of the investigative agency, there are certain things you can't do to like bias prosecution. And a good defense team will cook you for that, and he constantly does that.
He has merch.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
So we say he has a merch.
Bro, you want to see his merch? It's so ass.
I just don't think he's smart, because sometimes when Trump says something that's wrong, he'll say it even if it disagrees with Trump. Still. Like, he's not even good enough to take something out of his speech that somebody else just said.
Yeah, bro, it's so ass. Look, this is his merch. This is some of his merch.
Oh, he has Trump stuff. I mean,
Trumpomania.
Hulk Hogan.
He also his claim to fame is that he wrote a book, a child's book about Donald Trump.
Oh, so he's like been a fan of Trump.
That boy got 3 dickheads on one shirt.
They did lure in rich whales and made $7 million over 6 years. Okay, that's not worth it. If you're Chauncey Billups, it's not worth it. Your lifetime career earnings are probably $100 million. $7 million over the course of 6 years.
What
is
if
not
he's?
worth
But you gotta give him a little grace, though. What if he is approached? Like, what if they live in Portland and they're like, "You're the guy that we're gonna pick."
Like, what, you think they like threatened him?
I think maybe he did it once or twice.
You
maybe
are a Chauncey Billups big writer. God damn. God damn. It's a gambling addiction. It could be, I guess.
Somebody said it's for the thrill. That's crazy to be that addicted to something. I don't think I'm that addicted to anything.
I mean, other NBA legends have had some issues with that as well. I'm not going to name any names.
Yeah. Hey,
you know,
it's been tough for him in this social media era.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It would've
Don't
been
do
tough.
that. Don't do that.
It would have been tough.
Who are you talking about?
No one. I'm not.
Don't do
talking
that.
about- I'm not. Who do you think I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about.
Who do you think I'm talking about? You
Don't
say
talk
it.
about
Don't
it.
say it. Don't
You
say it.
say
But
He
it.
just had a recent interview, didn't he?
Who is the person that you're talking about?
Didn't he just make a free throw?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who
Is
you're
that a black
referencing.
truck out there?
I don't know who you're talking about. There's a lot of people naming names in the chat, but I don't agree with anything or can not confirm or deny.
I wonder if the black truck has his logo on there, like when they pull up. Oh shit!
Wait, Chauncey bringing everyone with him? Oh, this is
Look at it.
New Jack City.
Kareem Akbar. That's right, the educated brother from the bank. He's the real head of the CMB, the brains behind the whole thing. I told you, this thing is bigger than Nino Brown, and I got a list of proof.
Harlem.
I don't. So they popped 2 separate crime families doing 2 separate gambling rings that were doing the same thing.
It was a publicity stunt.
Basically, I think with Gilbert's, it was like his thing was that he was just hosting. He was using. They were renting his house to do that. He had nothing to do with the actual games. And
Totally.
Yeah.
Hey. Sure. Yeah.
No, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely a publicity stunt. They probably had this information where they could have did it a long time ago. It's like, oh, let's do both of them on this day.
They were like, the FBI's looking real bad recently. Let's pull the trigger on this.
You been hooping lately?
I've been hooping. Yeah, I've been doing more indoor stuff though, because like I'm just too old, man.
Yeah,
like it's just outdoors is so punishing on my knees.
Yeah, that long ass court.
Yeah,
you play on.
Yeah, so it's just like you gotta.
Oh, boy, I'm for real now.
Yeah. What about you guys?
This is probably the best shape I've been in my life.
Why are you making that face?
I'm lying. No, I'm unking a little bit.
Yeah,
boxing. I'm back boxing. I got a fight next month.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So you're good now.
I'm good. I don't think I'm like mentally. I don't think I can play basketball for like another year, maybe another 5 months, and it would have to be like a creator type of game, like because even at the time when I hurt my Achilles, I think the last times I played basketball, both times were 2 with you.
Yeah.
Within like the 3-4 month span.
He actually blames you in private.
That's
just to let
crazy.
you know.
No.
Like,
I mean, it's a chill game.
when we
It's
leave
my-
here,
it's
he's
my
like,
fault.
he keeps saying, I can't believe Hasan didn't apologize. So,
It's my fault. It is
no,
my
he
fault.
actually felt really bad. I was like, bro,
I did feel like it was my fault a little bit. I mean,
I wasn't supposed to come play
it
that
was
day.
a little bit.
Oh, come on.
A little bit.
No.
That's all right, man.
It's like the butterfly effect. You
That
should've been like-
that should be what you would get in trouble for,
I
man.
would. Well, if only white people cared about black people as much as they care about.
What about me?
Yeah, as much as they care about dogs. But wait, what? Let's see some of these other details because I don't know exactly what took place.
NBA
here.
players faking injuries, underperforming in games on purpose, even giving insider tips about other players such as Lakers star LeBron James. Then there are rigged poker games where officials say
out,
high-tech
man.
cheating
Calm down.
technology,
This is
including
white supremacy
special
is alive
contact
and well. You
lenses
see
and
this?
X-ray devices that could see through face-down cards. That technology was used to steal millions from victims. So far,
Bro, I'm not kidding when I say this. Maybe it's fucked up of me, but the more sophisticated a crime gets, the lesser your sentence should be. I think they should be like, this was pretty brilliant.
Yeah, it was pretty smart.
Respect.
I mean, people robbed us the museum, the Louvre.
Yeah, the Louvre.
The Louvre.
Louvre.
With a ladder and just smashed glass.
Yeah. That one, well, that's just cool. I think they should let you.
That was pretty cool too.
Yeah, I think they should let you do that.
Yeah, I feel like it should be like a competition. Like, how can we secure this? And if you break and you get it, 60 days, let you try again.
What do you think they do with? Because they stole a crown, right?
Yeah.
What do you think they do with that crown that they stole? Because I heard people melting it down and stuff like that.
There's two ways to go about it. So either they take the gems off and then like they smelt everything and then I think they cut the gems. Or if it's like a super high profile item ahead of time, they usually have like a buyer ahead of time.
That's what I would have thought already.
Like a high profile buyer that's like, I want this.
But when you blink,
that's the bigger problem is you have people that want these artifacts in their possession and they have all this money.
Yeah.
That's greed.
It's like $100 million. It's $102 million, which in the grand scheme of things, I was thinking about it. I'm like, that's like XQC got that money from Kick for his crypto gambling casino deal that he got. That was $102 million. Only 2 million more.
So when you melt it though, are you like making it the crown after it gets to the destination, or is it just like you get the melted gold of a?
No, they just sell it. They just pick it up for parts. They just sell it for parts at that point.
But is it 100? Is it 100 million in gold, or just it's worth?
No,
is it because of what it was though? Right?
Yeah,
if
it's 102 million, I think, for what it is. Right? Not like the.
Got it.
That'd be crazy if the media was doing the job of the jewel thieves of being like, this is what it would be if you melted it down.
Like,
and it's like, I'd be like, okay.
So they definitely get less if they melt it down.
Yeah, I think so.
Got it.
Yeah.
But they should sell it as what it was. Like, yo, this used to be an artifact.
Yeah.
It's a one-on-one.
It's a one-on-one.
There's nothing else.
But imagine finding a buyer. They have to have a buyer already.
Like,
you can't just do that and then start, hey, I got this jewel you want to buy.
Yeah. Like if somebody sold me a notebook and it used to be like Mona Lisa and they cut out like a piece of a notebook and it was a cover to the notebook, I'd pay a little bit more for that.
You think
$15?
Yeah. They did steal the Mona Lisa before.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, and they couldn't sell it. They couldn't fence it. So they caught the guy. And I think it was in the trunk of his car or something.
What year was this? Was it like...
It was a long time ago.
It was like when the Mona Lisa was
Who are the type of buyers for these type of things though?
I don't... Like sheiks.
Yeah.
In 1911 is when they stole the Mona Lisa.
They literally have a show about this, about people trying to steal art and sell it.
Yeah,
what's that show called?
It's the coolest. It's the coolest type of crime.
Because the movies make it cool though. Like you always see like the heist, the museum heist and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I just think like I don't know that and like bank robberies. I have a soft spot for.
Yeah. Somebody said it, white collar.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, that's the peak of white collar, like jewelry theft.
Your chat's good. You eventually gonna get the answer if you ask a question. If I ask a question, I'm not getting that
from your audience.
No. I gotta go look it up myself.
No, they yell at us.
34 people have been arrested, including Portland Trailblazers head coach and Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier, as well as former NBA coach and player Damon Jones.
Damn,
I didn't even know they arrested Damon Jones.
Yeah, I just found out. That's gotta be so shitty.
That's a connection to LeBron. That's who they said had the insider information because I think he betted on a game that he knew LeBron was going to be out because of an ankle injury. And he was on his team, so he used insider information. But obviously, LeBron's not involved.
Yeah.
We don't play that shit about the
13
king.
members and associates from three different New York mafia families. Yes, I'm talking about that mafia, the Gambino and Genovese crime families, among others, also arrested. CNN's Bryn Gingras has more on the arrests and the shocking allegations that are making the NBA season's opening week rather unprecedented.
Your winning streak has ended.
A takedown of an alleged gambling criminal enterprise linking
he
four
had
New
that
York City
dialed in
mafia.
the chamber. He had that locked and ready to go. He tried to do that line in front of the fucking
in the mirror
in front of the sink mirror. Like,
No, he literally got that from his grandsons.
Yeah.
Hey grandsons.
Yeah.
Got a big speech coming up. What's something young I could say?
6'7".
6 to 7 million.
I would actually respect them more if they like just troll. Like, yeah, we did it 6, 7. Like, but they get up here and try to. This is real. He actually thought that was a bar.
Mafia families and NBA stars.
Welcoming Chauncey to the Hall of Fame.
Portland Trailblazers head coach and Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups, Miami Heat star Terry Rozier, and Cleveland Cavaliers alum Damon Jones, among more than 30 people arrested for their alleged involvement in one of 2 elaborate schemes involving illegal betting on NBA games or rigged poker games.
Let's not, mince words. This is the insider trading saga for the NBA.
One document describing Rozier and Jones sending insider tips on.
Always looks untrustworthy. He just looks like he's constantly holding in a fart, like or just farted, and he's worried. He's worried that people are gonna know he did it. It's just. I can't trust them.
Players and teams, such as whether a player, including Rozier himself, was going to be sidelined or sick, placing bets to favor their odds and maximize profits, and then allegedly laundering their winnings, totaling millions of dollars.
They placed wagers on unders on players to score less, rebound less, assist less, using information that was not yet public. In some instances, players altered their performance or took themselves out of games to make sure that those bets paid out.
In a second scheme, Billups and Jones allegedly teaming up with members of La Cosa.
I'm telling you, that's crazy that Terry's only line of defense is "I'm ass." Yeah. You don't understand, Your Honor. I'm just ass. What do you do? What do you do?
That's gonna be a fun trial. I hope it's public.
It was FBI, so it was federal. So I think federal cases. Do they film federal cases in New York? I don't know. No, they don't.
No struck crime families in underground poker games.
The scheme targeted victims known as, quote, fish, who were often lured to participate in these rigged games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes who were known as, quote, face cards. What the victims, the fish, didn't know is that everybody else at the poker game, from the dealer to the players, including the face cards, were in on the scam.
They allegedly also used high-tech equipment to rig play, like this X-ray machine, which authorities read cards that were face down on the table. Also used hidden cameras and altered shuffling machines which
read the cards in the deck, predict which player at the table had the best poker hand, and relay that information to an off-site operator.
And then authorities say some defendants would resort to old-school mafia tactics to collect their earnings, such as robbery and extortion. I'm going to wait outside poker games and pistol whip 5 winners a week. One text message read in court.
That's just theft. Like, what? What do you mean?
I guess that's where the mafia came in.
Yeah.
Documents.
That's the easiest way to never have anybody show up to your games, too. Like, I don't understand.
But they don't want them at the games. Those are guys that are winning.
Yeah, that's true.
Beating the
How do you win in spite of them cheating? You got to be so good.
Yeah, that's why they beat his ass.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And Jake, you said it, news of these arrests really just stunning the NBA in the week of its own openers. Rozier actually playing against the Magic last night, sitting out on the sidelines, though, was arrested this morning in Orlando. His attorney says that he fully plans to fight these charges. And Billups, he coached his team, the Trailblazers, last night and was arrested in Portland this morning. Both men are going to be coming back here to New York to face these federal charges. In the meantime, the NBA says that both men are on immediate leave from their teams while they review these indictments. Jake.
All right, Brent Gingras, thanks so much. Let's bring in for more discussion former federal prosecutor Barrett Berger, who has prosecuted organized crime. Barrett Berger, who has prosecuted organized crime and racketeering cases in the Eastern District.
Yeah. He's
doing it again.
Yeah. Any turnover, they're like, got him.
He misses the game winner. Everybody just stops and stares. Nah, bro.
District of New York, as well as USA Today sports columnist Christine Brennan. Barrett, the charges for the more than 30 involved in this illegal sports betting scheme range from wire fraud to money laundering, extortion, and robbery to illegal gambling. How do you anticipate prosecutors are going to handle these 2 separate yet overlapping operations?
I don't understand why it's overlapping. I guess they were cooking the games with the mafia too, like on the bookie side.
Are they saying it overlapping because Rozier was caught before? They were questioning him before?
I don't know. Maybe
I feel like they just went, a bunch of NBA guys are doing crimes. Let's just all pack it up together. Because like some people are involved in both schemes. Okay,
got it.
That would make sense, and I would think they were connected because NBA is like I feel like they have a brotherhood. So you would think they would link other people, and it has to be some type of crossover. This can't be it. Like Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier.
You think it's bigger than this?
I think that those two have the worst lawyers, and the people that have the good lawyers don't have their name in it yet. But I feel like there's gonna be they can't be the most popular people in it. I think
that's why they got them though first, because
Billups is also giving tips on. Billups also gave tips on betting on games. Billups also giving tips about players' availability.
Oh, so he's involved in both. Yeah, that's crazy.
The documents are pointing to Billups being involved in giving insider info on players missing games. They say he leaked Damian Lillard missing the rest of the season due to injury.
Which was he the coach when Dame was there?
Yeah, I mean when they got him, but it wasn't like a foregone conclusion that he was going to be out. Yeah.
Nobody that big would be involved. I know, but I don't even understand why Chauncey Billups would be involved, honestly. Because
for the amount of money won, and you got to think of like the splits and the operation cost of all this.
He's doing that when he could just like renegotiate his contract and probably be fine.
But what I feel like, so to me, I feel like we're looking at it as an addiction and like, oh, he's doing it for the thrill of it. But what if he lost a lot of money gambling? And like this is his way. He could be in debt, honestly. You got a gambling addiction, no matter how much money you make.
Yeah. I have no evidence, but I know Otani's in on this. Okay, bro. Okay, chill.
Chill on Otani, bro.
Otani is black Suburbans now, too.
Kind of. I mean,
how they say with LeBron?
I would say any billionaire with some grit to him, kind of stay out their way a little bit.
Yeah. He's fine. He's chill. He's cool. He's
chill,
innocent. Bro. He's innocent. He does not speak Japanese. I mean, English. Sorry. He needs an interpreter for sure.
No, when I heard him talk, I was like, oh.
Oh, have you seen? No. Have you seen?
I was like, I didn't know his English was that good. Because when you see people,
you saw the video of him talking to what's her face, the WNBA player.
Yeah, because when you have an interpreter, like you kind of think that okay, he really needs this.
Yeah, he does for placing bets.
I think I don't know. I think he does it so he never gets tricked by the media. It's like
that could be too. Like there might be some like different words in English that might mean something different.
He's like, you know how our media is. They'll ask you something. You see the Justin Fields thing?
No,
the owner of the Jets came out and said that basically that Justin Fields sucks. And then Justin Fields didn't find out until a reporter told him during an interview, because Justin Fields doesn't go on social media like that. And he found out live that the owner said that. And he basically had to defend himself. And he was like, I'm going to be the best I can be no matter who doubts me. Insane. The owner of the team, yeah.
In fairness, Justin Fields is ass.
Yes, he's ass though. Yeah,
I'll do that.
Right now, he's ass.
Yeah, I don't know shit about the Jets except for the fact that they suck. That's all I know.
No, they do suck.
I haven't watched much football this year.
Yeah. Jets are going 0-17. Okay.
Yeah, they might. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Protect LeBron. That's all I gotta say.
It's true. Have you seen the LeBron unks are now talking about Wemby in the way that like Jordan Dick Riders talked about LeBron? They're like, oh yeah, Wemby would never make it in the peak of like LeBron's career in the era.
I hope they don't do that with LeBron, because I feel like that's what's unique about LeBron is like, if you're a LeBron fan, you're not gonna hate on another player just because. But like people that like Jordan, and I swear they just hate for no reason.
Well,
I feel like with injuries too, I think it's different now. I think people know, especially Wemby has like a crazy build, so one injury can legit.
Whoa!
I'm just saying, like an injury can change. Hopefully, he doesn't get hurt. An injury can change his trajectory.
No, he's a go.
I think we think about that. We think about that way more.
He's so sick, dude.
No, he's. All of a sudden, I watched this.
See, I'm crying. LeBron fans watch Wemby tonight and instantly turn into Jordan fans. People are saying Wemby going to overtake LeBron after one good game. Wemby wouldn't survive a second in this era. That is verbatim what Jordan fans say about LeBron fans.
Wemby actually might average more in that era because, like,
he's an alien.
We also have more people that could possibly guard him today than back then. Like just at least stay in front of him.
Yeah.
You imagine Ben Wallace trying to guard Wemby?
There is no one with his build that was dropping. I mean, there were some people that were big men that were shooting with that percentage from the 3-point line, but like that's Like, that's not normal.
Not dribbling like that.
Yeah,
no.
or dribbling like that. Exactly. It's just so crazy.
Have you ever went back and watched like a Yao Ming highlight? He's like the stiffest guy you'll ever meet, and that's like the tallest.
I might meet him in China. I'm going to China next month. Yeah.
Oh, fire.
Yeah, I'm
You
actually
meet Yao
stoked.
Ming?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I know.
Like that's like better than meeting. I'll put like Yao Ming and Obama kind of like same like
no way. That's insane.
for me. Hey, that's yours.
That's crazy. Wow, you really love Yao Ming. What the
But
fuck?
it's just like, oh, if I go to someone and just be like, yo, I met Obama before, they'd be like, oh, what, at like some convention or something? Like, where'd you see him at? But if I say I met Yao Ming,
you're saying you have a higher likelihood of meeting Obama than you have a higher likelihood of meeting
me
Yao
as a
Ming?
black man in America, yes.
What?
Yao Ming is in
what would I
China,
mean?
though.
Obama's not walking around being like, all right, there's black people here. Let me go meet them.
But
Like,
he might speak at something. He's
Okay,
writing
fair,
a book.
fair.
So how are you meeting Yao Ming? Is my question.
I don't know. It's just like they're connected. with
Right,
our
connected,
team.
reaching out, right?
Yeah.
There's some connection. You can't meet him casually.
I was supposed to interview Obama.
Oh, that'd be fire.
Supposed to, yeah,
during
yeah.
the
Closer.
DNC
What happened?
last year. Well, they were like, we're gonna do a rain check on this, and then they never checked again.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
That'd been classic, man.
Could have been, or it could have been a dumpster fire. So you never know.
Yeah. I had like such a perfect trajectory of how I was gonna like lean into certain questions too.
Oh, they said you got kicked. Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh,
yeah.
I did get kicked out of the DNC.
Obama did like a couple interviews with
He
the Ferns one. What's the podcast called?
Oh yeah, Between Two Ferns.
Yeah.
He did get interviewed by my friends the same during the DNC. The I've Had It ladies. I don't know if you've seen them. The two blonde ladies from Oklahoma. They also blew up on TikTok. They have a podcast called I've Had It.
Oh, fire.
But yeah, they got to interview him. Not me though.
Well, you get Yao Ming.
Muslim to Muslim is fucked up.
Get
you
the
know?
better options. Taking a step up, Yao Ming.
Yeah, that's true. You're
You have
right.
to
You
make
know
you
what?
look
Who
You're
said
right.
Muslim to Muslim?
I did.
Oh, you did.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up that he went with the other Hasan. He got interviewed by the other Hasan and not me. It's messed up. But yeah, Wemby is he went to China and things changed for him. I don't know what it is.
To me,
when he became a monk?
Probably on Earth
Yeah.
is the closest thing to a dystopia, so I'm not the biggest fan of Vegas.
But Mao's solution, when things went wrong, was always more revolution, not less. He saw anyone who stood between him and his masses as an enemy.
Like, that's crazy. He went to China and he became a Maoist, I think. And now
he
he's
saw bureaucrats and lingering bourgeois elements undermining the original promise of the revolution.
Like he's
century of Chinese prosperity,
Get the word.
century of Wemby is upon us.
It's only one game so far, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that's NBA. NBA is the best at overreacting to one game. So
Yeah.
that's why I love
Yeah.
the NBA. Let's all overreact.
Oh yeah, Cat's also a Maoist, right? No, or was it Che Guevara? Who did he quote? Did he quote Mao Zedong? Yeah, there's like a weird. I mean, I don't think he's a Maoist. I don't think Wemby's a Maoist either. Because I've actually inquired about his politics a little bit. Like I dug into it a little bit. He's more of like a. I mean, he's French, so he's automatically more woke than the average American on a lot of not social issues, but like economic issues. But
See,
who
that's how you
knows?
know that the lottery is rigged for sure. Him going to the Spurs, and he was a Spurs fan, and then Cooper Flag going to the Mavs. I don't know why the NBA just don't come out and say it.
Cass Patel's not on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna make people go crazy after this stuff. Well, I guess like it's
And
not
who's eating
high
Arby's
level enough.
cash? Let us know.
No, that's definitely needs to be an investigation. Arby's,
What is the Arby's thing?
how they're still in business.
I've never
heard
seen
that?
anybody in drive-thru.
Never seen nobody in Arby's.
True.
Have you had Arby's before?
One time because we were doing like a segment where we would go to like drive-throughs and then order whatever the people ahead of us ordered or something like that. We're really trying to max out on calories. And we went to Arby's for that reason, just for the meme. It's ass.
I don't even know what to order at.
But I guess people
Arby's.
eat it.
Yeah, you get a roast beef with some cheddar cheese. That's the only thing. That's what I remember. It's a roast beef.
So
Or
you've
it's
been
like,
to Arby's?
before, yeah. When I was younger, I used to love Arby's.
No, I've never been.
And then
to
I
Arby's.
realized, like, yo, I'm coming to a fast food place for deli meat.
Yeah.
And then it all hit me. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. Cash ain't investigating Miriam Adelson. That's true. That's Donald Trump's #1 donor, Miriam Adelson. So that's not happening either.
That flew over my head.
People are saying Miriam Mousen, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, who is one of Trump's biggest donors, gave him $250 million.
Damn.
Yeah.
She's creating like she's gonna make the Mavericks have the first what's it called? In-house casino. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, well, the speculation at the time was like she did that. She forced that crazy trade so that she could eventually move the Mavericks to Vegas because they own because her and her former husband who passed away, rest in piss, Sheldon Adelson. Wow. He was a no. These guys are monsters. Trust me. They own they own.
We're just right next to you during this shit. Like
no, they're fucking what do you call it? They own. I think they own the Wynn. No, not Steve Wynn. No, they own the other big one. I forget what it was, but they own a bunch of casinos in Las Vegas. They're big casino magnates.
Oh, so they want the Mavs to go there, and that's why they traded Luka because the team's not going to be relevant at that time, and it'd be an easy move. Got it. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we caught it early. That's going to be a big.
There's a big story eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll see. We'll see about that. What do you guys think about Zohran? Have you been seeing the motion of Zohran at all?
I only see all my Zohran stuff on your page.
It's from you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
I have no alternative opinion on.
You're our news source.
But Andrew Schultz has him on.
Andrew Schultz just had him on. Yeah.
Is this this moment of like having both people on both sides on the pod?
Yeah, he's pulling it back now. He's like, oh, we fucked up with the Trump stuff, so he's scaling it back now. What else was I gonna? There was a bunch of other stuff that I was gonna show you guys, but yeah, no, he killed it. I'm gonna do Van's show too soon. You guys fuck with Van? You know who that is?
Van Layton?
Yeah, Van Layton. Yeah. My buddy was a producer back at TMZ when he famously called out Kanye before anybody else. He was there. It was him and Zach Fox, I think, that were the two people that were like, this is gonna get out of hand.
Zach Fox worked at TMZ
No.
or just in general? Okay.
There's like a famous Zach Fox tweet from the first time Kanye came out and was like talking about MAGA or whatever, when he was like, this is going to be way less funny in a couple of years when he comes out and starts preaching Adolf Hitler or something. And it's like, and he nailed it from like 6 years before Kanye did that.
Damn.
Zach Fox is coming to Milwaukee. We're trying to get him on the pod.
Oh yeah, I can hit him up if you want.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
that'd be nice. Second one.
Yeah, I'm just
he likes black people.
I keep booking guests for you guys.
Yeah, he connected us with T-Pain.
That's true. Yeah, but T-Pain is, I mean, he was in the vicinity, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll see what I can do. What else are you guys up to? What have you been up to? What do you want to promote before I let you guys go?
I guess promote. We Twitch a little bit now.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Crash Dummies Pat on Twitch, and what is your CDP Mike?
Yeah, I hardly stream though. CDP Pat.
Yeah.
Mike.
I probably stream.
We're doing a live show.
Oh,
yeah, live show.
Chicago.
Oh my God, we almost didn't promo our live.
Yeah, what the fuck?
We're doing a live show in Chicago.
Yeah,
January 4th. We haven't posted anything about it yet though, but
hell yeah.
At Zany's Comedy Club.
Okay, we'll post about it. We're doing live shows. We're gonna do like live listener callers and a lot of like crowd interaction.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's gonna be crazy. We're gonna see.
That's sick. I'm gonna see if I can pull up.
Hey, come on now.
All right. I love that.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, everybody, thank you so much. Shouts out to the Crash Dummies pod. Go check them out if you haven't seen their stuff. They're very funny. They're a lot funnier than they are on stream, I promise. No, okay. Yeah, you guys, it's you and Justin Bieber. He's streaming all the time now, apparently. That's what he said.
Really? Justin Bieber?
I think dude, that's what's so crazy about like fucking Omega superstar celebrities from back when we were growing up.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't even know that Justin Bieber was streaming on Twitch.
No, I didn't.
Isn't that fucking nuts?
That's actually insane. Because back then we would have known.
Or is it like one off?
Yeah. He did it like, I think yesterday or something. And then he said he's going to do it all the time now. Yeah. He only has 8K viewers. He's live right now?
No way.
Wait, is Justin Bieber live right now? Chat?
Are you going to rate him or something?
Zendaya was streaming?
You going to rate Justin Bieber?
Throw him a bone. Justin Bieber.
Helping small creators.
Oh my God, he is live, bro. He's live right now. He's got 8K.
Is it?
That's crazy.
Is it?
Oh, he's live making
You got
music.
it, bro. That's it. Okay, all right.
Wait, isn't that guy like an influencer
It's
too?
It's literally moving us to the beginning. We can keep the beat how we got it arranged and everything. We just gotta find the right
I
vocal.
think that
And I
other
know
dude, the
that's
white
hard
dude,
because it's so
was
many
like
tracks.
an influencer or something.
But once you get it, and Chris knows it's his idea. So many talented people in here. It's incredible just watching.
Why are people saying David Dobrik?
Everybody.
What the hell did you just say?
I don't even know. Process is just as beautiful.
I don't even know it.
Absolutely.
So where is he?
I don't even know it.
I don't even know.
What's that song?
I don't.
You just thought he was the one standing. Oh no.
That I just said to you, I was like this.
That you thought that was Justin Bieber?
No, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
From the back like that.
That's with the long shorts, maybe.
It's Billie Eilish, isn't it?
But I'm like, if we even just like alter
Is that not?
No, it's not Billie
I can't really see. I
Yeah,
just see
that little
shorts.
tiny whatever that is.
Should I grab us 2 more beers?
When I hear it again.
This is crazy.
Anybody draw pickles?
Wait, Kyle, bring
It's
it
crazy.
closer.
Justin Bieber's my coworker now.
This is his posse. Never say that again.
That's hard, like that arrangement.
All right,
Find
everybody.
the right word.
That'll be all for today. That's all I got. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow, all right? And then remember, Saturday I'm going to be in New York, baby, New York City. Sunday I'll be doing the New Yorker Magazine Festival. And I might even do a little spot on the ZOHRAN rally, potentially with a AOC Bernie's going to be there as well. So we'll see what's up. Love you all, and see you tomorrow. Peace.
Says Hassan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. And Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. And plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic. Months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad.